resume our board meeting. We will pick up with agenda item 17. I hope you all had a wonderful lunch. Let's turn it over to our presentation.
Good afternoon, Chair Fletcher and members of the board. On February 8th, your board received a preliminary report that included recommendations to safely reduce jail populations and authorized the enhancement and exploration of additional resources for sobering services. The report outlined a number of next steps the San Diego Association of Governments, or SANDAG, will take as they implement their project plan. Today, SANDAG will provide their preliminary report. SANDAG's preliminary report includes a timeline of monthly milestones, convening an advisory group, receiving community input, and confirming the validity of key data are important early next steps. Jail population and other public safety data analysis will be completed by spring. Service and fiscal analysis will take greater focus by May, and stakeholder and community engagement and feedback are integrated throughout the timeline. For a detailed look at how the project will progress, I'll now turn it over to Dr. Cindy Burke of SANDAG to discuss their preliminary report.
Good afternoon, Chair Fletcher and board members. As many of you know, SANDAG is our regional planning agency and a forum for regional decision making. We're focused on numerous quality of life issues, including public safety. In our data science department, we prepare forecasts and estimates, serve as the clearinghouse for census information, and are a hub for GIS data, create travel demand models used to build our regional plans, and we also conduct criminal justice research. The two focus areas of our criminal justice research division include preparing annual and monthly publications that provide a historical analysis of regional crime, arrest, public safety budget, and victimization statistics, as well as working with local partners on local, state, and federal grant-funded projects to conduct process and impact evaluations of local public safety programs. Our staff have experience with multiple methodologies and are committed to conducting action research that involves translating data into actionable information. Recent partnerships between the county and SANDAG have included our evaluation of the Veterans Moving Forward program at the Vista Detention Facility, programs for low-level offenders funded with Prop 47 cost savings, and alternatives to detention for youthful offenders. Next slide, please. As part of this effort to explore alternatives to incarceration, we'll begin by focusing on 5 populations, and these populations were outlined in our original scope of work for the project. We're focusing on these as a starting point, but they could expand as we work with our advisory group, which we'll be sharing more information with you about. These include individuals with nonviolent offenses, pretrial defendants not booked into jail, individuals who have remained out of custody on CPAC, individuals released and monitored on sheriff's pretrial services, and individuals diverted through mental health diversion and other collaborative court options. We want to understand who these individuals are, what their needs are, what services they've received from the county, how the populations have varied pre-COVID to more recently, and what contact with the justice system has looked like for these individuals. Next slide, please. As described in our preliminary report, there are 4 overarching research goals that were outlined in the original scope of work for this project that will be the focus of our work here. The first of these involves conducting a data-driven analysis that looks at how jail populations changed before and during COVID with the goal of identifying policy interventions that would effectively, safely, and permanently reduce San Diego jail populations. Next slide, please. This slide shows the declining jail population data that was shared with your board by the Public Safety Group last month. For our in-depth data dive, we're going to dig deeper. We're going to look at data regarding the characteristics, needs, treatment service history, and booking history of individuals through an interface called the Multi-Agency Interface. This is a data portal that includes local public safety data from the San Diego County Sheriff's Department, District Attorney, Probation, Behavioral Health Services, and the City Attorney's Office. Analyses will include, but not be limited to, cross-tabulations that compare the percentage of all bookings from January of 2018 through December 2021 by offense type, level, individual demographics, needs, and other characteristics, as well as other cross-tabulations that compare the percent of people booked into jail that have received different types of county-funded services and how length of detention has varied across populations and over time. Geographical information will also be analyzed at the zip code or community level to determine where those arrested and booked into jail resided at the time of justice system contact. Next slide, please. The second goal is to identify the primary policy drivers of reduced incarceration and then conduct a population sub-analysis to better understand the ongoing contact these individuals had with the system. Underlying all of the work we'll be doing is that getting feedback from the community. Next slide, please. The second goal will require an understanding and review of all the policies and procedures that changed at the state and local levels in terms of emergency bail schedules, early releases from custody, cites and releases, supervised releases, and those diverted into some other type of specialized program or court. SANDAG will also gather crime statistics from the Automated Regional Justice Information System, or ARJIS, which will enable us to understand field contacts or citations that may have resulted even before booking into jail, to measure potential changes in crime outcomes across the region before and after COVID. The second goal will also be informed by community feedback through an advisory group, community surveys, community forums, and ongoing dialogue that I will describe in more detail shortly. Next slide, please. Because this research is being conducted in the real world and we do not have the ability to do RCTs or randomized controlled trials, it's important to note some of the challenges we're working on addressing as we conduct this research. First, much of the data will be compiled as archival, and that means it was collected for program purposes, not for research purposes. For example, documenting an individual's housing status might seem something that's very easy to get, but it offers an example of how complex operationalizing a variable like that can be. Law enforcement cannot ask an individual's housing status. There may be notes in different fields across the different systems, but they could be contradictory in information. There could be different definitions used by the individuals who entered it. There could be no standardized definition. For example, if somebody sleeps on somebody's couch, does that make them homeless or not? So there's a lot of different details about how we look at that. And then many times some of the clinical assessments that have the data that we may need may be protected by HIPAA. So we're trying to work with our working group and advisory group to make sure we get valid and reliable information for you. There may also be missing data, and we need to ensure that data are linked accurately across systems. Additionally, for our analysis of dissidents from crime for the primary populations of interest, we're also working with partners and stakeholders to determine the best comparison groups where applicable, acknowledging that for statistical analysis, we need to consider that individuals in historical comparison groups could also be in our COVID-19 populations of interest, that individuals could be in more than one populations of interest, and that other factors such as the level of proactive policing could be confounds between groups who had justice system contact before the pandemic compared to those during the pandemic. Next slide, please. The third research goal has to do with looking at needs, services, and then conducting a gap analysis. And so we'll be doing all that and also trying to look at best and proven programs. Next slide, please. For this project, SANDAG will conduct a complete inventory of available services which address the underlying needs of individuals with a history of justice system contact. We'll determine how these services compare to the needs of individuals and compile best practices from other jurisdictions regarding effective and promising programs and policies. Additionally, we will assess which local programs could possibly be expanded and make recommendations based on this analysis. Next slide, please. The final goal is analyzing cost savings and long-term fiscal impacts. And when we saw the scope of work, we were very excited that this was included. Quite honestly, we want to be good stewards of taxpayer funds. As part of this analysis, you can go to the next slide, we'll be looking at costs and savings for 1, 5, 10, and 20 years out, examining the daily cost of incarceration, mental and behavioral health service interventions or facilities for short and long-term care, capital investments, permanent supportive housing, and staffing. We'll be doing this in a 4-stage model that includes clearly documenting our assumptions and the analysis that will be used, again, getting feedback from stakeholders on that methodology, collecting the cost data, aligning it with our other data that we collect, and then also including that in our reports to you all. Next slide, please. Community engagement is essential and is the foundation of this project, and I'd like to highlight 4 key components. As described in our scope of work, we will be seeking the input of public safety partners and community-based stakeholders, including, but not limited to, incarcerated and formerly incarcerated individuals and other individuals with lived experience, local community-based reentry, alternatives to incarceration, and recidivism experts and service providers, including those who provide housing, substance abuse, reentry, mental and behavioral health, veteran services, and domestic violence, public safety partners, county health and human service leadership, and criminal justice reform advocates. Next slide, please. So our first component is the advisory group, and we expect to form an advisory group that will be 10 to 15 community members, which represent diverse experiences and perspectives. Applications for this group have been open for about 3 weeks, and they're actually due today by 5 p.m. Latest count is that we have 72 applications, which we're very excited about the level of interest in participating. A group of 5 diverse community members with the assistance of 2 SANDAG staff who represent our grants program and our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Council will review the applications and objectively score those. I'd like to note that even if an individual has expressed interest in serving an advisory group is not selected as part of this 10 or 15, we do envision making all of the meetings public, having them virtual or hybrid, and allowing comments to be shared with all members of the advisory group before those meetings, and then taping those meetings and putting them on our website, so there's that constant ability to keep informed for individuals interested. Next slide, please. We've also created a special page on our website with an easy login if somebody wants to find it at sandag.org ATI study. We've created an email where individuals can send us information that way, or there's an online portal now where comments can be shared, and we will document and share those with this board as well as the community. We'll be using social media as appropriate, and individuals can also request to be on our mailing list to be kept up to date of when we'll be doing other outreach and sharing other documents and information. Next slide, please. We'll also be doing a community survey as a more formal opportunity for individuals across San Diego County to share their input. We're looking to do this in April after we're able to get more direction from the advisory group that we're forming in the working group, which includes public safety stakeholders. We envision that being online, but also could be paper if somebody requested it, translated in English and Spanish and other languages upon request. And we expect that survey will be open for about 3 or 4 weeks, and we really hope that everybody who has a say, regardless of their point of view, is willing to share information during that. Next slide, please. Finally, we also envision doing community forums. We have planned for 6. 4 would be in May before summer after we have the community survey feedback, so we can share those. Again, those would be virtual, and individuals would have a chance to share comments there during a public comment forum. And then we would plan on having 2 at the end of the year when we have more data and a more final report. So again, individuals have a chance to see the data we've compiled and add more comments and feedback to that. Next slide, please. So our progress to date, we signed the contract on January 21st, and since then, we've had a kickoff meeting with the public safety group. We've met weekly with county staff. We've met twice with the county's working group for this project that was formed before our contract was signed. And we've also had a rigorous schedule of meetings with subject matter experts across your county departments regarding the multi-agency interface database to ensure the validity and reliability of data that we'll be analyzing for that first research question of examining how jail populations have changed. We've also submitted a project plan and a preliminary report, which is included with this board item. Next slide, please. And so Holly mentioned some of the timelines. What we're looking at right now is making our first priority is finalizing our advisory group, ensuring we have the data to conduct the analysis that we've planned and proposed. Then we'll be analyzing that jail data, getting the community surveys out, doing community forums, conducting our recidivism analysis. We'll be back to the board May 24th. During the early months of the summer, we'll be compiling that cost data, the service data to do our gap analysis and also our cost savings analysis. Next slide, please. Finishing those analyses, preparing reports, coming back to the board on October 25th, and then again having those the final report and a presentation in early 2023 to this board. And the final slide, please. And so this is, again, just some easy access information if anybody would like to explore the website, where it's located on our website, how you find SANDAG on social media, and the email address if anybody would like to reach out. And that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Burke. We appreciate it. Why don't we hear from our public speakers, and then we'll come back to the board. I think we'll have some questions for sure.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 20 requests to speak on this item, 4 in person and 16 by phone. Also note for the record that we received 21 e-comments, 20 of those in favor. Any members of the public that requested to speak by phone on item 17, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers and begin with those in favor, followed by those in opposition. As your name is called, please come forward and line up under the east wall, on the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'd like to invite forward Crystal Irving, Alan C., and Audra. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you to please begin by stating your name for the audio record.
Relocation displays the page 9.
Come do your thing. Sure.
Oh. Okay, thanks anyways, but okay. Alan C., alternatives to jail. Look at what happened up in Fiscal, how many CVSs closes. We were looking at nonviolent. Oh, thank you, yeah. Okay, so you're looking at the one that says individuals out of custody due to COVID policies. I do question that is, are we putting precedents of letting people go? And that falls in line with what I was talking about, the CVS pharmacies that are closing. Nonviolent crime must be looked at the entire picture. How many people lost their livelihood in CVS pharmacies closed? Look at that woman in New York who got a bag of human waste shoved in her face because she wouldn't talk to that guy. And I swear, if I get a dime for everybody who says mental health, which is degrading to that person, and not the true aspect that it's a drug problem, call it what it is and take care of these people. But just keeping pandering, saying, oh, it's a mental health, that is degrading to that person. And that is not helping society. Call it for what it is, and let's take care of them. But for the people, part of the problem with the jail also is the jail itself is a deterrent to prevent further crime and possibly violent crime later. Again, I'm falling back to the drug user. Yeah, he might poke a hole in my gas tank and steal my gas this day, but what will happen the next day? Will he pull a knife on my daughter? So again, you've got to look at the main source of problem to prevent the crime and not just keep housing them away, because that's not, thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Audra. So again, I love your data-driven approaches that are totally BS. Anyway, so the policies that you have created have actually caused a problem in the jails. You realize that, right? Probably not. And what I wanted to kind of, because this is in piggyback with number 15, I mean, the sheriff is influenced by you guys in the budget. You don't determine things, but if you hold the budget over their head, then you can, dictate what the sheriff does. So basically, they're in your pocket or you're in theirs. And, you guys want to, act like you want to fix these problems, but really, so the DA should be looking into all of those deaths that have occurred, since your policies have put people in there that probably shouldn't be. And since they're not going to do anything, a grand jury should actually be the ones to investigate this and see who is accountable for the deaths that have occurred. Because it's pretty ridiculous that it is a lack of, maybe education or just people not wanting to do their job, so they don't actually fulfill their obligations of their job and go and, check on these people or make sure that they're, not dying in their cell. And then I wonder, you want to let people out. Well, there's pedophiles living in neighborhoods where they shouldn't be. And so should you be letting them out? I mean, who's to determine who's getting out is a big question. And then you want to have community forums, but you don't even listen to community feedback here. So will you really listen to it if people come and tell you information on this? Probably not.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll invite the final speaker in person, Jason Robo.
Hello again. My name is Crystal Irving, President of SEIU Local 221. Speaking to support this item, and I just want to say that the members that we represent at the jails work very hard to provide quality services to all of our inmates. And the progress of this item is long overdue. This preliminary report is so important, and we support the recommendations. Our members witness and experience structural racism within the county, both in the jails and the programs designed to provide alternatives to incarceration. And as a former protective services worker for Child Welfare Services, I want to uplift that it is especially crucial in this process to prioritize the needs of our transitional age youth during this process. Our system was created for juveniles and adults, and because we accept the findings of science, we must acknowledge the changes the brain continues to undergo between the ages of 18 and 25. So let's make sure our transitional age youth get the services that they specifically need as well. We also know the importance of making progress, and we know that it needs to be done thoughtfully, strategically, and utilizing data. So I would like to thank the board, county staff, and community organizations that have invested in this process. Now is the time for change. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Jason Robo. See if Dr. Bruce is interested in listening, but I don't know about you guys. But yeah, I want to thank you that we don't have the ability to have group presentations anymore. We just get the propaganda gangbang. I wonder what the history of that rule is. You know, how long has that been an option for citizens of the county that you just totally threw into the toilet, using me as an excuse? It shows that you guys are just scared of us presenting reality instead of your false illusions. It's not like we were doing presentations on, let's say, maybe house fires. I don't know. Yeah, and by the way, too, I actually consulted Amy of Reopen San Diego, said that I was some bad apple when I have her business card, and she's hugged me after my comment, so she's full of crap, too, at times. Unfortunate to see that in the community, but yeah, I helped with showing Plandemic, and she wanted to know how I did the presentation, but then you guys neutered that thing that day. But great book to read on the subject. Now we're on this topic. The End of Policing is a great book. One of the topics, and I've brought this to you before conceptually, is the idea of restorative justice, where the victims work out something with like the family and stuff, and they decide outside of the courts, and you know, a lot of businesses are into arbitration, might be a good idea. Also paying people a living wage. And yeah, being a criminal with that record sucks, and actually felon comes from fellatio, so it means you're a cocksucker. Kind of weird you guys have those words. But yeah, I guess that blows just like your policies. And as I mentioned, Bob Barker in the prison industry, that's actually a different Bob Barker, funny enough. But yeah, he was barking up the right tree by making money off prison industrial complex. I was mentioning my experience in the jails before in Northern California, and we didn't even get our 1 hour of fitness time every day. So that's something you should probably pay attention to for the people you do keep in. And yeah, furniture for the university is made by prisons. So you have slavery. That's what you guys use it for.
Thank you. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted, and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll begin with our first caller.
Hi, my name is Maya De La Torre, and I'm a member of Youth Will. We're really appreciative of the strides that the supervisors are taking to move San Diego towards a more restorative criminal justice climate. However, we want to make sure that the needs of transitional age youth are prioritized in this approach. So in the spirit of a data-driven approach to incarceration alternatives, there's a lot of behavioral neuroscience data surrounding transition age youth development that should be included in your recommendations. Science tells us that the prefrontal cortex, which is responsible for decision-making and impulse control, doesn't fully develop in youth until 25 years of age. So although the development process of the youth between ages 18 and 25 is very different from that of a juvenile or adult, the criminal justice system doesn't reflect that. The needs of transitional age youth are often ignored in our very binary system. So it's imperative that our system is aware of this demographic unique developmental needs. I would urge the board to direct the Chief Administrative Officer to ensure that SANDAG is gathering data and research specifically around transitional age youth and recidivism rates. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from our next caller.
Hi, my name is Sophia Haidari, and I'm a resident of District 2 and one of the co-directors of the organization Youth Will. I would like to echo the earlier comments made. We're very appreciative of the county and all of the steps that they're taking towards moving San Diego towards a more restorative climate as it relates to our carceral system. However, as mentioned before, our justice system at the moment is very binary and doesn't take into account the developmental needs of transitional age youth between 18 to 25, which tends to lead to more criminalization of more youth of color who are seen as adults at much earlier ages than some other youth might be. And yes, there's a lot of data and neuroscience around the unique developmental needs of this age, so we need to ensure that our justice system is following that science. I would urge the board to direct the CAO to ensure that SANDAG has gathered data and research specifically around transitional age youth and recidivism rates. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from our next caller.
Hello, this is Catherine Rhodes, and what I wanted to talk about is people who are homeless that are put into jail. First, because they don't have a home and they get a ticket, and then they don't pay their ticket in time or don't have access to go to the court up in Kearney Mesa, and then they get arrested again and then actually put in jail. And so these people shouldn't actually be in jail. And one thing I didn't see anybody at the county talking about is that FEMA and the federal government extended the Project Room Key hotel rooms to July 1st, 2022. It was supposed to end on April 1st. Now it's to July 1st. These free hotel rooms could be used for people who have drug or alcohol abuse or abuse drugs or alcohol, and also for people who are mentally ill. I think this would be a wonderful time for SANDAG to talk to the county's emergency services department and actually get some hotel rooms for people coming out of jail so they don't become homeless and then have a higher chance of going back into jail. People need homes when they get out of jail, and right now, you know, they're homeless going in, homeless going out. Nothing changes. There's no betterment for society for keeping them in jail, and they won't be able to get out of the system until they have someplace safe to be. And so this is literally an opportunity between now and July 1st, so a couple of months. You could get 200 hotel rooms. Every time somebody nonviolent comes out of jail, ask them if they need a place to stay. Please use this free money from the federal government and also for the 200 people that are still in the county buildings that were supposed to be kicked out on April 1st. Now they have an extension until July 1st.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Time is up. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hi, my name is Watson Upton, and I'm with Youth Will. Thank you so much for taking the time to advocate for a more data-driven approach to examine our criminal justice system. It's long overdue. As folks before me mentioned, I'm here to specifically highlight transitional age youth. Again, as folks before me mentioned, that youth between 18 and 25 in our binary criminal justice system are considered adults. As we know, the science highlights and provides the data that young people within that age group are still developing. So what I'm advocating for is that we provide a more age-appropriate responses for youth between 18 and 25 that allow them to learn their lesson in a restorative manner, but also focus on transforming them so that they can grow and we can systematically reduce recidivism rates for that age group. Thank you so much for taking the time, and have a great day.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Truth. The county contracted with SANDAG for this item's data. SANDAG is far from being an independent agency. Their members are not elected, and so are not representatives of what the people of the county of San Diego actually want or need. SANDAG is more interested in fascist partnerships with private businesses such as Fiscal. The just outcome is when people do a crime, they need to do the time. When criminals are granted early releases for reasons such as nonviolent theft, robbery, vandalism, trespassing, etc., they are provided incentives to continue to lead a life of crime. More criminals released means more criminals on the streets, which means more potential victims. Would SANDAG or this Board of Supervisors be willing to take responsibility for potential repeat offenders who were deemed nonviolent or mentally ill and thus never served any time for their crime and so thought they could get away with worse, more violent crimes? Outside of those criminals who need and actually want legitimate substance abuse help, this is a dangerous experiment that will only result in undeterred, incentivized crime. It also sets San Diego County on a road of locking criminals up in mental institutes, with sanitized name mental health centers, thus increasing strains on the health industry. This Board of Supervisors, having a dangerous agenda for wanting to permanently reduce jail populations, would allow multiple types of criminals to never serve their time for their crimes, which they were found guilty of in court, and would usurp the criminal justice system and deny justice for victims of crimes.
Thank you. We'll now hear from our next caller.
Hi, my name is Robin Sales. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I come to you as a member of the Showing Up for Racial Justice North County, San Diego, and the Racial Justice Coalition of San Diego. We have been closely following the development of Supervisor Lawson Reamer's Alternatives to Incarceration approach and applaud that this was brought forward. Our Saving Lives in Custody campaign is focused on working with families whose loved ones with behavioral health issues have died at the hands of the Sheriff's Department. It is so upsetting to know that all this could have been prevented had the county had in place a seamless system driven by data collection with valued mental health clinicians to assess those in crisis and divert them to treatment in the community. The MCRT is an integral part of this continuum of care and is beginning to show very positive results. However, when a person is arrested, their mental health needs must be evaluated prior to incarceration to prevent the tragedy that these families know so well. One of the issues that must be addressed by SANDAG and the county is the current lack of ability to connect legal and mental health histories. Is this person in treatment, and do they have a strong connection to a program? Could they be better served in a sobering center, a drug rehab, a crisis house, a crisis stabilization unit, or a psychiatric facility? Without this data matching ability, alternatives to incarceration will be hobbled, and the loss of lives continue to be a stain on San Diego County. These barriers must be removed. The JLAC report that you heard today shows the egregious issues that the county must address. It's all part of the same problem. I look forward to SANDAG's deep dive into the carceral system's treatment of these inmates, the integration with behavioral health services, and the Board of Supervisors to make sure that this movement towards humane care is equitable and successful.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Oscar Rendon, and I'm a resident of District 8 and a member of Youth Will. We're very appreciative of the strides that the county is taking to move San Diego towards a more restorative climate as it relates to our incarceration system. However, we also want to make sure that the needs of transitional age youth are prioritized in this approach. I would like to support the urge that the board needs to take in order to ensure that the Chief Administrative Officer ensures that SANDAG is gathering data and research, specifically around transitional age youth, to reduce recidivism rates. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hi, I'm Paul Henkin, Whenever I hear data-driven, I'm tempted to think of what Mark Twain said. There are lies, damn lies, and statistics. I mean, statistics, data-driven, it's kind of the same thing. News is coming out that Sendag, 1, lacks proper accounting controls to monitor credit card spending. 2, Sendag charged about $20,000 in 2 separate credit card purchases, only 2, to pay for an employee retreat, although agency policy limits each credit card purchase to a maximum of $3,500. 3 staff spend over $60,000 at eating and drinking places, and they spend almost $250,000 on weekends, which is obviously non-work day. Some purchases were unapproved, and receipts which should have been presented to accounting were missing. And these findings were by their own, quote, independent auditor. I wonder what an outside independent auditor would have found. Sendag has a plan clearly, but until we know that the plan works and the misspending of our taxpayer dollars that's already been done is actually corrected, I would advise holding off putting Sendag in a position where they monitor or plan the finances of any project, including data-driven approaches to public safety and alternative incarceration. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon. This is Glenn Hilton, Director of Community Care at PATH, People Assisting the Homeless. We want to thank Supervisor Lawson-Remer and the board for their efforts to truly consider alternatives to incarceration through an inclusive and thoughtful process. There's already some great work being done in this area by small community-based and faith-based organizations not currently funded by the county, and it's been helpful to include their voices in considering the alternatives.
Now hear from the next caller.
Public safety.
Government has gone to great lengths to get people vaccinated. Post-vaccinations will be a game changer, and it will restore our freedom. Turns out none of that was true. It does not render you immune. You can still contract the virus, and you can still be infectious. The only thing this vaccine did for sure was to spill billions and billions of dollars in the pockets of pharmaceutical companies. Whenever a government claims to have the people's interest at heart, you need to think again. In the entire history of mankind, there has never been a political elite sincerely concerned about the well-being of regular people. What makes any of us think that it is different now? Never take anything any government tells you at face value. Always question everything any government does or does not do. Whenever a political elite pushes it this hard and resorts to extortion and manipulation to get their way, you can almost always be sure it's not at heart. As far as I'm concerned, I will not be vaccinated with anything that has not been properly vetted and tested and has shown no sound scientific evidence that the benefits outweigh the possible long-term side effect, which to this day don't know anything about. I will not be reduced to a mere guinea pig by getting vaccinated with an experimental drug. And I will most assuredly not get vaccinated because my government tells me to and promises in return I will be granted freedom. Let's be clear about one thing. No one grants me freedom, for I am a free person.
And can you please state your name for the audio record? I'll note for the record that this is identified as Consuela Henkin. Chair Fletcher, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Go first to Vice Chair Vargas.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. And thank you for this report, data-driven analysis. I'm really looking forward to it. And I want to, it's really important for me that we're determining how to safely and effectively determine how to develop recommendations for policies and really based on with community-based organizations, how to provide alternatives to safely and effectively reduce our jail populations. I think it benefits our communities and taxpayers to minimize the disruption and expense costs by incarcerating individuals who pose no safety risk and who may benefit from access to services that are available to them. This is a very valuable opportunity to critically examine the role incarceration serves in low-level nonviolent offenses, and does it reduce recidivism, and does it serve our communities, and also does it make financial sense, or are there other more effective, safe, and just approaches? However, I did want to make a couple of observations or recommendations as the process is moving forward, and one of them is that as you're moving forward with and I think it's fantastic, you're going to have an Alternatives to Incarceration Advisory Group. Having served on many advisory groups, I'm hoping that the advisory group is not our usual suspects, for lack of a better word, right? That we don't have our regular organizations, that we actually have formerly incarcerated persons participating in the group, real people who, and I love our organizations who are doing the work on the ground, but I want folks who have experience and who have been from our communities who are going to give us their firsthand perspective and how we can really have different approaches and really think about how we can really work together. I also hope that when we do the community forums, there's 6 community forums, we have a community of 3.3 million population in the county of San Diego. Whatever I can do and my office can do to partner up with you, we've done that before with SANDAG as well, to make sure that we're really engaging our communities on the ground in language. Happy to do that and be your partner in that process. And then I think, there's a lot of, in the recommendations, there's a lot of use of technology in the surveys, and, I'm just a little bit concerned that the folks that we want to hear from may not have access to technology, and so I want to make sure that we use other methods. And this is where I think the organizations that are on the ground and using models like Promotora models and our community organizations, they're already doing that work to really engage them in this process. And there's many justice organizations that maybe there's some funding or other opportunities that we can partner up with them so that they're helping us with those surveys too, so that it's not all just on, I love social media, all that stuff, but, a lot of folks don't have access to that, and we want to make sure that we reduce the digital divide gap as much as we can so that we're able to really engage our communities the best we can. And then I think as we're listening to folks, maybe we are able to get more recommendations for policy changes as well. And I would love to see, there's 4 recommendations in this process, and I'm not trying to alter or make amendments to this, but I would love to see in the end of this report also, it would be great to see the demographics of where our jail populations are coming from, and then also where are we actually investing our resources, because I would bet, probably make a hypothesis that a lot of our resources for schools and programs, after-school programs, where we have our food deserts, where we have our park deserts, where a lot of the resources that are not available for our communities is where we have the highest folks that are incarcerated, and they happen to be our Latino and Black populations. And so we're going to continue to make sure that we use our data so that our communities have opportunities in the future. And I'm hoping that this data-driven approach is something that we use in the future when we're making our budget priorities, so that we not just create a report to see what this is about, because I think we already know what the problem is, but I think that we actually use the data to really invest in the communities that really need the resources so that our kids have opportunities and we get away from continue to invest in the prison, the school to prison pipeline, but instead make sure that our kids have opportunities to succeed and have opportunities to compete in our communities. So thank you very much. Oh, and I'm happy to make a motion to adopt.
All right, got a motion. We'll go to Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
And I'm happy to second that, so thank you.
I first just want to thank Sandag for the presentation. It was very helpful. I think we're off to a really wonderful start. And also want to thank Holly and Andrea and your team. I know how hard you all are working, to do something really different in how we think about public safety and alternatives to incarceration in our community, and making sure we're investing in solutions with long-term impacts that really improve people's lives and protect our communities and protect public safety in a way that's most effective and most impactful. As I said earlier in our discussion, I think we have to stop using our jail system as a mental health drug treatment and homeless shelter system, which it has been for far too long. I think that's not what our jails are for, and that's not what our sheriffs are here to do. So I think that's where this data-driven approach to public health safety can really help us, which is to keep our community safe by investing in other services that keep folks healthy and housed and allow them to get the services that they need. I agree with and echo and want to uplift the comments of my colleague, Vice Chair Vargas, in terms of the importance of real community representation and voice in this process. And that lived experience piece is really important, certainly, and we'll be looking forward to that and coming back. I think I'm just really, also just wanted to say I'm particularly interested in goal number 4 and the savings that we can reinvest and repurpose for community care, housing, and other solutions that can try to redress this pattern of recidivism and heal our communities. So that was something that really jumped out to me in the report. And I also just wanted to thank all of our speakers who took the time to be here today, and the folks who took time so far to be involved in this, and I think are continuing to take time over the next year to do this right. I know it's a big endeavor, and it's one I think we're all committed to. So thank you for your leadership.
All right, thank you. Thank you to everyone for the work, and certainly look forward to watching this as it develops over time. We have a motion by Vice Chair Vargas, seconded by Supervisor Lawson-Remer. Please vote.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
We're going to move to agenda item 18, ordinance amending Article 10 of the San Diego County Administrative Code. I will make a motion to approve. Is there a second? Second. All right, we have a motion by myself, second by Supervisor Desmond. Let me ask the clerk to call forward the public speakers in this item.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 2 requests to speak on this item, one by phone and one in person. For the individual that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. I'd like to invite forward our in-person speaker, Audra. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. And one more, Jason Robo.
All right, come on, speakers, let's go. You know the deal.
I don't even have a clock up. You're so hasty. Should I wait? Jason Robo. Yeah, so I want to thank you for wasting our time with your brown nosing. I really appreciate that. And yeah, I think it's interesting that the volunteer fire department we have, but we don't have volunteer EMTs. And yeah, I would agree that the mental health issue is an issue that is not addressed, and it is like an overlap. That book that I mentioned earlier, The End of Policing, talks about how there is probably about a third or more, depending, of the emergency services are absorbed by mental health issues. So, and same thing with law enforcement. So if you actually cared, you'd do something about that. And yeah, I think your policies are crazy. I think most of you should be 5150'd. And instead of COVID-19 tests, I think some of you should be tested for being a psychopath. I mean, why don't we have that, you know? If you're confident that you're mentally healthy, I think it would be great. And then if you're prosecuted, you couldn't claim insanity. But anyways, prevention is the best medicine is part of my point here. And but yeah, all you care about is the CARES Act, and you just want to take your cut like a surgeon. Interesting, too, is that the term fee comes from, etymologically, it comes from cattle. So when you take a fee, you're just taking cows, which shows what you think about us. Back to my we are, you know, what we eat type thing earlier. Yeah, and a lot of people that are veterinarians actually work in those sadistic environments. Some of them are racist in the 4-H system, I think. Maybe they wanted to be a veterinarian, perhaps. Oh, yeah. And then amputations from diabetes, which increased because of your lockdowns, your magical policies. I'm sure you don't even want to know what kind of damage you've done with the lockdowns. But yeah, I just thought diabetes was a messed up weight loss program where you chop your feet off. But apparently it chops off your life expectancy. Definitely didn't give them a leg up in the situation. But yeah, we have a nonsense economy, and what makes the least amount of sense makes the most dollars and cents for you and your BS and your motions and your acts. Your policies are half-assed like one butt cheek.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Audra. So, yeah. I remember almost a year ago, I came to you guys and was like, oh, AB 389 is going to be used against us. No, it isn't. Yeah, you're bringing on all these mobile medical units, and this is the SD medical services fees that you're going to be giving to fire. So it's like, did you get those feeds from COVID money that you guys love to spend? You love spending it. So it's like, keep us in an emergency so we can keep taking funds from the people and spending it on whatever we want. That's why we're in an emergency, because if you took us out of it, all of those things would fall flat and you couldn't use it. So then what would you guys do? Be like, we're in a deficit, we need money, what are we gonna do? I don't know, you just take it from people's land and different things. But it's just sad because like you're using all of these things against the people and they're not helping anybody. Like everything. Is that funny, Nathan? What's so funny about that? You don't want to answer that? Go ahead. Come on. No? You just think it's funny? Just like when I was assaulted by your staff, when I came to tell you these things would be used against us, and you said, what? I will never have a meeting with you. There is no point. I don't agree with anything that you're saying. Don't go or work there if they try and keep you out of that business. Yet you're corrupt. You will be spending time in prison. Do you realize that? I very much look forward to that day. Because you don't care about the people. You actually started a fire at your house and wanted to blame me. What the fuck is up with that?
Thank you. I'm not seeing the individual that requested to speak by phone in the queue. That concludes public comment on this item, Chair Fletcher.
Thank you. We've got a motion by myself, second by Supervisor Desmond. Please vote.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
We're going to go to agenda item number 19, receive the final report on increasing access and enrollment in county self-sufficiency programs. We'll turn it over to staff for a presentation.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher, members of the board. We have seen an unprecedented increased number of San Diego County residents securing county resources and services to combat food insecurity, lack of access to adequate health care, and unemployment or underemployment. While enrollment has risen in county self-sufficiency programs to historically high levels, barriers still exist that prevent some qualifying individuals and families from accessing the services and benefits which they may be eligible. Today, we will discuss the actions that were being taken to address these barriers. We've also invited representatives from the county contracted consultant for this project, Cone Consulting, and our County Social Services Advisory Board Enrollment Task Force to be part of today's presentation of recommendations. With me, I'll turn it over to Rick Wani, our Director of Self-Sufficiency Services, and Dr. Alberto Buenuelos, our Assistant Director for Self-Sufficiency Services, to discuss the final report. Rick?
Thank you, Nick. On April 6, 2021, your board directed that the Social Services Advisory Board, SSAB, establish a temporary ad hoc subcommittee called the Outreach, Accessibility, and Enrollment Task Force, and to complete a competitive procurement to acquire a consultant to identify and address barriers to the county's self-sufficiency programs. These programs include Calfresh, CalWorks, Medi-Cal, Cash Assistance Program for Immigrants, or CAPI, and General Relief. Currently, San Diego County is experiencing historically record high enrollment numbers in our various self-sufficiency programs. Over the last 12 months, 1.3 million San Diego County residents have accessed self-sufficiency service programs. Over 354,000 of those were served through Calfresh, over 950,000 were served through Medi-Cal, and over 40,000 were served through CalWorks. The SSAB task force was requested to obtain and include input from local experts and advocates as part of this effort. Additionally, the county contracted consultant, Coney Consulting, reported on their initial and preliminary findings, which was presented to the Board of Supervisors on December 7th of 2021. I would like to take a brief moment to thank all of our 2,600 self-sufficiency services staff for their continuous hard work in serving 1.3 million San Diegans, a third of the county's population. And now I will turn it over to our Assistant Director for Self-Sufficiency Services, Dr. Alberto Benuelos, who will walk you through some of the pertinent information from the report's findings and recommendations.
The final report from Coney Consultant identified 25 total recommendations covering 5 different overarching categories. Program outreach, 5. Application and eligibility processing, 5. Renewals, recertification, and change reporting, 6. Program access, 6. HHSA county staffing and workload levels, 3. Now to review county's final recommendations, please welcome Dr. Osvaldo Urdapieta and Dr. Heather Hahn representing Coney Consultant.
Thank you, Dr. Bañuelos. Good afternoon, Chair Fletcher and members of the board. My name is Osvaldo Urdapieta. I have a PhD in public policy from the University of North Carolina. I'm a principal researcher at Coney Consulting, and I have over 20 years of experience conducting health, labor, and social research at state, federal, and internationally. I'm here representing the research consulting team and to discuss our approach and the findings of our study. Coney Consulting and the Urban Institute went through a comprehensive assessment of the San Diego County's HHS outreach strategies, enrollment processes, and the accessibility of the Calfresh CalWorks, Medi-Cal, CAPI, and general relief programs. The assessment was exhaustive. We included issues including application requirements, processes, state and federal regulations, potential language and technology barriers, customer-centered culture, case management, outreach strategies, and any potential issues with community partnerships, caseload, and county staffing levels. Next. I think I want to say that the methodology for the study was comprehensive. The County Urban Institute team leveraged several data sources and analytical approaches. We conducted over 7,000 customer surveys, 31 stakeholder interviews. We conducted a day and a half of site visits during COVID, and we multiplied all the way from like a home to several cities. We also conducted staff surveys with 311 responses. We have 119 respondents from community-based organizations, data walks, social media challenges, listening sessions, and 3 focus groups with HSA customers, including a Spanish-speaking only focus group. Our approach was comprehensive, a mixed method study. The data was used to produce descriptive statistics, identifying main themes from the qualitative interviews, listening sessions, and the survey, and common themes. Again, the review allowed us to provide a lot of information. We've actually provided data extracts to the county and the enrollment task force so that they could use it to create comparisons at different demographics. The extant data also included reports from applications and process multiple and the monthly manager reports. Again, I'll now pass it to Dr. Heather Hahn, Senior Fellow from the Urban Institute, to discuss our recommendations.
Thank you. Hello, I am Dr. Heather Hahn, a Senior Research Fellow at the Urban Institute and a member of the Coney research team. Our analysis led to recommendations in each of 5 different overarching areas. And our first 5 recommendations support program outreach. A current strength of the county is its relationships and partnerships with community-based organizations and other trusted stakeholders. And our first recommendation is to leverage those relationships and expand the partnerships. The county can also improve outreach by using electronic communication channels, which customers told us was their preferred method, and using short, clear fact sheets in multiple languages. Next slide. These are recommendations about applications and eligibility processing. A key challenge we heard regarding improving applications and eligibility processing is that the county is constrained by state rules. In response, we recommend that San Diego County use its power to work with the California Department of Social Services to change those rules. Specifically, the county can pursue a demonstration or pilot of a simplified universal application that is easy to understand and is accessible on a mobile device. Using its current authority, the county can give its outreach partners and application assisters the access they need to take actions like completing paperwork and scheduling appointments. The county can also create two-way communication directly with customers so they can check on their own application status and ask questions. We also recommend that the county focus on reducing denied applications, especially those denied for failure to provide verification. Having a goal of reducing denied applications can focus attention on helping customers have the access and information they need to successfully complete the process. To support people who are already participating in the county's programs, we recommend ways to improve the renewals, recertifications, and change reporting processes. First, the county has already experienced positive trends related to program churn, which is when people quickly lose and regain program access. They've experienced positive trends in CalWorks, CalFresh, and Medi-Cal, and should continue to build on that success. The county also can provide all customers with clear, complete information on what they will need to do to successfully continue their benefits. At the same time, the county can simplify the processes themselves. For example, paperwork and forms can be streamlined. The county can send renewal reminders. And the redetermination process for general relief is an area that's especially ripe for simplification. Staff should also receive refresher training and clear desk guides on the various acceptable methods beyond paper documentation that they can use to verify a customer's ongoing eligibility. We have several additional recommendations related to program access generally. Outstation more eligibility workers in high-impact locations to help people complete applications. For especially complicated forms that can't be simplified, provide staff and partners with examples of completed forms. Hire more bilingual staff and procure more translation services across multiple languages. Offer more video conferencing options for customers. And for customers living in mixed status immigrant households, address concerns about public charge. Finally, we recommend improvements to county staffing and workload levels. Specifically, actively monitor workload ratios at each Family Resource Center. Explore innovations for motivating staff and rewarding high performers. And allow trainees to experience early on what it's like in a Family Resource Center, so that if people are going to drop out of the process, they do so earlier in the process. And now I'll turn it back to Dr. Oswaldo Urrutia for some acknowledgements and closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Han. On behalf of the County Consulting Team and Urban Institute, we would like to thank you. To thank the County of San Diego Social Services Advisory Board, Enrollment Task Force members for their guidance and feedback on our work. We work with them every week, and we have bi-weekly meetings to make sure that we have always stay on track. The County of San Diego Health and Human Services staff for their assistance with our multiple and frequent data requests and ask for coordination, and for all the managers and staff who responded to the survey or hosted site visits at the HSS service delivery locations. To all of those who participated as invited guests at the ETF meetings and the organizations that provided data for analysis. To all the individuals who responded to the customer survey or participated in community forums and focus groups. To the community-based organizations who took their time and went beyond their duty to participate in stakeholder interviews, host site visits, provide us with the clients for focus group, and contribute with data and connect us with their network and their clients. And lastly, thank you to all who shared their experiences, perspectives, and expertise, information, and time with us as we conducted this assessment. Again, thank you for the opportunity for us to present our work in person and our recommendations. And that concludes our presentation today. I will turn it now to Assistant Director, Dr. Albañuelos.
Thank you for the presentation, Dr. Urdupieta and Dr. Hahn. And now I will turn it back over to Director Wikwani.
We will now transition our discussion to the Social Service Advisory Board Task Force final report and recommendations, 24 in total, which will enable the county to better understand the root causes of under-enrollment in its assistance programs. These final recommendations and findings will enable the county to develop new enrollment strategies that target the San Diego County residents in all communities. The new strategies identified will help ensure qualifying individuals and families are able to easily access available services and benefits regardless of their race, ethnicity, national origin, religion, gender identity, and/or sexual orientation without unnecessary barriers. Now I'm pleased to welcome representatives from the SSAB Enrollment Task Force to discuss their final recommendations, and the task force members are Anahid Braki from the San Diego Hunger Coalition, Greg Angel from Interfaith Community Services, Kara Pena O'Laughlin from the Center on Policy Initiatives, and John Spenceley from San Diegans for Healthcare Coverage.
Thank you, Rick. Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you very much for hearing this item today. My name is Anahid Braki. I'm the CEO of the San Diego Hunger Coalition and the current chair of the Social Services Advisory Board. Over the past almost year, the Social Services Advisory Board Ad Hoc Subcommittee, the Enrollment Task Force, which is comprised of myself and my colleagues here to my right, Kiara O'Laughlin, who is a researcher and policy advocate from Center on Policy Initiatives, Greg Angel, the CEO of Interfaith Community Services, and Jan Spenceley, Executive Director of San Diegans for Healthcare Coverage. The Enrollment Task Force also included a number of additional community partners in our ongoing process. And so we included members from the following stakeholder organizations: Health Center Partners of Southern California, formerly the Council on Community Clinics, Hospital Association of San Diego and Imperial Counties, 211 San Diego, Legal Aid Society of San Diego, Service Unions, Service Employees International Union 221 Local, and San Diego Housing Federation. The task force and its regular guests contributed their time, expertise, and deep knowledge of county self-sufficiency programs, as well as providing ongoing feedback and guidance and connections to residents and other partners to support the county contracted consultants' work. In addition, the task force and its guests conducted their own listening sessions with community-based application assisters from clinics and hospitals and nonprofits, with residents and with county workers. We are grateful to the more than 7,000 individuals that responded to the surveys, and we're grateful to HHSA for circulating that survey to current enrollees in self-sufficiency programs. We are very grateful to the additional 54 local community-based organizations, in addition to all of ours, that participated in stakeholder interviews, surveys, listening sessions, site visits, and focus groups. And I just wanted to mention how much time and investment of resources all of these community organizations provided and invested into this process. So in addition to the independent third-party county contracted consultant, we bring our own expertise and local knowledge to the table. So as we continue to advocate for changes at the state and federal level to make these programs easier to operate, there are many things that we can do here now, many things that are under the county's control that can make it easier to access and maintain benefits. So we have submitted a letter from the SSAB and our additional report, which takes the 25 recommendations from Kone Consulting and the Urban Institute and prioritizes them based on our expertise and knowledge and what we have been hearing for decades from community members and community partners. So on page 9 of attachment B are the SSAB's prioritization of Kone Consulting's recommendations. We are advocating that you look at the top 9. So we have prioritized based on our knowledge, based on who we were able to reach and talk to, 9 recommendations for immediate consideration. Some of them are combinations of some of Kone's recommendations that we thought made sense. And from our perspective, the #1 most important thing that we are the most excited about is a county community initiative to reduce denials due to failure to provide, which is one of the #1 reasons for denial. People have a really hard time turning in the verifying paperwork that is necessary for enrolling in benefits. So this, it's been a long year. It's been very illuminating, and we have learned so much. And the members of the Social Services Advisory Board feel that this work is so important that it will be the primary focus of our advisory board for years to come, and it will be a standing agenda item. We look forward to working with HHSA and the Board of Supervisors to implement these recommendations. Thank you very much. Happy to answer questions. I don't know if we should stay here or.
Just wait till after the presentation, then
Gotcha.
board members have
Thank
questions.
you.
I'll call you back. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments and presentation, task force members. I would now like to review all the actions taken since the April 6, 2021 board direction. The chair of the Board of Supervisors requested that the SSAB establish a temporary ad hoc subcommittee called the Outreach, Accessibility, and Enrollment Task Force. The County of San Diego completed a competitive procurement process with SSAB members included in the source selection committee and awarded a contract in July of 2021 to acquire a consultant to support the task force, which has undertaken a comprehensive review of enrollment barriers and is developing plans to overcome these barriers. They obtained the input of local experts and advocates through an in-depth, key informant interview process with various stakeholders. And the SSAB has been providing monthly status reports to your board describing progress. The task force and Kone Consulting's preliminary initial findings were reported to your board on December 7th of 2021. And today, the task force and Kone Consulting's final report and recommendations are being presented to you. Regarding the SSAB task force and Kone Consulting's final recommendations, final reports, and next steps. Overall, there are a total of 30 unique recommendations comprised of 25 received from Kone Consulting, from which the SSAB task force consolidated and reprioritized these recommendations into 19 and added 5 additional new ones. Today, we are asking the board to receive Kone Consulting's final report and recommendations, to receive the SSAB task force final report and recommendations, and to direct the Chief Administrative Officer to report back to the Board of Supervisors quarterly on the progress made on implementing the recommendations. We would like to thank all the SSAB task force members, our community participants, and staff for their hard work and support during this last year. Chair Fletcher, members of the board, this concludes today's presentation, and we're available to answer questions.
Thank you. Thank you to all the presenters, the work, the task force, everyone who has devoted so much time to get us to this point. Let me go to board members. We'll start with Vice Chair Vargas.
Thank you so much, Chair Fletcher. And I think many of you know that this is an issue that's near and dear to my heart. I want to first say thank you to county staff, the consultants, and the task force for working so hard on this. I know there's a lot of time and effort that's been put into this. For your presentations. I wanted to begin also by acknowledging, I think it's really important to mention that there's 1 million San Diegans that are now enrolled in these benefit programs. And so I think it's really important to just take a step back and say that the need is really great, right? And so the pandemic, I think, has really, demonstrated that more and more people are in need of these services. And we have to do everything we can to make sure that people have access. But I also want to say that during a really difficult time in our county, we were able to increase participation since February 2020 to 316,000 individuals. And I want to make sure we highlight that because during a time when it was very difficult for a lot of folks to get resources, and there, we were out in our communities doing as much as we can to make sure that we were keep people were safe and healthy. Our county staff, many of them who are here right now, wearing purple, made sure that we were able to increase by 31%, right? The services that we were able to provide. And so I think it's really important to make sure that we highlight that, and understanding that there continues to be an increase in the net growth of applications and caseload month by month, with 29,000 new applications received in February of 2022 alone. So I want to thank the 2,600 self-sufficiency staff that have done and continue to do amazing work every day. And like I said, it's important to make sure that we highlight that work, because these are the most vulnerable residents that need these that are accessing these really critical services during a really critical time. And so I want to say thank you for the work. Today's report and recommendations are a great first step in continuing to improve access to critical safety net programs for all San Diegans. I think the task force final report and recommendations will enable the county to better understand the root causes for under-enrollment in its assistance programs. I also want to credit the fact that a lot of the ability to increase enrollment was because we also made a lot of changes in state government, so that, and that's, I think, that one positive thing that happened in the pandemic, that we were able to think outside the box. And so if you think about how people were able to access resources, it wasn't the same way that we've been doing it for a long, long time. And so I think it's really important to mention that, because as we're going back to the way we were doing things, I think it's important to make sure that we don't do things the way we used to do things, right? If that makes sense. And so for me, it's really important that new strategies identify that we're moving forward, identify how we ensure qualifying individuals and families are also able to easily access available services and benefits regardless of their race, ethnicity, national origin, religion, gender identity, or sexual orientation, without necessary barriers. And then one of those recommendations that I think stood out to me was the regard to addressing language barriers and procure improved translation services. I did want to highlight something that I think is really important. I think, the committee highlighted this under the specifically for this particular issue, but I think both Supervisor Anderson and I, under the Transparency Subcommittee, are working on this issue so that this becomes an institutional issue that we address as a county, right? And so I want to make sure that we're not addressing just putting Band-Aids into some of these programs, and we're addressing them that way. I think this board is really dedicated to making institutional change, and it's long-term change. And so I want to make sure that folks understand that we hear you loud and clear, but we're trying to make these changes so that they're institutional changes for the county as a whole and not just for specific programs. And so I believe that as a government entity that serves as a safety net for many of our residents, it is critical that translation services are readily available, and not just for self-sufficiency programs, but for across the programs and programs as well. So we're going to continue to do that work as we move forward. And then in addition to those recommendations, I really do want to acknowledge that legislative changes are needed at the state and federal level to further reduce the barriers to enrollment. And I want to highlight that I was just in DC and really emphasize the importance of, many of our military families in our county are left out of the Calfresh program because their housing stipend counts are part of their income, making them ineligible for this program. And so the truth is that without legislative changes at both the state and federal level, even after we adopt these recommendations, it's still going to exclude them from access to these assistance, from being eligible for some of our programs. And so I think it's really important that we do everything we can to advocate at the federal and state level. And then last but not least, the issue of public charge. The rhetoric from the national level for the last previous administration at the national level really hurt our communities. And so I think it's our responsibility to make sure that we do everything in our power. And it was mentioned from both the consultants and the community organizations and the task force that public charge is a huge issue, right? The truth is that many in our community are still scared, and it's a real fear that prevents many of our most vulnerable populations from accessing these critical services. So I think it's really important that as the county continues to work, that we really identify who our trusted messengers are in the community to dispel any of the misinformation about public charge. not only myself, but other members in the community who are trusted messengers to be part of that. So overall, I'm really pleased to support today's recommendations. I'm really looking forward to working with county staff to implement the recommendations as well as seeking the necessary legislative remedies to remove barriers and make the services more accessible. And again, I want to thank the community and all of the stakeholders who have put so much time and effort into the work over the last year. I think this is only the beginning, and I really appreciate that you're going to be coming back on a quarterly basis, because this is something that we have to, this is institutional change, and institutional change doesn't happen overnight. So with that, I'd like to make a motion, and it was on the screen because I didn't write it down. So the motion based on the recommendation from staff. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. I'm happy to second that. Let me call the public speakers, and then we'll come back and go to Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 32 requests to speak on item 19, 10 in person, and 22 by phone. Also note for the record that we received 23 e-comments, 22 of those in favor. Any members of the public that requested to speak on item 19 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with our in-person speakers. We'll begin with those in favor of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. You may come forward in any order. I'll be calling you in groups of 5, so please listen for your name. Nathan Woolman, Tim Macedo, Jan Splendy, Mauricio Medina, Amanda Scholes-Bracu, and Tamara Watson-Foster. If I've called your name, please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. Please state your name for the audio record.
Thank you. My name is Nathan Woolman, and I'm Vice President of SEIU Local 221 and a Self-Sufficiency Services employee for about 14 years now. First, I'd like to express gratitude for the hard work of the supervisors, the Social Services Advisory Board, and county staff during this important review of our work. This trailblazing effort has heard the voices of recipients, community organizations, and crucially, the workers who administer these programs. It's important that we begin to hold ourselves as the administrators of these programs to the same rigorous standards that recipients are expected to adhere to in order to maintain their eligibility. These are complex programs, and we will continue to express our support for removing administrative burdens at the county level and above. As we move forward, we also believe it is important to keep our eyes on improving the best practices to get and keep eligible residents enrolled. As such, today you will hear, or even already have heard, some of the voices of my coworkers raising concerns about the problems they continue to experience. We must continue to listen to these voices as we begin to implement changes based on what we have learned in this process. We will not succeed if we don't make sure that our workers have the time, tools, and expertise they need to do their jobs. As such, we stand ready and to continue to inform and assist with the implementation. So just thank you again for this important undertaking.
Next speaker, please.
Chair Fletcher, board members, my name is Tim Macedo, and I am an active member of SEIU Local 221. I have worked as a human service specialist for 5 years now. I want to thank Supervisor Lawson-Remer for sponsoring such an important community topic. I also support the study's recommendations brought before you today. I will say there have been improvements in services the past 2 years. The increased use of telephonic signatures, the increased use of apps such as the work number, and greater use of staff time to assist customers with missing paperwork. Enhance both customer service as well as access for services. Can we do better? Yes. However, increasing services to the public comes at a cost. As staff spend more time assisting the public, a task that previously took 20 to 30 minutes now takes 45. This is in part due to our actions to better serve our customers, but also the new requirements implemented to document and verify our actions. But as the time that it takes to complete tasks have increased, our assigned tasks have not decreased. A perfect example of this is today, while I'm speaking before you, I will not be assigned a caseload, but I can expect when I go back to the office to be assigned 10 to 15 tasks to complete. Each task takes 15, 30, 45 minutes to complete. These increased caseloads have a negative effect on customer service and, more important, accessibility to our services. Is throwing more staff at the problem the solution? Of course not. But recruiting a high-quality pool of candidates who are properly trained and who are paid an equitable wage is.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Fletcher, Vice Chair Vargas, and Board of Supervisors. My name is Mauricio Medina, and I'm the Public Affairs Manager for the San Diego Hunger Coalition. In my role, I help facilitate a county-wide network dedicated to clearing the obstacles and driving government policies to make food assistance programs work better for everyone. And while there are many state and federal changes needed and are necessary, the SSAB's top 9 recommendations before you today provide concrete steps for the county to take to help make it easier for San Diegans who are struggling to meet their most basic needs, get the resources they need quickly and in a dignified manner. I ask you to reaffirm your previous unanimous commitment to making the county work for all and accept the SSAB's top 9 recommendations and continue to work with the community to monitor the implementation of these recommendations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Jan Spenceley, San Diegans for Healthcare Coverage. I'm a member of the SSAB and the Enrollment Task Force, as you heard before. There's just a few points that I wanted to highlight. First, I want to applaud the consultants in our communities for helping us to identify areas where we could, in fact, improve eligibility processes. So we are hoping that you will approve this report today. Second, it's important to recognize that many of the high priority recommendations will require that we use San Diego clout. The consultants believe we have some. With the state to simplify applications and recertifications, to reduce the burden of verifications, and to create a community assister dashboard so that those helping the client actually know where they stand. Right now, they're working blind. Third, while the Enrollment Task Force project recommendations focus on areas for improvement, I think it's important to draw attention to the fact that the consultants also identified a number of best practices. Based on both their experience and research, they reported that the leadership changes over the past decade, including the makeup of this board, have led to an improvement in self-sufficiency, service delivery, and organizational culture. Finally, as a longtime consumer advocate who works with others across the state, we've got to note that we're blessed in San Diego. We're blessed with you. We're also blessed with a leadership team and services that others envy. We have empowered access line and a CBO access line that most counties don't. I'm always shocked. We have a willingness to have eligibility workers meet the community where they live through outstationing and outreach, as well as collaboration with CBOs, that includes clinics, hospitals, and community-based organizations, to address issues across the board. I'm someone who was here before we had this leadership, and I recall being embarrassed that San Diego used to promote barriers and not access. I'm happy to be here now.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll call the remaining speaker in favor of this item, Sierra Gant.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, good afternoon. My name is Tamara Watson Foster. I am a human services specialist in the self-sufficiency services right here in San Diego County. I'm here to add a recommendation that you probably won't find in the Kone report. And that is our opportunity to improve workplace culture within our offices. San Diego County has always implemented policies to recruit, retain, and promote by using practices that are fair, transparent, and equitable. I'm so sorry to tell you that I've seen and heard these policies being blatantly disregarded in several offices across our entire organization. Poor work-life balance, lack of accountability, inadequate training, favoritism, even retaliation. These are all things that are not simply present in our offices, they are rampant, they're widespread, they're considered to be the norm. We can fix this. We can fix this without hiring extra consulting firms, without creating new task force. All we need to do is listen to our staff and act on what is revealed. I urge you, address these issues with specific and measurable solutions, effective programs, and zero tolerance for ethical noncompliance. With your support, we can become a thriving workforce. Without it, we will not survive. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Schultz-Brochu, and I'm the Chief Program Officer with the San Diego Hunger Coalition. I'd just like to thank the Board of Supervisors for this really timely conversation. You know, at the moment when the County of San Diego has been identified as having the highest cost of living in the nation, it's time for us to ensure that resources available to help people meet their most basic needs work for all San Diegans who need them. It comes as no surprise that in our polarized society, accessing or attempting to access resources can be both scary and shameful. This fear and shame can be all too easily reinforced when caseloads are too high and county staff don't have the time, resources, or culture of support needed to be able to prioritize access. Seemingly small things like having compassionate conversations, meeting people where they're at, helping individuals take those extra steps that are needed to turn in the paperwork that we've heard so much about this afternoon as being critical to accessing benefits, can easily be lost to processing time and error rates. I've been fortunate enough to be a part of the enrollment task force and participate in the focus groups, listening sessions, and conversations that have led to the recommendations that are before you this afternoon. And collectively, we've identified, I think, really promising opportunities to take immediate actions on improving the way that the county delivers its services. I truly believe that with further community input, these recommendations have the capacity to really further strengthen the culture of public assistance in our county and create a pathway towards equitable access for all. I'd like to thank you for your time and urge you to approve the recommendations. Thank you.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the speakers in opposition to this item, Audra and Jason Robo.
My name is Sierra Gant, and I'm a steward with SEIU 221 Local and a San Diego County employee for HHSA, Health and Human Service Agency, at North Inland Family Resource Center as a senior office assistant. And I'm here representing the Self-Sufficiency Services clerical classification. Although Self-Sufficiency is doing an amazing job providing benefits to the community, we are currently experiencing high workloads and have experienced a decline in workforce due to the staffing shortage, retirements, promotions, or employees leaving the county. The clerical classification is the foundation of the County of San Diego. HSS, Human Service Specialists, determine the benefits, but clerical's role is to provide assistance to the functions needed for all HSS to receive workload prior to the determination and assistance to all community members. We need more quality staff to continue to provide excellent service to the community members. And I do want to take the time to thank the board for your continued support as we ask you to implement the study's recommendations in order to assist the potential rise in workload for the self-sufficiency staff across the county. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Audra, so I just think it's interesting that you guys always want to offer public assistance to things where it's like, we're going to increase access and enrollment to self-sufficiency programs without barriers. COVID created increase in the number of residents who dropped or depend on help to combat food insecurities, lack of access to adequate health care, and unemployment. I mean, You know, the COVID policies created all of that. So you're always like, let's help mitigate that. How about you stop with all the policies? I mean, adequate health care, nobody can go in and actually get adequate health care because they're being denied that if they're not vaccinated. So, I mean, there you go. And under and unemployed, that's your fault. I mean, if people don't want to be vaccinated, you're going to terminate them. So, I mean, how about we work on that? And food insecurity, I mean, if you can't take care of yourself and you don't have money, I mean, you're creating a homeless problem here and you want to act like, I'm going to like see the homeless. And Nathan, you had this nice picture around a homeless man. Did you help him? Or were you just saying, like, I just need to know if you're homeless so I can put the number on the docket? Or are you really doing something? I mean, because we do marches around downtown, and actually the homeless population is getting a lot more intense. But HHS, I mean, it's terrifying because Wilma has sole power to decide things for people in this county, and it's all of your policies that are creating issues where people need help. So instead of doing stuff like that to create a program where you can help people, how about you stop creating the issues that need them to need help? See, Nathan, you don't even pay attention. Why are you in this job if you don't care about the people? Yeah, exactly, because you can't even answer that.
Jason Robo. Yeah, I think the people that Nathan might care about are corporate people, which aren't really people, but they're legally people, you know, because we ended slavery and we made corporations flesh and bone that don't ever die or get found guilty of anything. Like the Bhopal disaster, it killed, what, hundreds of thousands of people in Indonesia, you know what I'm talking about? But anyways, yeah, I think the policy makers really like to have people dependent on receiving access to sufficiency and stuff. They don't want them to be self-sufficient because then they wouldn't need a program. So yeah, get with the program, I guess. But anyways, biosustainability would be something I would promote. I said something before about victory gardens. I think that one thing you could do is take condemned buildings and neglected buildings in the county and convert them into community gardens. That would be pretty cool. And yeah, and it makes people happier to improve mental health, getting better food and actually participating in the process. Something else you could do with all the people you aren't going to throw into the slave machine that is the prison industrial complex. And yeah, the book I mentioned earlier, I think, or at least I tried to, was called Scale by Joffrey West. He did a great TED Talk. I'm not a big fan of those, but he has a good one up there. But it's pretty much about how cities have naturally externalities that create all these problems, and they're actually super exponential, so they're worse and regularly exponentially increasing in severity. And so a lot of the things you talk about curing, you really might only tweak it a little bit, but the city itself is flawed in that respect. So I think it's kind of phasing back. We have 3.5 million residents, and yeah, I mean, they get 2 minutes each? I can't even barely finish a thought. And you should be spending your whole week listening to us, but this board, I think, is more bored. Speaking of Down syndrome, I think you have look down syndrome. You don't even look at us anymore. You're just on your phone, or I don't know, on Twitter, swiping left on public opinion. The auditor was more attentive than you were. You should be ashamed.
Now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll begin with our first caller.
Hello, thank you to the Social Services Advisory Board, the County of San Diego Self-Sufficiency Services, and the more than 50 community-based organizations that share their experiences and deep knowledge with these programs. To introduce myself first, actually, my name is Devin Tan, and I am the Calfresh Program Manager with the San Diego Hunger Coalition. Previously, I also served as a Calfresh Application Assister, and in this previous role, I helped hundreds of families and individuals apply and access Calfresh benefits. Today, in my current role, I facilitate the Calfresh Task Force, a table that brings together more than 40 nonprofit organizations to help people apply for Calfresh. And we also bring corrective action supervisors and managers from each of the county family resource centers. My fellow application assisters from these nonprofit organizations spend hours on the phone and in person to help people apply for assistance each day. And in the process, get to know them and their families. In many cases, they build relationships that last years and develop nuanced understanding to the challenges people face when applying for assistance. The prioritized recommendations before you today represent the input of hundreds of application assisters who work tirelessly to help people access Calfresh, Medi-Cal, General Relief, CalWORKS, and CAPI. I would like to also highlight that the 9 priority recommendations outlined by the SSAB directly address the issues that have been voted on as top priorities of focus for the Calfresh Task Force this year, specifically denials related to failure to provide paperwork, confusion around public charge, and language access barriers. From my own assistance experience, these issues represent some of the most common reasons families don't or fail to enroll in Calfresh. If adopted, the Calfresh Task Force and its partners are ready to collaborate with the county in strengthening access to available resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Gerrell, Gerrell Howard. I am a SEIU 221 member and 9-year employee of San Diego County HHSA Eligibility Self-Sufficiency Department. First, I would like to thank Supervisor Raymond for bringing forward this request to do an independent study. We also would like to we also are supporting the recommendation brought to you today. Over the years, and especially in the last 2 years, the work we do have proved to be life-saving for many in San Diego County. But there is still a large gap when it comes to serving the homeless, aged, and non-English speaking, where they do not have digital access or skills. This is why we're urging you to accept the recommendations and take action on those recommendations to close that gap. The report shows how behind San Diego is, although San Diego County have received many awards because of the hard work of all us county workers. Many county workers are in need themselves. We cannot afford to live here. The workload is overwhelming. We are losing great workers daily because of the pay that is so low, benefits that are too high, and the Tier D for pension. Workload assigned to 1 is enough for 3 workers. We need more workers. We need to be able to keep the best of our workers, get them trained well, and hold on to them. Please open for more jobs, for more workers to be hired to jobs. We approve the recommendation. We thank you for this time. If not now, then when? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from our next caller.
Hi, my name is Tiari Hamilton. I have been with the county for 8 years and 1 day as of yesterday. I am a voter, unfortunately, in District 2, and I work as a human services specialist at the Access Call Center, where just last week we received over 35,000 calls from the community. I'm also a proud member and union steward for SEIU Local 221. I want to thank Carol Lofton-Reamer for bringing the equity study to the forefront and allowing all county staff and the public to see the reality of how county employees are not making a living wage. I have colleagues that are homeless. Let me say that again. I have colleagues that are homeless county employees, and also other colleagues that are receiving social service benefits, including myself. Now that we are in contract negotiations, we demand a living wage to be able to continue serving our citizens with the excellent customer service that you all thanked us for just last week. Please remember that although we are county employees, we are also members of the public, and if the noblest motive is the public good, give us a living wage so that we can be financially secure and take care of our families properly, as well as the tools and proper staffing levels we need to continue to serve our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Thank you, Chairman Fletcher, Honorable Supervisors, and Ms. Robbins-Myers. My name is William York. I'm the President and CEO of 211 San Diego. I'm calling today to express our support at 211 for the recommendations presented by the SSAB Task Force to improve access to benefit programs here in San Diego County. As many of you know, 211's mission is to seamlessly connect people to resources, and we partner with the community to transform how people access help. 211 has a long-standing partnership with the County of San Diego and dozens of community partners to ensure county residents have access to critical services, including safety net programs like Calfresh and Medical Assistance. We strive to work collaboratively to connect the unconnected to critical services, and we understand the importance of having systems in place to help people seamlessly access the services they need. We are grateful that 211 San Diego is invited to be a guest and listen and share with the task force our own best practices and experiences, especially the experience of people who have applied for benefits through 211 San Diego. 211 San Diego submits about 10% of the Calfresh applications in San Diego County. 211 San Diego recognizes the work of the SSAB Task Force over the last 10 months that will streamline access to critical programs and reduce barriers to eligibility and enrollment. We're confident at 211 that the recommendations will aid in improving our community system of care and increase the ease of access for all San Diegans. By accepting the recommendations brought forward by the task force, our region will have the opportunity to reimagine a stronger and healthier service delivery system. As a longtime resident of San Diego and a community member, I'm proud of San Diego County that it's a reflection of its own leadership, and it's committed to consistently and continuously improving its delivery of services and access to our residents. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you. Now hear from our next caller.
Good afternoon. My name is Lindsay Wade. I'm with the Hospital Association of San Diego and Imperial Counties. We support the recommendations in this item. Before discussing the item, I want to mention something. The pandemic brought incredible challenges to our hospitals, and patient volumes were higher than ever before. Our staff were stretched beyond anything we'd had ever experienced. And incredibly, the Health and Human Services Agency and Eligibility Operations team kept our partnership on Medi-Cal and Calfresh applications functioning and was able to support very sick patients when they needed it most. This partnership is unique in California, and we want to recognize and appreciate the team at HHSA and Eligibility Operations for their innovation and support throughout the pandemic. In terms of the recommendations, even though there have been many strong improvements over the past few years, there's still room for improvement. We support the report and all the tremendous work of the Enrollment and Eligibility Task Force. The report recommendations include specific actions to make public benefits more accessible and reduce application barriers. Key among the recommendations is a collaborative effort to reduce the number of applications that are denied due to failure to provide. Other recommendations call for additional resources to address language barriers and better support the needs of applicants. Importantly, the recommendations also provide a roadmap for state advocacy to help inform and influence the new statewide eligibility system that is currently being designed. Thank you again to the SSAB, the Enrollment Task Force, and HHSA for all the hard work that went into this report. The Hospital Association stands ready to continue working collaboratively to ensure that San Diegans have timely and equitable access to the benefits they need. Thank you again.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Members of the board, good afternoon. Paul Downey. I am wearing three hats this afternoon. The first is President and CEO of Serving Seniors. Second, as one of the key informant interviewees. And third, as a former member of the Social Services Advisory Board. I'm here to support the SSAB recommendations. They build upon a solid foundation of customer focus that has permeated the eligibility team over the last few years. During my interview, I was one of those who attributed this to the proactive leadership from the board, county management, and hardworking frontline staff. At Serving Seniors, we have had outstation eligibility workers working directly with our case managers and our senior clients as part of our interdisciplinary team for several years. This has dramatically improved seniors' access and approval rates for benefits. During my time on SSAB, I had the opportunity to tour most of the county's FRCs and see operations firsthand. I was impressed by the customer focus, particularly minimizing wait times, either in person or via phone, and reducing the number of visits a client needed to make. Implementing these recommendations will make a team already on the right path, will lead them to even better levels of services. I urge you to support implementation of the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Marissa Bell. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Marissa Bell. I'm a social worker for Aging and Independent Services and Health and Human Services Agency. I'm also a member of SEIU Local 221, and I have worked for the county for about 10 years. I want to thank Supervisor Lawson Raymer for bringing this forward, and just to confirm, we do support the recommendations brought to you today. The pandemic has made it all too clear that the vital support that we provide as county employees to the most vulnerable has too many gaps. So we urge you to accept these recommendations to close some of these gaps. For me, the report is important because we need to make sure that the county employees have a process to monitor our caseloads and make salaries more competitive. Caseloads for social workers especially, they need to be capped in order to provide the quality of service and productivity that the county prides itself on. I know in my office there are social workers with more than 400 cases, and that just becomes unmanageable. Additionally, a few years ago, there was a hiring freeze that resulted in wage stagnation. We have yet to recover from this. Per the equity study that was recently completed at the county's request, I might add, when compared to our counterparts in other counties, we fall tragically short. Even when our individual work is compared, it is evident that we're doing more work for less pay. We want, need, and deserve to be paid for this work and not only brought up to an equitable and competitive salary compared to other counties, but the loss of income that we've experienced due to that, and the competitive salary compared to other counties, the lost income due to that wage stagnation should be reviewed, recalculated, reimbursed, and used as the new starting point for wage negotiations in conjunction with consideration for the cost of living, the rate of inflation, et cetera. Furthermore, the county needs to pay equity.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Hello, Supervisors. This is Crystal Irving from SEIU Local 221 calling in support of this item. And hopefully this will be the last time you all hear from me, but I can't make any promises about that. I want to thank Supervisor Lawson Rayman for her leadership on this item. And I want to thank county staff and the numerous stakeholders, including the San Diego Hunger Coalition, Center on Policy Initiatives, Interfaith Services, Invest in San Diego Families, and so many others for your deep engagement in this process and for creating the space for the county employees that we represent to give honest feedback about obstacles to enrollment for self-sufficiency programs. Today's report is important, but it is only the beginning. At the moment, we're unclear if this initiative is a success, and we will know in 1, 2, maybe even 5 years from now by evaluating whether we have moved the needle on enrollment numbers. SEIU is committed to being an agent of change, and we look forward to partnering with county staff and community stakeholders to dig into the recommendations and to make this work. Now is the time to invest in self-sufficiency services. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
My name is Barbara Pinto. I'm a member of ACE and a senior citizen. I'm 76 years old. Thank you so much for supporting these initiatives. I would like you to please have better trained staff. Better to have better trained staff than more people that don't know what they're doing. For example, I know you have nothing to do with the housing program. I applied for a rental assistance, was never told that there was a limited amount of time that you could get help. I Was told later on I wasn't eligible for 5 months. I'm now almost $8,000 in the rear in my rent. I'm on a fixed income. What can you do about something like that? I'd also like to say, please step up help for senior citizens. We don't have a whole lot of time to wait for help with food stamps and any other kind of help that we can get. I applied for Calfresh. I received at least 4 to 5 pieces of correspondence, and finally one letter denying me everything except $15 worth of help. I'm sure it cost more than $15 for all the paperwork that they sent me. Please take into consideration seniors. We need help, but we need help now. Better trained people, expedite situations for seniors, and thank you for all the help and support you have given us in the past. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Good afternoon. My name is Vanessa Ruiz. I'm the Vice President of Operations at the Jacobs & Cushman San Diego Food Bank. I'm speaking today in approval of the study recommendations presented today to help improve outreach, accessibility, and enrollment in the county self-sufficiency programs. I would also like to express my gratitude and support for the great partnership the food bank has had with the County of San Diego's Health and Human Services Agency. Over the last 18 plus years, I have had the privilege of working very closely with the County of San Diego and many CBOs to help educate and enroll families on Calfresh, and have seen many changes for the better. Currently, the food bank is feeding over 550 people, 1,000 people every single month through 500 nonprofit partners throughout San Diego County. We have operated a Calfresh Outreach program for over 14 years and appreciate the support we've received from the county to help strengthen our families' chances of being approved for benefits and achieve self-sufficiency. As a born and raised San Diegan whose family used Calfresh growing up, I know firsthand the importance of these services. HHSA has played a large role in working closely with CBOs like ourselves to ensure we're doing our best to enroll families facing food insecurity onto critical programs. As many others have mentioned today, families are struggling with the long-lasting effects of the pandemic and many other financial issues. These recommendations will continue to ensure families will have the means to avoid skipping a meal. Again, the food bank has had a long-lasting relationship with HHSA and will continue to host outstation county workers, attend monthly meetings to discuss ways to improve our work and share accomplishments in order to continue to provide families with the necessary resources they deserve. We look forward to continuing to work closely with the self-sufficiency team at the County of San Diego and appreciate your ongoing efforts to address food insecurity in our region. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I hear from the next caller.
Hello, my name is Sophia Haidari, and I'm calling to ask the Board of Supervisors to support this item. I'm also an organizer with the local nonprofit organization Youth Will and a resident of District 2. Too many San Diegans are food insecure and don't have proper access to health care and are struggling to make ends meet. The county safety net programs are critical for families dealing with poverty, especially for youth facing these issues. Too often in my line of work, I've heard a lot of personal accounts from young people who are having trouble accessing really vital and essential services. There are too many obstacles in getting the resources that they need. The Social Service Advisory Board recommendations provide concrete steps towards decreasing access and enrollment barriers, like reducing denied applications, eliminating language barriers, and increasing culturally competent outreach. Therefore, I urge the board to vote yes on this item to help make the county work for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from our next caller.
Gregory Knoll. For 49 years, I have been the CEO and Chief Counsel of the Legal Aid Society of San Diego. During the 70s, 80s, and 90s, before many of the speakers today were born, Legal Aid spent more time suing the County of San Diego than any other entity. The reason was that the county is where the rubber meets the road for poor people. The county was consistently raising barriers as opposed to ensuring that all benefits that people were entitled to were being received. I am speaking in favor of the recommendations from the consultant and the task force for enrollment improvement in county self-sufficiency programs. I do want to note the tremendous improvement over the last 10 years, which I think is due to the current management of the self-sufficiency programs, as well as the current leadership in the County of San Diego. I could not agree more with Ms. Spenceley, Mr. York of 211, Ms. Wade of the Hospital Association, Mr. Downey of Serving Seniors, and others that have spoken, and I adopt their comments as my own. The same goes for the only supervisor I've heard speak, Ms. Vargas. Supervisor Vargas was very articulate about the need to accept these recommendations. I couldn't agree more, and I adopt her comments as my own as well. And I thank the county for their best practices, for the hiring of hundreds and hundreds of new staff over the last few years. We have certainly moved the needle from 10 years ago, and I hope we move it as we go.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Judith Howell, and I'm calling on behalf of the Invest in San Diego Families Coalition in support of this item. I'd like to thank Supervisor Lawson Lamers for bringing this letter forward. The county safety net programs are critical programs for families facing poverty. There are too many obstacles to getting families the resources that they need, and the cost of living in San Diego continues to increase, making it more difficult for families to survive. The Social Services Advisory Board's recommendations provide concrete steps towards making programs more accessible and taking steps to eliminate language barriers. I also want to uplift the concerns raised by staff and advocate for staff who need the proper tools and resources to assist the residents of our county. I urge the board to vote yes on this item and to help make the county work for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hello, my name is Pari Medina. I'm from a group. I'm calling to support item 19. Many families are struggling choosing plain grain or put food on the table. It is really difficult to apply and qualify for food and medical assistance. Language barriers, understaffed in government offices, the complex and paper trail application makes process hard, going back and forth between offices. Rent, gas, food, and everything else is more expensive for low-income families. People more than ever depend on food, medical assistance to provide and survive to cover basic needs. For example, how come a disabled SSI recipient only qualify for $20 a month for food assistance? Lots of families got affected by COVID-19 when the main provider had died or is still recovering from the side effects, not able to work. Board of Supervisors voted yes in deciding to help access much needed assistance. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hello, my name is Maya Del Torre, and I'm a resident of District 3, and I'm an organizer with the local nonprofit Youth Will. I'm calling to ask the board to support this item. As you've heard today, too many San Diegans are food insecure, don't have proper access to health care, and are struggling to make ends meet. The county safety net programs are critical programs for families dealing with poverty, but there are too many obstacles to getting families the resources that they need. The Social Services Advisory Board recommendations provide concrete steps towards decreasing access and enrollment barriers, such as reducing denied applications and adequately supporting staff with training, support, and compensation. Therefore, I urge the board to vote yes on this item to help make the county work for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. And Chair Fletcher, that concludes public comment on this item.
All right, thank you to all of our callers. We'll go to Supervisor Lawson-Remer and then Supervisor Anderson.
Well, first of all, I also want to thank all of our callers. Really appreciate everyone's input and, frankly, everyone's input in this entire year-long process. I think it's been sort of an extraordinary shared effort of the community coming together with ideas about how we as a county can better serve our community, which is really, really vital. I also want to thank Cone Consulting. Certainly want to thank the Enrollment Task Force, Anahid, Jan, Greg, and Kira, who you all have just done such an extraordinary job, I know, with lots of thought and work and tough conversations, and I've been kept very apprised of how those have gone, and just am so grateful for everything you've done to get us to where we are today with these really groundbreaking recommendations. I know it has been a journey, so thank you for helping lead us on that journey. I also just as well want to thank all the guests and members of our county employee groups that have participated regularly in these meetings. And it's pretty amazing. We had 7,000 residents reach out to participate and provide feedback. Wonderful work on all the folks who did the work to get 7,000 responses. At that level of participation and input is just exactly the kind of, I think, public process that we need to make sure that we are serving the public. And I'm just so impressed by that level of rigor in our methodology in terms of putting these recommendations together. You know, I just want to take a moment to remind us and reiterate how many people this issue addresses or affects. Nearly 1 million of our neighbors are on Medi-Cal, and almost 500,000 are on Calfresh. So that really means that 1 out of 3 San Diegans are enrolled in public benefits in some way or another, which is why we call this effort Make the County Work for Everyone. It's all about making our county work for the hundreds of thousands of San Diego residents who are in need, who are in hard times, who face rising prices, who struggle to put food on the table and pay rent and make ends meet, and are able to do so much better if they just have a little bit of help. And that's what we're here for, and that's what this effort is all about. It's also, you know, frankly, about making it work, making the county work for the taxpayers who fund our work and fund the program, because I think we all have an expectation that public dollars are put to public use. And I think most vitally and most important to note, when we are not doing our work to make sure that folks who are eligible for services are getting those services, it means we are leaving money on the table from the federal and state government that we should be bringing home to serve our own community and serve our own residents. And I think that's a large part of what we're going to be doing a better job of doing, moving forward, is rolling back the red tape that has made it more difficult for us to distribute federal and state funds in our communities to folks who are in need. So that's just really important to me that we have done this work over the last year with our new board and with the partnership of my colleagues to transform the county and to transform what the county means to our community. So, you know, I know we're not there yet. I know that we are now at the beginning of a process, right? That we have these really important recommendations, and it's going to take a lot of continued work from Rick Wani and his team to begin implementing these recommendations. And I am really grateful for your leadership as well in driving forward this process and your commitment to ensuring that these recommendations aren't just recommendations that die on a piece of paper, but are really going to be implemented one by one, and 2 by 2 and 3 by 3 over the coming weeks and months and year, so that we can actually do the work that we need to be doing for our county residents. So I, at the same time, also want to take a moment to thank our dedicated county workers. A lot of this work is about making their work easier. You know, they have been tirelessly dedicated to serving our community through a pandemic. Often heroically facing enormous odds, and they have been leaders and partners in this effort of how we can all do better to serve our community. And I'm so grateful for their vision, their ideas, their creativity, and their dedication in figuring out how we as a county can empower them to do what they're here to do. What they came here to do, which is to serve our community and to give back in service. And so thank you for your service, and thank you for your leadership in helping us think about how we can help you do what you're here to do. So with that, I just want to thank everyone for this work and this effort. I am just very excited to see these important recommendations come forward, and I will be looking forward to our report backs as you move forward step by step in transforming the vision that we have seen shared here today, the collective vision of over 7,000 people throughout San Diego County, translated into a reality that benefits all residents in San Diego County. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. I have a couple quick questions. You know, as we went through the presentation, I wondered if, because I represent such a large rural portion of the county, if as they were putting this together, if anything struck them as unique or different between folks that they were reaching out to in the urban areas versus those in the rural areas. And as you know, Sandag, we partnered with them to bring broadband out to some of the more rural areas. They don't have any access to internet, and I just want to make sure, I thought it would be interesting to learn if there was a distinction, and I don't know who the best person is to answer that.
Supervisor Anderson, I think that representatives from Codename Consulting and our task force could come up and answer. So.
Thank you, Supervisor Anderson, for your question. One of the 3 focus groups that was held was held in Campo. With seniors from around the area, hosted by San Ysidro Health, formerly Mountain Health and Community Services. Another priority that came to the top is expanding the opportunity to do interviews remotely, more web interviews, which we know are really helpful. I know that your constituents still need to travel somewhere where they can get that broadband and get that access, but they can do that at San Ysidro Health, different sites, or some of our other partners out there. And so I think, you know, we, in some regards, this process was very deep, but also very broad, which, so I think we have more to learn about how to best prioritize communication techniques with rural customers, but your constituents are absolutely on our radar, and we made sure, based on some of your comments from when this first came forward, to ensure that we heard from your constituents.
Well, if you were in Campo, you certainly went to the people, so that's terrific, and I really appreciate you doing that. You know, I think that that's a very strong strategic partner. Mountain Empire made a name out there. They were the only healthcare for the longest time, and now San Ysidro is doing a great job providing that healthcare. So I appreciate you doing that, and I liked in this presentation the strategic partners of getting the message out, because I think that is crucial. I think that Supervisor Vargas made that point, and I couldn't agree more. One of the concerns I had, though, is in item 8, it talked about denials related to the failure of providing verification. And I don't want anybody to slip through the cracks because they don't have the proper paperwork. But then on the flip side, having gone through this experience on the state level, we just saw with EDD how some people defrauded. And we, you know, in our prison system, one person defrauded single-handedly over $10 million of EDD payments. Mm-hmm. And that frightens me because people in need, we have a limited resource, and when somebody goes and steals that money, they're stealing from the poor. Mm-hmm. They're taking away opportunity for the poor. And I look at our number of over one-third of San Diego County receiving. What are the protections, and I don't know who's best to answer this, what are the protections in place to ensure those in need are actually the recipients?
Supervisor Anderson, I can answer that question. So as part of the federal and state rules and regulations to apply for public assistance benefits, there are a number of requirements to identify individuals, their residency, their income, their general status, to make sure they're eligible for the programs. Many of the programs have an interview process as well, and then that process is done over through an annual redetermination each year. We also, through our data systems, are connected to other data systems to make sure that things like income or other benefits are identified to provide the correct benefit amount. And then when folks are not eligible, we send them a notice and we let them know that they're no longer eligible in the program. And so our system is very robust and elaborate when it comes to that process.
I know in my district, of all the people I've spoken to over the years, everybody wants to help their neighbor. And they believe in these programs, but they're also very concerned that somebody's not double, triple, or dipping 10 times and taking advantage of our good nature. And so I appreciate all your hard effort at ensuring the people in need are the ones truly getting it. I'm glad to support this today. This is you don't want anybody to go through without the social fabric of the community catching them and ensuring that nobody goes to bed at night hungry. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Anderson. I won't repeat all the comments that have been made. Just really grateful for the work. I know this has been a long process and long effort. I appreciate everyone's engagement. I know at times it's been a little difficult, but I think we've arrived at a point where we have a clear roadmap with how we move forward and the way we do it, and really grateful for all the work. And a special thank you to the workers who do this work every day, who exist to help folks and be in a good position to give folks the assistance and help that we're able to provide to them. And so we'll be excited, as was mentioned. This is the beginning now of the implementation of these efforts. And we will stay on top of it and really look forward to monitoring in a granular way the implementation of these recommendations. Before we vote, we have one additional public speaker who we inadvertently missed earlier. Our deepest apologies to the public speaker. Slips got mixed up, but we want to make sure we hear from our final public speaker before we vote.
I'd like to invite forward Iris Tamel.
Thank you, and thank you, Alan. Good afternoon. My name is Iris Trammell. I am a member of SEIU Local 221 and a county employee for the past 15 years. I work for the Health and Human Services Agency as a human service specialist, and I primarily work with the homeless population here in the Central Region, helping them to maintain their benefits. I am encouraging the board to have a more collaborative process with the workforce when doing decisions on policy and procedure about the work we have to do. After all, we are the ones who have to do the work. We need to also make sure that the county allows the workers to monitor their caseloads. And as a case curing worker, I am very aware of this. And to hire the correct amount of people so we can do the work without using hours of overtime and taking away precious time from our family and friends. We also would like to have salaries, benefits, and retirement, enough so we can all live well in San Diego County and not be stressed out about paying utilities, healthcare, and retirement. In self-sufficiency, I know we are doing the Lord's work because Jesus said in Matthew 25:40, when you do for the least of my people, you are doing for me. But nowhere in the Bible does it say we need to be stressed out and overwhelmed to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. On that very positive note, we have a motion by Vice Chair Vargas, seconded by myself, to approve the recommendations on agenda item 19. Please vote.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
All right, agenda item number 24 is time certain for 3 p.m. We need to give the staff a moment to reset and bring our interim applicants in for sheriff. So we will take about an 8-minute break here while we allow the chambers to be reset for that, and then we will take agenda item 24 at 3 p.m. sharp. Thank you all. the Board of Supervisors meeting. We will go to agenda item number 24, time certain item for 3 p.m., filling the vacancy of San Diego County elected office of sheriff. I appreciate everyone for joining us. I want to thank our 3 applicants who are here for the first of 2 opportunities for the public to make comment, for board members to ask questions, and for us as a county to consider this very important appointment. The individual that will serve out the duration of the term Sheriff Bill Gore was elected to. Today we are going to hear from 3 applicants who have applied. The interim sheriff we know is going to provide a critical role in providing stability to the Sheriff's Department and its employees, but also someone who understands the challenges that we face today, both of them increasing crime, the need to restore trust amongst communities that are policed and those who police them, and the actions we must take as a county in ensuring better investment in our retention and recruitment, our training, our rank and file deputies, along with the situation we face in our jails, which we spent some time on this morning. The clerk of the board is going to explain a little bit more about the process that will occur at today's meeting and then next week's special meeting. So no final decision will be made today. This is an attempt to hear from folks and advance some for that. And I look forward to hearing from the applicants and from members of the public who are here to weigh in on this issue. And I'll turn it over to the clerk for a presentation on the process.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. Members of the board, the item before you today is the first step in filling the sheriff vacancy. The San Diego County Charter provides the authority for the Board of Supervisors to fill by appointment the vacancy of the elected sheriff. The individual appointed will hold office until the election of a successor. Board Policy A105, entitled Process to Fill Vacancies of Elected Offices Other than the Board of Supervisors, details that process. On February 8, 2022, the board approved the process to fill the vacancy that is consistent with board policy and the charter. Today is the first of the 2 public hearings. This slide shows the timeline for the process. The application period began February 9th and were due to my office by Friday, March 4th at 5 p.m. Today, the board will interview all qualified applicants and select the finalists. At a special meeting on Tuesday, March 22nd, the board will interview the finalists and select an appointee. The finalists will be given 3 minutes to make a presentation. Then the board will have an opportunity to ask each applicant questions. Again, the public will also have an opportunity to speak. And the selected applicant will immediately begin the background process. It is anticipated that the appointee will be sworn in on April 5th. There are several requirements to apply for the sheriff position. Applicants must be a registered voter and a citizen of the United States. They must meet state law requirements to be sheriff, such as having experience in law enforcement. Applicants must not have been convicted of any crime that would disqualify the applicant from holding elected office. The selected applicant must be able to assume the position within 20 business days following the selection by the board. Applications were available online. The application required applicants to list their residence for the past 5 years, a written statement outlining their qualifications, and a statement asking why they wish to be appointed. Applicants included a resume and a statement of economic interest, or a Form 700. This is a summary of all of the outreach that was conducted, which included print publication, physical postings, and social media. Of note, we are also providing simultaneous translation services today and on March 22nd in 5 languages. My office received 4 applications. One of the applicants, Harold Turner, withdrew his application. He submitted a letter to the board indicating that he had accepted another position. The 3 remaining applicants are present today. For today, it is recommended that the board hear from each applicant. Applicants will be given 3 minutes to make a presentation. Then we'll hear from members of the public that wish to speak. After public comment, each supervisor may ask questions of any applicant. Finally, we will move to the selection process for the finalists. Since there are less than 5 finalists, the board may choose to advance any number of the applicants to the finalist stage. Any applicant that receives 3 or more votes will advance to the finalist stage. At that time, I will hand out ballots to each supervisor to make their selections, and then I will publicly announce the results. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you to our clerk. I think at this point we know the process moving forward. We will go to each of the applicants, starting with Mr. Ray and working our way down. You will have 3 minutes to make a few introductory comments.
Chair Fletcher, members of the board, good afternoon and thank you for this opportunity. I believe the role of the interim sheriff is to keep the sheriff's department moving in a positive direction, as efficient as possible for the next 9 months until the newly elected sheriff will be installed. I know we're a very large department. We have $1 billion budget. We have over 4,600 authorized positions, so 2,600 of those are sworn, 2,000 of those are professional staff. We service over 18 patrol areas, 6 detention centers, 6 jails. We support many, many, many operations throughout the department, and I believe if you were to select me, there would be no learning curve. Basically, I'm employed with the department right now. I know our people, I know our operations. I work closely with the County of San Diego, and I work closely with our current justice partners. Now, in terms of credentials, I have the 5 post certificates, including the management post. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Business Management. I hold a Master of Business Administration, and I was an honor graduate from the FBI National Academy for Police Executives. In terms of experience, I've been with the department over 30 years, and I've worked on an awful lot of positions. I've been a supervisor for the last 16 years. I've been on our management team for the last 8 years. I've been on our command staff for the last 5 years, and I've been on our executive leadership team for the last 2 years. My current assignment in the department as Assistant Sheriff is to run the Human Resources Bureau and the Court Services Bureau. And I believe, while there are many issues facing law enforcement today, 4 of the biggest: 1 is public trust, 2 is staffing, 3 is providing police services, and then locally 4 is implementing the recommendation from the JLAC audit. Now, I know that when we don't, I run HR, and I know if we don't have public trust, it's hard to get people through the door to staff. And if we don't have enough staff, it's hard to meet the mission that we have. So every day, my team and I, we work on those areas. And I would also like to say that I think as the interim sheriff, I'd have the ability to make a larger impact in terms of public trust and recruiting in those areas. Whether I get the job or not, though, I'm going to keep working on those areas. That's just going to happen. I would say that in terms of the JLAC recommendations from the audit, yesterday the Sheriff's Department put out a press release, and it highlights the updates of the implementation of some of the audit recommendations that we're doing. Now, I am a massive believer in community partnerships and community engagements. I've been pushing community policing for 25 years since I learned that back in 1997, and I believe partnerships are the key. And to that end, 2 years ago, I joined the NAACP. It was a tough time, but I wanted to meet, talk to people, share information, maybe start the healing process between our agencies and some members of the public. And it turned out to be one of the best decisions I've ever made in terms of a professional decision. I mean, this past year, the NAACP, they created a recruiting video for us to bring people of color into our department. And recently, they held a book drive. They donated over 2,500 books to be used by our inmates in the jails we're in there. And then we have a new partnership coming up. I'm working with the Urban League right now, and we hope very soon to have another partnership for recruiting with those folks. Now, I guess I would say in closing, I believe success comes from hard work, from training your people how to do their job, and strong leadership. And I know this job only lasts about 9 months, the interim sheriff position. But if I had that job, I think I could keep the department moving forward very well, and I can make a big difference in our community. And thank you for this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ray. Mr. Brock.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair and supervisors. My name is Eddie Brock. I've been in the same sheriff's department for 27 years, and actually my career of service started at the United States Marine Corps. I would like to say that my understanding of this position from the same sheriff's department that I came through, it needs someone to maintain the course that we're on. One of the things I would do, as I've done in the Marine Corps, I served on embassy duty. And as a young Marine Guard for the embassies in the United States Embassy in Yaoundé, Cameroon, Geneva, Switzerland, and Shenyang, China, we represented the United States collectively. Now, the entire staff supported the ambassador there, and my role would be to support the staff and to lead the staff here to keep the Sheriff's Department on course. From time to time, I'll offer certain rudder taps to keep everyone on course, but we certainly need to address the issues that were presented to us, especially the JLAC study and other things around the county that are facing other departments throughout the state and throughout the country. I'm currently sitting as the Chief of Police in Arvin, California, and I've completed 1 year there. And I can attest that the issues are the same as far as recruiting and retention, increase in crime from various sources. I think if I were selected as the sheriff, my teaming with the same people that I worked with for the past 27 years would help get the job done. My style of leadership is collaborative, and it's certainly something that we need to do. This position, I'm taking an ambassadorial role, and I'm ready for leadership. My entire career has prepared me to sit here at this position, to be considered for the position. I think when we work together, the institutional knowledge is still on hand, and we can certainly revise our ways of thinking, slight changes. I would offer a different perspective. Sheriff Gore is a legend in his own right, but he left quite a bit of that behind, so we can still take advantage of that. Working with the community is very important. I'm a member of several organizations that teach policing and continuing policing education. But some of the things that we're suffering here in San Diego County were recommended probably 8 or 10 years ago by way of 21st century policing. And those are things that are showing signs of ailment around the entire country. So it's not unique to San Diego to the point where we're in bad hands, but those are some of the things that would be addressed. I believe that my style would humanize the badge. It's very important that we connect with the community. It's very important that we drive these conversations, just as it is important that we listen to the conversations and then put our material out on the table. Pooling our talents will cause us to work and find the best solution, because after we both listen and speak, and then speak and listen, the common goal is right in front of us. I'm not afraid to take that approach, which may mean the Sheriff's Department or the public entity may change course. And when we do that, that shows that we are listening to people, and we're also working towards a common goal of public if for the county. If I assume this position here for the next year or just short of a year, we'll maintain. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Barletta.
Good afternoon, Chairman Fletcher, Board. Thank you for this opportunity. I was raised in a military family where discipline, integrity, and hard work were instilled values. My 3 children were born and raised in San Diego County, and I've been happily married to my wife for almost 37 years. And I'm thankful for her support of my decision to take this brief step back into the law enforcement world. I've lived in San Diego County for over 50 years, and I'm very familiar with the issues affecting the county and the Sheriff's Department. On the first day of my academy, Sheriff Duffy asked my class what our career goals were, and I impetuously stood up and said I intend to be the sheriff someday. I was quickly advised that that was somehow inappropriate to say, but I carried the nickname sheriff throughout the rest of my career, and now I want to make the title official. With only 9 months to serve in this interim position, there are a couple of goals that I would set for myself. First, I'll be able to address what I'll call the low-hanging fruit of the recent auditor's report concerning jail deaths. I know that the department has already begun to implement a number of the recommendations, and I plan to continue that work. Next, I'm a firm believer in the concept of data-driven policing, directing resources where the data shows there are issues. I played an instrumental role in bringing the first department's crime analysis manager on board, and I would make sure that department resources are directed where the need exists. I am the best candidate for this position for a number of reasons. First, I have incomparable depth and breadth of experience. My career was very balanced over the 4 departmental bureaus, ultimately rising to a senior management level position. My experience working within the department with a great many other county agencies and various communities across the county have demonstrated my abilities. The election period for a new sheriff is a challenging time within the department. This is only the 4th time the department has experienced a guaranteed sheriff change in the past 50 years. The staff of the department is dealing with the uncertainty of who their sheriff will be next year, and uncertainty in any organization can be disruptive. I can provide that firm hand on the rudder to prepare the agency for its new sheriff in January 2023. Lastly, I am very apolitical, having not made any financial contributions to any current candidate, nor have I endorsed any candidate. I have no intention of running for the office of sheriff. The current undersheriff/acting sheriff is in the midst of a political campaign that can't help but divert her attention from the day-to-day operations of the department over the next 8 months, and I can fill that gap. I personally know the other candidates who are with me today and consider them friends. I'm sure they would be capable of filling this interim role. What I offer is unparalleled experience with minimal upheaval within the department. I can provide the experienced, knowledgeable leadership that the Sheriff's Department needs during this time of transition. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all 3. What we're going to do now is hear from the public speakers. The public can make general comments or remarks. There's no Q&A back and forth between the candidates, but we do welcome the public to share your thoughts and anything you think is important. And then we'll go to board members who can ask a range of questions directly to the candidates. When we ask questions from the board, each candidate will be given an opportunity to answer each question. There will be no candidate-specific questions. They will all be for all 3 of you. So with that, let me ask the clerk to call forward the public speakers.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 10 requests to speak in this item, 5 in person and 5 by phone. Also note for the record that we received 9 e-comments, 3 in favor, 2 in opposition, and 2 neutral. For any members of the public that requested to speak on item 24 by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, and we'll start with those that are in favor of this item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and I'll ask you to state your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward Francine Maxwell, David Leonardi, and Robert Brown.
Did you say we can say their name or we can't, Chairman?
Oh, you can say your name. You can say whatever you want. You've got 2 minutes. You can say anything that's on your mind. You just can't ask a question and have them answer.
Got it.
But you can use your 2 minutes however. You've been watching our board meetings. You can use your 2 minutes however you want.
Got it. Francine Maxwell, Encanto resident, Southeastern San Diego, District 4. While I stand here excited about the opportunity for change, we only have one candidate in the community, and that's our Assistant Sheriff, Anthony Ray. And so we have a vested interest. We have a relationship. We know that the door is always open. Given our recent CPE report, he was able to gather other people to make sure that we can break it down by data. His door, his phone is always open. Even if he's out of work on COVID, he will still take a call, remind people, respond to an email that he can't answer right now until he's after COVID and he can come back to work. But we have had a wonderful relationship in the community. When you say 21st Policing, this is what he lives and breathes. Our community is better for him being there. Changes are coming. We need him there for the 9 months so that we can continue that train moving and a sense of urgency. While I respect other people's resume, I need you to understand the importance of things that are occurring. Uncomfortable conversations with sheriffs. We have 9 county contracts, and so he is the one that is coming to those different communities, organizing with us, because we need people to have a voice. As we begin for a very tumultuous election, we need somebody that's going to stay with us on the ready. So please look to who's already in the House. And I want to tell you thank you for not doing what we normally do in this county and putting somebody that's running as the interim. You showed courage. And so hand clap to all of you for that, because this is the time now to make sure that we do things differently, and the benefit is for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And real quick before our next speaker, just to amplify Ms. Maxwell's comments, the filing period has closed for this office. So there is no way that any of these candidates could run for sheriff. And that was an intentional effort by, I guess, with the incumbent being open. But by the time we appoint on the 22nd, it will be closed. And it was the to give the board the option to appoint someone who would not be a candidate to allow that to happen. So thank you. Thank you, Ms. Maxwell, for those comments. Next speaker.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Dr. Robert Brown. I've lived in San Diego now for almost 30 years. I came here from the University of Southern California, where I attended school there on a football scholarship. You know, I come here on behalf of the NAACP as its vice president, chairing the Community Criminal Justice Committee, the Urban League as a board member and chair of the Civic Engagement Committee, as a member of the McGill School started by the Reverend George Walker Smith as a board member. And lastly, I do research at San Diego State University in human factors, psychological risk. I met Tony, and I'm here to promote and ask you that you seriously consider select Mr. Anthony Ray. I met him, we were going out, we meaning the NAACP and some other members of the community, to meet with Sheriff Gore about some things that we felt that were critical. It was after the situation of what that happened back in Missouri, the awful situation. After that meeting, we met with a lot of people, and after that meeting, I'll never forget, Anthony walked up to us and said, look, out of all those people, he said, I want to get involved. I want to do something about this. I want to be a solution. Since that time, he has worked so hard and become so engaged. And most of all, he helped us understand what it means for community to co-determine what the future could look like for law enforcement. Now, I'm from the South, and I've seen a lot of bad things. I grew up in the 50s, 60s, and thank you. Please elect Mr. Ray.
Next speaker, please. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'd like to invite the speakers in opposition to this item, Audra and Mark Dorian.
Good afternoon, Chairman Fletcher, Board of Supervisors. My name is David Leonardi. I'm the president of the Deputy Sheriff's Association here in San Diego County. Today, I'm here to express our support for Anthony Ray as interim sheriff. Tony, as we know him, is the most qualified candidate seeking this office and this position, not only because of his master's degree or his rank as an assistant sheriff on the sheriff's department, but because of his knowledge, his expertise, and his commitment to our department and our communities. Tony has distinguished himself as a proven leader who's worked in every bureau on the sheriff's department. While there are only 2 people out of over 4,000 employees on the sheriff's department that can tell him what to do, Tony set himself as apart as somebody who treats everybody like a partner. Whether it's a line-level deputy, an elected official, a union representative, or even an activist, Tony always listens with an open ear and open mind. He's shown time and again that he believes everyone has something to contribute to our shared goal of making the San Diego County Sheriff's Department the most professional law enforcement agency in the country. Assistant Sheriff Tony Ray has the support and confidence of the deputy sheriffs working in our jails and in our communities. His application to become the interim sheriff is just another example of his selfless leadership. He's put himself into the public spotlight to do what's right for the sheriff's department and our communities. So again, please, I would urge you guys to support Tony Ray for interim sheriff. Thank you.
Mark Dorian, you've been completely negligent in your list of requirements for the sheriff. The number 1 requirement for the sheriff, obviously, is that he has the power to not allow any federal agency to come into our region if he deems it not in the interest of our community. Also, he's the one person who have the power to arrest officials who are not constitutional, who are perhaps telling people what they can do with their private property during a fire, or taking Sandag. It gives grants to the city of San Diego, but we're required contractually to agree to Agenda 21 initiatives, such as that the people will drive 20% less in the next 3 years by 2025. None of this was in the Constitution. Sandag was not in the Constitution. This was the purview of the sheriff to stop this kind of corruption, and you've intentionally excluded it from your list of requirements when it's actually the most important thing of all. At this point in our history, well, before 1913, there was no federal tax, there was no property tax. It was declared unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. And now we're so deeply entrenched with the federal government that it's absurd. And the one person who could have helped our community is the sheriff. I'm certain you'll pick the wrong one, and you shouldn't, and you should be ashamed.
As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll call the final speaker in person in opposition, Jason Robo.
Audra, yeah, so I see you sitting over here, Anthony Ray, and I'm pretty sure Nathan and all of you are going to pick this man because Todd Gloria and whoever else, Gore has picked you. But obviously the way you're looking at Mark, for the way he's talking, do you not know what the duties of your job is? Because you took an oath to uphold the Constitution. And the fact that you're looking like that means that you are not right for this job. This is one of the most important jobs in this county. And the fact that you think that it's ridiculous that these people should not be held accountable by you is actually a disgrace, because that's your job. What did you take an oath to do? Do you even know? But if you can't uphold your oath, what are you doing in that position? You will be a disgrace just like all of them. And you should be, your job isn't to police the citizens, it's to protect them, to uphold your oath and the Constitution. So if you refuse to do that, you should be arrested too. And the citizens have that right. The citizens are above you guys. It goes God, the citizens, and then the government. So if you don't know that, I don't know what you're doing in this job. And you will be a disgrace to the county because you're going to perpetuate all the shit that they're doing. And so therefore, I should, as a citizen, arrest you. And all of you, if you are not going to do your job, just like they should be arrested and be in federal prison. for the things that they're doing in this county to the people. People are being murdered by these vaccines. Do you understand that? Do you know there's HIV in them? If I was going around injecting people with HIV, I better damn well be certain that you're going to come and arrest me, but you won't do it to the rest of them. If this is a joke to you, you have no place in this job. I would be better than you, because I would uphold the Constitution and the oath that I took and know where my rights come from, which is God, and not...
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
You're a disgrace. That's fucking disgusting. I'm sure you'll be the one to be there.
Your outbursts are disrupting the conduct of this meeting. Please refrain from them in the future. It's your first warning.
Let's go.
It's your second warning. Conduct is disrupting the function in the board meeting. That's 2.
Jason Robo. Yeah, I'm also curious just how you guys, I mean, I don't know if this is like an unspoken thing behind closed doors, what your opinion is about forced vaccinations for the officers that are going to be under you and for enforcing those kind of things in the county. And I'm curious if any of you guys are oath keepers. I don't know if you're allowed to respond after in your comments, but those are my curiosities. And also there's a thing called the lesser magistrate doctrine, which is kind of like along the lines of what Audra was mentioning. Just like if you were forced to like say, we have to take all your firstborn children or something goofy, I don't know. Like you're like, the federal government doesn't have a right to do that, so you would defy that law. So anyways, defying illegal orders. And I just do think it is funny, Ray, that you're like pro-black politically and policy, but then you won't endorse or, you know, stand down, let Brock take the job. I just think it's funny. And then, yeah, the NAACP endorsing you instead of him, I just think is goofy, which, you know, saying that they're the colored people instead of people of color, I think is also silly. I just find humor in things as well. But I am concerned. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't know who dropped out. Maybe Fletcher, was it you wanted the sheriff of Nottingham? I don't know who that was. But anyways, it's in the documents. Sheriff has interesting etymology, by the way. Just a little tangent here, is royal authority in a shire. So, I don't know, y'all love The Hobbit, I guess, which is North mythology. Beyond the North Wind's a great book about that, actually, and how it's kind of got tainted by Hitler's, you know, obsession with it, made it all look bad. But, you know, there may have been 5 different waves of human civilization, and there was a bunch in the North, and that's why Inuit also have, like, blue eyes, and these people travel the world in their boats. It's trippy stuff. But, yeah, as for the all-seeing eye, that's, like, why in the Hobbit book that actually uses North mythology. And so like Sauron is a reference to that. And then anybody can check out the documents. David Weldon had a comment about Nathan thinking he's mayor of San Diego County.
Your time is up. Thank you. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll begin with our first caller.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please proceed. Thank you.
My name is Dave Myers, and I am a candidate for sheriff. I wanted to call in today and ask the board that in your deliberations today for appointment of an interim sheriff, it's imperative you ensure the following, that the authority of an interim sheriff should only allow for temporary promotions, not permanent promotions, and the Board of Supervisors should appoint no person who has supported any of the candidates currently running for San Diego County Sheriff. Many of the members of the Board of Supervisors support a sheriff elected by the people. The phrase used is not wanting to put your thumb on the scale this close to an election. If an interim sheriff who will only be in position for less than 10 months is allowed to permanently promote individuals, the people's voice, the people's choice for sheriff would have been immediately silenced. Change must happen in the Sheriff's Department, starting with honoring the people's choice for sheriff. Don't mute people's vote before they get a chance to elect a new sheriff. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Truth. Anthony Ray graduated from the FBI National Academy.
The FBI has engaged in way too many illegal activities over the decades, whether foreign and domestically. California and San Diego don't need any more federal trained interference. If it's true that Anthony Ray has been reimagining the role of the sheriff's department, then he sounds like the absolute worst choice for safety. Sheriffs need to enforce the law, not dream up utopian worlds and outcomes. Michael Barletta was hired by MTS to head all field security and enforcement operations. Well, security for all public transit options have and continues to be a complete failure. I do appreciate his avoidance of political contributions. As far as Edwin Brock, I couldn't find much information on him, unfortunately. But in his speech, he didn't sound horrible like the other two, especially Anthony Ray. The main job for the sheriff is to uphold the Constitution for the United States of America, as well as the California Constitution, and that needs to be the qualifying and deciding factor for the choice above all else. Now, just for fun, here's a quote from Nathan Fletcher on February 13th, 2022, the La Mesa Foothills Democratic Club. Quote, "I think there's going to be a new normal where we accept COVID's here. When I came in, I had a number of big, huge fights with the sheriff. We had huge standoffs, very public fights with the sheriff. I couldn't get any traction on things we were trying to do." End quote. So clearly, Nathan is thrilled that Bill Gore is leaving, so that he can get some traction on those new normal things he and others are trying to do.
We'll now hear from the final caller.
Hi, Paul Hinton here. Hi, supervisors, and hi, applicants for the temporary position. But with all due respect, I would say that there should be a group by the county and not just by the supervisors. That sounds like sort of a king and a throne type process. But this process should be transparent and open, and there's already a replacement. There is an sheriff. I mean, if there's no complaints about the performance of her duties, I'd, let her continue until the next county-wide regular election. That the county can choose from among candidates, read up on them, be thoroughly objective instead of this temporary appointment after temporary appointment. Thanks for listening. Bye.
Chair Fletcher, that concludes public comment on this item.
All right, thank you to everyone. What we're going to do is go to our questions. We'll start with Mr. Barletta first, and then we will work our way through in the opposite order we did the opening statements. Let me ask my colleagues. We feel free to answer any question. I'll kick us off with one. Mr. Barletta, we'll start with you, and then I'll go to a few of my colleagues as we work through these. How will you work to increase trust between the community and law enforcement in the Sheriff's Department jurisdiction, but overall, understanding the Sheriff's Department obviously has responsibilities around corrections and other things outside of just the incorporated areas? And then we'll continue down the line.
So I've been teaching for the Anti-Defamation League for the past few years, including classes on managing implicit bias. And what I'm trying to instill in all the officers that I present to on this issue of trust is that there seems to be a debate on who's going to trust who. I hear law enforcement saying that the public does not trust them, and law enforcement saying they don't trust the public. And so the only question that I can push back with is someone has to make the first move. And I encourage law enforcement to do that as public servants. So as the interim sheriff, I think it's my role to make that first move and demonstrate that trust for the community. And I think that's done through outreach to all the community groups and truly advancing community policing, but not as it was envisioned in the mid-'80s, where law enforcement was truly the big brother for the community, but instead listening to the community and working as true partners.
Thank you. Mr. Brock?
Thank you. I believe trust is earned. That's world-renowned. Trust has to be earned, and to earn someone's trust, you have to be accessible. That both people have to agree to address this issue and make yourself available to move forward on a common road where we have to accomplish the same things. So one of the ways to do that is being accessible. Typically around the stations when we were coming up, we still do coffee with the cop, and you have the sheriff or the local captains show up and you do community things like that. Those are great, but you get the same old usual suspects, so to speak. What I'd like to do is take that same concept and advance it by looking at the community and then see what meets regularly. Who is active? Who is acting out these things, these principles they want to see from public officials, and they have their regular meetings. We have NAACP was very well represented here. We have Kiwanis. We have all of those speaking groups. We have the high schools. We have the junior colleges. We have the universities. We have graduate schools. We have groups that regularly meet. My style would be to infiltrate their schedule. I would ask for time and make myself available, even if it's as simple as being president. My last command here in the Sheriff's Department was in the city of San Marcos. Very, very stable, well-run city, and that was the concept that we did. We went to where the regular meetings were. We pack lunch frequently because sometimes we eat on the go, but sometimes we just go buy a cup of coffee, or you buy a soda from the store just to go into where the people are going to make yourself available. So I think that's very important, and people get to see you as a person. On my introduction, I mentioned humanizing the badge. That's critically important because when I'm not wearing a badge, I'm tossing a football. I coach here locally. We're very successful. And you get to have access to some of those kids and some of the parents and then some of the families, and then you create a new section of your family. So I believe going to the people and living out your profession is very, very important. But again, it calls for you to be accessible. Trust is both led and you learn by leading and by teaching. Sometimes people come with their agendas, rightfully so. The conversation should be had, but sometimes it's driven in such a negative position that everyone gets drugged down into this unproductive exchange. And so I think as a working professional, as a responsible public official, I would take charge of that and lead it and make sure I listen a little more, but make sure we stay on track. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ray.
We on? Good. Public trust, I think, is the key. Everything revolves around that. I mean, for me, I think it takes outreach, it takes engagement, and it takes education. And I know I tell young deputies that every contact is an interview. You know, it's an interview from the public, it's an interview from internally, externally, what's going on. But we have to practice what we preach, and the leadership has to say, this is the kind of organization we're going to be. I know for me, every time I get any type of public engagement that I do, anywhere there's a group of people, I try to bring a deputy or two or three along, or police officers from another agency, or wherever it may be. And I try to remind the community that we hire. Law enforcement people are from the community. I mean, they went to our local high schools, our grade schools, our junior highs. They worked at Jack in the Box, McDonald's, they worked at Costco. They did all these jobs. They're just people. They're brothers and sisters, husbands and fathers, friends. We are human beings like everybody else. These are just people that have chosen to be in the law enforcement profession. I try to humanize the deputies to the public, but then on the other side, in the training, we have to humanize the public to the deputies. You have to realize that I'm there as a public servant, you're there as a public servant. Our job is not to be in charge of other people's lives. Our job is to try to solve a problem that's going on at the time. So when we leave a good taste in the mouth of people and they trust us. And I don't have the exact quote, but Maya Angelou said something along the lines of, people won't remember what you said and they won't remember what you did, but they remember how you made them feel. You know, and I have brothers that I remember make me feel bad or good, and the general public does the same thing. If we treat people well, they'll respect us for the next time, or the next deputy that comes along, they'll feel well. But one deputy does something bad, and everybody feels bad, and we go backwards. And this is what happened in the George Floyd incident. This was horrible, what happened back there. And I think it set this country back 40, 50, 60 years in terms of police trust. So every day, every contact, our people have to realize, you treat a person like a human being, treat them like they were your mother, your grandma, your brother, your sister, your wife. Be good to people, trust them, and they will build the trust back to you. And as an organization, you have to drive that message down, and you have to, what do you call it, role model that behavior in front of your people, hold people accountable that don't go that way, honor people that do.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We'll go to Supervisor Watson-Reamer, and feel free to ask multiple questions. We've got plenty of time here, important decision.
Thank you. I'm sure I'll ask one and now and many later, so one at a time. This is for all of our applicants. So it's just in a way a simple question, but it's not so simple to answer probably, which is for some of you, you would probably need to leave your job, give up your job permanently to take this position. And it's a short-term position, right? There's an election and it'll be filled in November. So I think what I want to know from each of you is, one, will you have to give up your job permanently in order to take this position if it was offered to you? And secondly, why do you want the job, right? Like, it's just a real short-term gig, so why do you want it?
Thank you. Well, for myself, that question affects me directly. Yes, I do have plans to give up the job permanently for a temporary position. The reason being is, I'll start at the top. San Diego County is a career opportunity for most in this profession. It's very well run. We had a great track of success, and we had 2 successor sheriffs dating back from Mr. Bill Collender, rest in peace, and to Mr. Gore. And the inner workings are in place, so we have a lot of opportunity to lead a good ship, minor adjustments, and then you can rely on the staff. There's a lot to be learned from your staff, and I'm sure some of you may know, when you're in charge, some of that institutional knowledge filters up, and it helps to position you in a great place. And that's what's available at San Diego County right now, regardless of who steps in this position. I know Tony Ray personally, and I know Mike Barletta personally. These 2 men are part of the foundation that make me here to where I feel like I'm competitive. I also know they can do the job. I'm here to promote myself in the sense that I've trained for this opportunity. I've been educated. I have a wide variety of experience. And currently, in today's time, in this context, I have a very different perspective, counter to the rhetoric, the liberal rhetoric running through the world that says government hates minorities. I absolutely don't agree with that. But both men, including myself today, has set a tone that talks about being accessible, making yourself accountable, building trust, and doing things like that. Naturally, that's who I am. I've been in fights. I've been in times where you have to fight professionally and sometimes unprofessionally. The point being is not all of those fights were necessary. And it's the same thing for institutions, it's the same thing for organizations, and it's the same thing for individuals who don't agree with your position. But there is something to be said about being the San Diego Sheriff, because you have a lot of clout, you have a lot of weight to continue maintaining, because it's the movements that we do organizationally is good for the whole. And that's what I would bring to this position. As far as leaving my job, I made this decision some time ago, and I have personal ties here to the county. My family still lives here. My son is a high school senior here. And so it would be best, I've invested in my career, and it would be best for me to come home and unite my family and enjoy the last few months before he's off to one of the universities he has an opportunity to go to. So it's worthwhile for me. It's an opportunity to come home, and it's an opportunity to reconnect and reestablish myself in San Diego County. Thank you.
I'd love to hear from
Okay, I have to say in full disclosure, because they've already said it, Eddie, Mike, and I are all friends. We've known each other for a long time. We get along well. And all of us would be happy. You would do well selecting any of the 3 candidates I think that are up here. Okay, that's off my conscience now. All right. I'm employed by the Sheriff's Department now, so this would just be a continuation of my employment with the department if I was selected for this position. If I'm not selected for this position, I'm still going to be working throughout the same time. I'm not leaving the department right now. I do have 30 and a half years on, and when next January I'd probably have 31 and a half years on. Then it would be, obviously, if I was a sheriff, I would be stepping off and retiring and making way for the new people that were coming on. But I wouldn't have to quit until that time, one way or the other. The why I want this job, I joined the Sheriff's Department when I was 30. I was almost 31, because I wanted to make a safe space for my family. I wanted to give back to my community. And I was born in Texas, but I've been raised here in San Diego. 58 years I've lived in this community. This is the only law enforcement agency that I cared to work for. I've lived pretty much my entire life in the sheriff's jurisdiction, Spring Valley, La Mesa, unincorporated El Cajon, Santee. I've always looked up to the deputies. I remember when the deputies came into the school and they had the green car, and they were like heroes when they were out there. I've never lost the desire to want to make a difference. And as I've risen in the organization, I've had the ability to work with people, help with people. At every rank, I seem to expand my ability to reach and touch other folks in the organization, outside the organization. And I would love the opportunity to run this organization, try to get everyone to just go down the same path, help other people, because happy people work harder. And if we treat people well, I mean, San Diego's unique. It's very unusual for one area, for all the law enforcement agencies to actually talk to each other and work together. So we work across the lines. And I would just like to continue doing my part. I want to run through the tape until I'm finished and do a good job in our community. And that's why I want the job.
So actually, I've been retired from the Sheriff's Department since 2015, and I retired on a Friday, and on Monday I went to work for MTS. Family tragedy necessitated that I leave MTS about 18 months later, and I am very happy in retirement now. But I've always had this desire to serve. I began as an explorer with the Sheriff's Department when I was 17 years old. I always had a tie to the Sheriff's Department, except for a few brief years while I was in college here at San Diego State. But the family tragedy that occurred, I'll just say that I have kind of, I'll say, recovered from that tragedy. And I still feel like I have something to offer back to the community. And so that strong desire to serve the public exists, and this is an opportunity for me to do that in a very sincere, deep way, but with only a 10-month obligation. And so I'm not looking for a long-term career. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Vargas.
Chair, so Los Angeles and San Francisco already have policies in place that prevent them from working with ICE at all and turning over any of their folks, right, to transfer notifications to Immigration and Customs Enforcement. And actually, SB 54 doesn't require us to do that anymore. What will you be doing in your role to ensure that Sheriff's Department no longer continues with that practice?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that for me, please?
So remember we had a forum on the Trust Act?
Yes.
And our practice continues to be that we continue to transfer many of our folks to Immigration and Customs. And so I'm asking what your position is on that issue.
Well, ma'am, I would have to absolutely research and see exactly what you're talking about. I don't think I could answer that intelligently right now.
Okay.
That question. But I will certainly be ready for that question if I make
All
it
right,
to the
that's a really important question that you should know. All of you should know, yeah.
So my intention would be to continue with the current policy because I firmly believe that there are people who have committed a serious enough crime that it's appropriate to turn them over to immigration officials. An act that occurred throughout most of my career and which would be concerning would be the field deputies taking it upon themselves to act as Border Patrol officers and calling for ICE enforcement on a contact that may not have even been criminal in nature. So that's an act that I would have to say I would not agree with. However, I do believe that there are inmates in custody who, at the termination of their sentence, it's appropriate to turn them over to officials.
Okay. Thank you.
As to the two-part question, I think there's two issues that really need to be addressed, and I think part of Mike's answer was correct. Deputies who initiate stops on perceived violations of state law for the sole purpose of turning them over because it's in his or her assumption that this person is an illegal citizen is
undocumented.
Undocumented.
Yep.
That's incorrect. I'm not familiar with all of the terms. They change so quickly. What I do know is how to treat people. That's incorrect. So pretextual stop in another context with state law is perfectly fine practice of the law. But for the purpose of merging in federal law for a person's status to move them out, that's not correct. We severed ties with those practices over a decade ago in the Sheriff's Department, and I'm confident that most other law enforcement agencies did also. As far as a person who's in custody, legally in custody, doing their time for whatever reason, the district attorney is also involved in this, and I think it's proper in the name of justice to turn a person over to be addressed in a federal arena so accountability can be held for that person who's guilty of some other violation, not solely on immigration, but the fact that another issue needs to be addressed. Lady Justice calls for that to happen, and it should happen. Justice should remain blind, and if the person goes from one custodial setting to another, regardless of their status, I think it's proper. And when the law is applied, instituted otherwise, I'll comply.
I have other questions, but I'll let my colleagues answer.
Yeah, I just encourage if the three of you advance, I'd spend a little time on SB 54 before you come back. It's a pretty dominant issue. It's had a pretty significant role in terms of what we do, what departments can by law do, what they cannot by law do, what they have discretion to do. We have an annual Trust Act forum. Might be good to kind of watch that and get up to speed on that a little bit. Supervisor Anderson.
Refer to my colleague, Supervisor Desmond.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Appreciate it. I have great respect for all three of you to not only to want to do this job, but putting yourselves here today, with your colleagues and your peers and competing for the same position. But and we've talked about respect already. We've talked about credibility within the community and things like that. One of the things that we've kind of touched on is recruiting and attracting more people into law enforcement. So I'd hate to have this 8 or 9 months kind of lag and then wait for the next sheriff or the elected sheriff come in. So what would you do specifically during your term to try to attract and bring in more deputies and more police, more people into law enforcement?
Thank you, Supervisor. During my career, I served as the lieutenant in charge of our Human Resources Division, and that was, I want to say, in 2005 through 2011. And at that time, the department approached the board and asked for funding to explore new avenues for advertising that hadn't been done before. I have that experience and would continue to do the same. I see that the Sheriff's Department is just now beginning to really branch out in their recruiting, changing up from the past practice of spending a lot of time on military bases and a little bit of time on college campuses. I think the department could do a better job of reaching out to the community and really doing face-to-face recruiting, especially in communities where we need to recruit more officers to represent the community. I'll leave it at that.
So would you implement that during your 10 months?
Absolutely. I actually think we're there now. The department, I think, is on the verge of losing between 100 and 200 deputies in these first 2 months of the year is critical, and it's only going to get worse. So it's something that can't wait for the next sheriff to come into play. The recruiting has to continue constantly to backfill. Thanks.
Yes, Mr. Desmond, thank you for that question. It's something that sits near and dear to my heart. I'm very connected to this particular age group, being that I have a daughter who's a recent college graduate at 23. My son is a high school senior. Throughout my time coaching here in San Diego County, I had an opportunity to merge with the families and the other coaching staffs, and I see kids get recruited to lots of universities for lots of sports. With that concept being a key part of all law enforcement organizations, particularly mine while I was working here, I was the benefactor of some of what Mike Barletta did by changing our recruiting tactics. My time as a personnel lieutenant was probably the first group to benefit from them full bore, having the billboards, the bus. My face was on the bus at one point, and we had different recruiting techniques. I think recruiting starts in the department, and all of the things we spoke about here today, these are philosophies. They're not static events that you achieve it and then you check the box. These are philosophies. We, under my leadership in personnel, push recruiting out to every person. We brought deputies in part-time to help the onslaught of applications and to get some time in personnel. They got time to become junior investigators. They got time down at personnel and at the academy to help out with the physical fitness test and to merge with their peers who may have beat them out on those positions. But it was a developmental aspect for deputies to come down. We made a concentrated effort to diversify our staff. We brought in more females, and all parts of the community, we were very active. We went as far as trying to go into different cities outside of California and promote Southern California by way of employment in the county. And we also made sure that the patrol stations understood what the phone numbers were. We had business cards. We call it swag, little giveaways, the wristbands. We lost recruiting. We lost steps in recruiting when we lost the programs like DARE and a few other those programs to get to the kids much younger. Law enforcement is such a key part of the community. We have to go everywhere. So that was what I would continue to do. I would remind deputies that they are peace officers, and we constantly represent someone else. We represent the entire county that we police. We represent this department, and we represent each of our families when we're at work. So everyone's going to know who's the cop on their block, and whatever the organization is, it's important. It's a very, very stark reminder of what you do. And no other profession gets connected to you, the person, with the profession when you're not even at work. And that's a good thing. It's a very good thing. But recruiting is philosophical, and it's a philosophy that each person has to carry forward. Under my time as the interim sheriff, I would encourage that each person practice that, whether you are a sworn person or not. This organization is important. This organization, for it to stay effective, everyone has to be on board.
So recruiting is one of the things that I do right now as the Assistant Sheriff over the Human Resources Bureau, and I certainly wouldn't stop. We would keep on going, and everything that they said is some of the things that we're doing right now. We know that in the past what we do very well, but what we did in the past doesn't work anymore. Going to the military bases, going to the colleges during COVID, all the in-person things stopped, and we had to find a new way to recruit people. We find out, like I have 4 grown children, none of them watch TV, none of them read the newspapers, they don't read magazines, they don't even watch online news. They live on these things right here, these smartphones. So we have to find the people that we want to find and find ways to reach the people here. So we've hired a social media influencer person to help us recruit, get the message, and get the word out to the people who are out there. And we're starting to build up our area, what you could say, our background packages of the people that are coming in. They're going better. With COVID going down, that helps us. We've been out of state. Last week we were in Nevada. You know, we're in regional Southern California. We're no longer doing the radio ads that you might see, or the TV ads, or the newspaper ads. Now you're going to hear us. I think our latest attempt is to go to Peacock. We're going to get 65 live streaming channels to go to the people, so when people are watching movies, shows, whatever they want to do, they'll be able to see our ads in those places. Now we're in the gyms, and it's amazing to go to 24-Hour Fitness and see all the people lining up on the treadmills, and they're watching our ad come out every 15 seconds. So we're in the DMV, where people are captive audiences, and they have to sit there and they see our ads coming up. And we're trying to find where are the people that we need to find them, how can we reach them? And in terms of, there's 2 parts to recruiting. There's the actual work of going out and finding the folks, and then there's the message of how do you bring the people in. And we do some phenomenal things. I mean, I had a person tell me once in a meeting that we have a PR problem. When I showed him our webpage and all the videos that we have of all the things that people do on our outward-facing Sheriff's Department webpage, it's phenomenal. And every week, we put together the community. We report to ourselves, what did we do this week? Where did we go? You know, did we help someone cross the school? Did we sell Girl Scout cookies? Did we coach a team? What are all the things that we do to humanize ourselves and let the public know we are real people and this is a great profession, but we don't do a very good job in the past of letting people know that. So we have to increase our public relations to let people know why the Sheriff's Department is a good place to go, and then actually reach those folks in the digital world as we're going to right now. We're still going to the Marine Corps bases. We're still going to the colleges. We're still trying to get the traditional methods in, because we need people. That if we don't expand in the digital world, we're going to lose the people, because this is where the 19 to 39-year-old folks that we're looking for primarily, they live on these phones right here, and we have to reach them in these phones. And I'm willing to sit down and talk to anybody any day, anytime, recruiting anything that we can do. There is nothing that we won't try to see if it works right now.
You can't just go to the Marine Corps bases, but that's okay.
As a Marine, you ought to spend your time on the Marine bases. I'm teasing. We're part of the Navy.
That's true.
It's the part that gets off the boat. Supervisor Anderson.
Some would say are allowed off the boat. So you're going to have roughly 9-10 months. It's not a big window of opportunity. But what would be your #1 priority? Today, earlier in the meeting, we saw an audit presented to us of what's going on in our jails with some recommended best practices. How would you address all this stuff? You're in a very, very precarious position in the sense that you have such a short period of time to make a real difference. So what would be your #1 priority?
My #1 priority, first and foremost, would be to remind the staff that I am a part of the team. My collaborative style of leadership, and coming into the department, I'm going to have a strong assistant sheriff named Tony Ray. So I'm confident that I can get this accomplished. We will have to address the report, because that's the most important thing to address at this time. So we can look to the division commanders and the bureau commander, figure out what the best way is to implement that. My understanding is we've already taken steps down that road. We have the support from you, the supervisors here, and we have the resources to begin. So it would be wise for me to take the role of the responsible leader, but the ship that really gets captained by everyone doing their work. I will ensure that they have what they need to execute the plan that puts us in a stable, solid position that provides humane and secure whole housing, so the citizens can move on through that period of their life without additional stress from failures on our part. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to make sure we knew that everyone's going to answer it.
All right. Well, I'm in a unique position. I'm already inside the department, so I'm already working on a number of things. But as a leader, I believe that you pay us good money to do a good job. I believe 8 hours work for 8 hours pay. I believe everybody should show up, and there's an obligation to serve the people that we're paying them for to do. I believe that for me, if I were the interim sheriff, the first thing I would do is try to keep the business of the business going. We have 5 service bureaus. We have many, many people working, and everybody has a job. So I have to set the tone, identify what is it you're supposed to be doing, and make sure people are doing those core functions, patrol, detentions, court services, the things that we do, those have to be done well across the department right away so there's no work slowdown. The second thing I would do is identify 1 to 2 major issues within each of the 5 service bureaus and try to start doing problem solving on those. And that doesn't count the normal forecasting that we're doing. I mean, we do a 2 to 5 year plan on where we are today, but where we're going to be down in the future. I can't say that in just in a 10-month period or 9-month period, I'm going to ignore that. We have to keep, the machine has to keep on rolling. We work for what's happening today. In terms of recruiting, I will tell you, it takes 12 to 18 months to hire somebody. We have to recruit them. They have to actually apply online. Then they go through the testing process, the background process. Then they go through the academy process and the phase training process. So from the time somebody actually signs up to the time they're off training, it's generally 14 to 16 to 18 months before they're an effective person on there. So 9 months, and I take the whole department that way. There's things that are happening, and that has to move. Obviously, in detentions, the #1 issue we have right now is the jail audit and putting those recommendations in. And a number of those were already started. And I don't know if everyone's aware, but we actually, the Sheriff's Department worked with the auditors to create a number of those recommendations that we had, because we had started working down the road on some of those recommendations before the audit actually occurred. But we would have to identify 1 or 2 problems. What can we tackle? What can we get done during the course of this time and keep the department moving? Because I think it's important that we have no slowdown in service. I mean, there's public safety is public safety. We can't take any time off. I mean, so that would be my goal. 1, identify what everybody's supposed to be doing, make sure everybody's doing that job, their core functions, identify some problems, and then work on those.
Thank you, Supervisor Anderson. So your question was my #1 priority, and that, as the interim sheriff, would simply be to provide leadership. The 4 assistant sheriffs, or 3 assistant sheriffs that are currently in place, have all been subordinates of mine at one time, and I provided adequate leadership to them when I was there. And again, I think, reading into your question a little bit, part of the Sheriff's Department has experienced problems in their detentions bureau. An assistant sheriff was just appointed, and she is very qualified to right that ship. So I view my role as the interim sheriff to provide leadership, and that's my #1 priority for the 3 very qualified assistant sheriffs to do their job. And that would be it.
Thank you. Each of you have had really long careers in public safety and public service, and I'm curious to hear from you of a mistake you made, a lesson you learned the hard way, something that happened at any point in your career, and what you took from that and how that changed you as you move forward.
Sure. Not proud to say a mistake we made out loud for everyone to hear, and I'm sure I'll hear about this again from some folks. But I'll tell you, when I was a sergeant, I was a young sergeant. And I was not happy with the performance of an individual. And I talked to another person about that person. And I didn't speak positively about the poor performance of the deputy. So about 5 or 6 years later, I was a lieutenant, and I was sitting in a promotional panel with the person that I had talked to. And at that time, I tried to support the person who I had a problem with before to getting promoted to the rank of sergeant, because they'd done a really good job. And the lady deputy that I was talking to said, "I thought you had a problem with that guy. I thought you didn't like him." And I realized, wow, a comment that I made 5, 6 years ago stayed in the mind of someone else. I have to be careful what I say, because words matter. And I had the ability to poison someone's career and hold them back. And it was very poignant to me that, oftentimes we talk, we say things all day long. And what may seem as something small to me may be something huge to somebody else. So that I realized at that point, watch what you say, treat people with respect, because it could really danger someone that doesn't deserve what might happen to them.
The one instance that stands out for me, and it kind of tied into the question that I received from Supervisor Desmond, and that would be the role that I was playing as the personnel lieutenant. At the time, hiring was so critical that we were approached by CNN, and I did an interview on why is it so hard to hire people at this time, and I glibly responded that it had a lot to do with the media. And they played that on the news and then broke into my interview to show a poor officer-involved shooting somewhere else in the country. I can shoot from the hip and speak rather glibly more often than I probably should. And so I learned at that time to be more judicious in the use of my words and to develop myself more in my relationship with the media.
Yeah, this is a tough question because it calls for us to have accountability of ourselves. It's probably the most difficult thing to do in your life. As it pertains to the question for me, I was about 2014, 2015 timeframe, I was the head of a task force, the HIDTA task force here in San Diego County. And I had a deputy. You generally get advanced investigators working those positions, but he made a crucial mistake, flat out crucial mistake. And this was probably a year after the shooting in Missouri, the Hands Up Don't Shoot group. Forgive me for not knowing the Ferguson, Missouri. And this person made bad practice of the law, and I saw it. But at the point that I saw it as a lieutenant, it had passed through a sergeant's hands. And so when I read through this report, I went through it 2 additional times, realizing how bad this was, and no one said anything. I said, hey, well, this is what happened. Did you talk to him? And the person said, the supervisor said, no, I didn't talk to the deputy. I read the report and signed it. I just glanced over it. And so I, in turn, allowed my emotions to get the best of me. I was hurt by the gross practice of law by law enforcement. I talked to the deputy directly. And this conversation quickly became uncharitable because there's no shortage of egos in the room, especially when I'm in there. You have Marine and Army going at it. You set that aside. You still had a supervisor, a second-level supervisor, talking to a operations-level employee, and I bypassed the sergeant who had the ability to act as a conduit there. I missed on an opportunity to develop the sergeant to handle the sensitive issue. I missed on the opportunity to get the deputy to comply and go back and right a wrong. Now, we made it right. We went and did all of the administrative things to make it right, but I lost that deputy. I lost that deputy who was previously a person who I gave counsel to on personal and professional levels at least 3 occasions. And I lost his confidence, I lost his trust, and I did that because I allowed my emotions to go forward. I was irritated by an objective wrong, but I didn't use my supervisor. So we can't pass developmental opportunities. That's very important for all leaders to use their staff to the best of their abilities. And even if the supervisor didn't have the ability, that was my chance to coach him up to help him handle these sensitive issues. All 3 of us had significant careers in front of us, but that's an opportunity I won't get back, but it's also one I'll never pass again. So that's it for me.
Thank you. Supervisor Wasserman.
Yeah, thank you. So this is a question that's not that far away from a question my colleague Supervisor Anderson, but I think is a bit broader. You know, we'll see in our in an item we're going to be looking at later today that there is, I think, approximately $17 million that's going to be transferred from one fund to the other to make sure that we can pay out legal settlements. Now, not all of these legal settlements against the county are involve the sheriff's department. That's certainly true, but a good portion of those do over time. And this has been a historic challenge that we face at the county of ongoing times where our sheriff department and our county is being under litigation for various issues and practices. And I was just wondering how you each would take action or not take action. Sort of what would you do to reduce those kinds of cases that end up in court with individuals who are seeking redress against the sheriff's department in the county?
Okay, so in situations like that, I think every person has faced them before, especially us in the uniform. These are philosophical points that need to be reminded. Deputies and police officers run around the state and the country, and we're fired up and ready to go. We all join this profession for different reasons. Typically, it's the stuff that makes TV shows exciting with the surround sound systems. The fact is we have people's lives at our hands, and our own health and welfare is at risk when you have to go after a person, right? We should remember that we are peace officers of the state of California. We're peace officers. Detective, investigators, sniper, all of those things are distant secondary to being a peace officer. It was heavily alluded to today and very well practiced by all 3 of us here, connecting with the community because we have to see people first. So what we do is we teach in the academies, and when the academy is over, and when advanced training is over, and when periodic annual training is over, these philosophies need to be practiced at each station. This is where leadership is active, it's ongoing, it's something you live. In a few previous questions I referred to not disconnecting from the profession and the person, because our profession, more so than others, or as much as others, affects people's lives, including our own. So we have to teach this as a philosophical point. It's not a checkbox, it's not an event that occurs and then ends, it's something that's ongoing. And when we teach them correctly, when you see people first, there's a tendency to avoid lawsuits and wrongdoings and claims against wrong practices. We have the technology, this falls under 21st century policing, we have body-worn cameras, we have abilities to bring the public into the scene, into our world, so to speak, and they have greatly reduced claims from the sense of egregious wrongdoing. And then the cameras are also showing that there's just some things that are still happening that could point to the person. These also philosophies can be incorporated in who we recruit. We're recruiting people to help people. We're not trying to find people who want to be a part of an occupying force. We're looking for people who want to help people. San Diego County deserves proper law enforcement, and we deserve to be stable, well-funded, well-policed, and we deserve to live here in a peaceable way. And it starts with everyone. It starts with training. Each supervisor, each leader, regardless of the size of the unit, can really affect the outcome of a day or even the whole country with what we say and the way we carry out our behavior that follows along with what we say. And the troops see that. They see the incongruency in what we say and what we do. And we have to be very mindful of that. We're people first. We can incorporate this philosophy into training, and then it goes on through our leadership. And our leaders, myself as the sheriff or any level, need to hold my supervisors accountable. That is key. It is key that we hold one another accountable. And when you don't join into the fullness of what it calls to be a peace officer, eventually we're going to be exploited. We can't allow a weak link in the chain. We have to firm that up.
I liked his answer. Just want to say it publicly. I have two thoughts on that. One, as a department, we can't allow misconduct. You cannot allow misconduct to happen. It has to be dealt with quickly. People have to understand that poor behavior is going to be dealt with, not accepted. On the second side, and I mean, when I say that, you can't sweep something bad that happens under the table. When something bad happens, it's like a family. Everybody needs to know you can't do those kinds of things. This is what happens when you do those kind of things. We can't afford to have lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit because there's too many other places where our funds need to go. So I'm saying that you can't accept misconduct. You have to deal with that as an entity. The second part is we have to build men and women of character. We have to, as Eddie said, we have to model positive role models. You have to practice what you preach. You have to walk the walk. You have to talk the talk. It can't be just a one-time, every 2 years, go to a class and hear about ethics and morality. It has to be a daily conversation or a weekly conversation, a monthly conversation. Leaders have to talk to leaders about that. I mean, there's lots of incidents that happen, and what we do in the Sheriff's Department oftentimes is we do a tactical debrief. Now, when a critical incident happens, and we talk about it the next day to say what went well and what didn't go well. But we also need to do the same thing with dealing with people. I mean, I can remember being a sergeant, specifically in terms of how things lead to lawsuits. And an event happened, and someone came up and asked, hey, what's going on? And the deputy snaps off the girl, hey, police business, go away, I can't talk to you right now. No, that person complained about us because we treated the person so poorly. All they wanted to know what was going on. All the deputy had to say was, hey, we're busy right now. Can you give me 15 minutes? I'll let you know what's going on. And then go back after 15 minutes and explain to the person what's going on. If we build a culture where we expect to treat people with dignity and respect, we'll do that. But we have to hold people accountable for not doing that kind of a thing. So it's a two-part process. One is accountability. The second is how we lead and how we teach our people. And I think you'll see it's like it expands. It's a little bit now, a little bit more next time, a little bit more next time. So we have to just keep building and building and building on top of that until we have less bad things happening and more good things happening.
The two parts that I think are important here, first to address, is that the Peace Officer Bill of Rights prohibits the department from possibly being as transparent as the community would like. But I definitely think that the department could push that as far as possible. even internally. So I remember as a commander attending Friday afternoon settlement conference with the county counsel's office and learning about what we've done wrong as a department and how much money we were going to pay to the person who was suing the county. And the message would come back to the department that we needed to do this type of training so that we didn't have this situation occur again. And then the training would occur, but that would be the end of it. And I think we could help by letting the community know that we're working on that issue, being much more transparent. And at the same time, I do believe that we could be much more, hold our own staff much more accountable. I currently do background investigations as a private contractor, and I'm privy to seeing IA files. And there have definitely been instances of favoritism throughout the past 30, 40 years that occur, and so deputies are not being held as accountable as they could in a uniform way. And unfortunately, we don't deliver that message to the managers of the department so that they know what the standard expectation would be. So for example, a lieutenant may give one person who has a DUI a 2-day punishment, and another person may get 5 to 10-day punishment. That disparity just creates distrust among the deputies, and it just creates more problems down the road. So I think by being more transparent with the public and our staff, we can work on reducing those settlements.
Thank you. Vice Chair Vargas.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher, and thank you all for your answers to all those questions. So I have a question specifically around the concept of promoting 21st century policing, right? And how do we promote that throughout all the bureaus of the department? But specific to that, or particularly to that, I want to ask a question. You know, we live in a very particular region, right? Our region, we are in the, not only are we in the border region, but we also probably have we welcome probably one of the largest groups of resettlements than any other cities in California, right? And so I'm wondering, particularly, how do you plan on making sure that immigrants and refugees in our communities and in this region feel safe and included in your role as sheriff?
I believe it's Mr. Reyes' turn to go first.
Thank you very much. Well, to start with, 20th century policing, we made that part of the curriculum in the San Diego County Leadership Institute that's sponsored by the DA and the Sheriff co-coordinates, and that's for police leaders. So that's sergeants, lieutenants, captains, commanders, state, local, and federal supervisors in there. And that's a core part, and we actually discuss that, and then we make all of the candidates, we're the candidates, we make all the attendees actually do a presentation on 20th century policing and try to get them to discuss exactly what you just said, how you can make that part of what's going on. In terms of making people not, so we've been implementing that for at least 5 years since I've been involved with that part. And we try to spread out. I mean, I would love to send 26 deputies every time, but we have to spread the attendees out through the region that's going on. In terms of making people not fear law enforcement, especially people that may come from another country and may not be citizens right now of this country, Sheriff Corps put this out and we try to implement. We treat everybody the same. You know, we're not immigration officials. If people are afraid of us, they're not going to report crimes. If people don't report crimes, they're going to be victimized more and more and more because people know they can get away with that. So we have to treat everyone we contact. It doesn't matter who they are, where they are. This has to be the patrol model, and this is the way I ran my patrol station. As a sergeant, lieutenant, captain, as a commander when I ran the bureau, and I was assistant sheriff. Everybody has to be treated the same. If they think they're going to be picked on because of who they are, where they come from, they're not going to work with us. So we're not going to be able to help them, and we're not going to know about other crime that's going on. So that's a culture that we're trying to build right now in the Sheriff's Department on our day-to-day business as we're going on. It may not say at every briefing, 21st century policing, but the concepts we put in on our daily operations. And that's why we train our deputies, and I believe we're making quite a lot of progress in that. I will tell you, 15 years ago, or in 1995, it was not that way. In 1995, when I was in patrol, you would arrest somebody, call immigration, and they would be gone. But we've changed. We've evolved over the last 27 years. If that answers your question.
I think the Sheriff's Department needs to do a better job of recruiting from communities of color, particularly for the law enforcement role. I think the numbers would bear out that up until, well, even to this day, that you'll find most employees of color in the department are in the detention's lower paid bureau. And I don't think that's the right way to send the message to the community that we're an equal opportunity employer. So I think it's important that people see representatives of their own community patrolling in their community. And so I think that's an area for work.
This question evokes particular memories for me when I was active duty here in San Diego County. One of the things I did while I was here, I saw, well, let me start first. You made reference to the communities migrating to United States property, specifically San Diego County. When I was in substation commander as Lemon Grove, I was part of a task force. And this task force was a compilation of everyone, all of the entities, the main entities there, and a lot of the social groups. The Grossmine College was represented, San Diego State, and the East African community. And all of us together with the District Attorney's Office, the U.S. Attorney's Office, we formed the Somali Roundtable Working Group. And the purpose of this working group was to assimilate, was to teach what law enforcement did at a basic level, because what we had was an influx of activity in the communities, adverse activity, by young East African men joining the local gangs. And we started educating the families that came into this country, and specifically our community, on how the criminal justice system works as a whole. So I was very happy to be a part of that. It was quite fulfilling. We got to learn what it meant to be Muslim, what Islam was, and we got to learn all of the deep running cultural aspects that are so far from continental United States. By the time we get some things, it's a little watered down and you don't know what to believe. We can hear directly from the elders who migrated to this company too. We understood how to come into a home and address issues without, say, being disrespecting to his role that's well ingrained in their community. So that was beneficial for all of us. I know it was for myself, as I was the leader of that station, and I brought those practices back to my deputies out on the street as we worked closely with the San Diego Police Department. As far as building trust, because this is the first pillar, I don't think there any particular order, but it's generally the first one listed for 21st century policing. You have to build trust from the inside and out. If I don't practice it inside, it's not going to work outside. I can't tell a deputy to build trust in the community when I don't give him or her a reason to trust me inside. And then when I say me, I'm talking about filtering it all through my ranks as I practice it, and then hold them accountable to behave in a particular way. It's a lot to be a deputy, but it's the best thing you could ever do. Being a part of this organization, we ask to bring the whole person, and we ask to build up the person too. So you have different incidents around the country where you see the absences of these practices. I referred to Ferguson earlier, and I'll point to it again. In this country, typically what organizations do post-traumatic event is we grab the person of color and we thrust them in front of the camera, we dust them off and say, hey, here's Captain Smith, and he's going to tell you how we're going to do right and we're going to treat you better. The fact is, we want to have those practices in place, and our Sheriff's Department has had core values, and we work hard to get there. We weren't always perfect, we weren't always successful in implementing all of them, but we work hard to get there, and we do promote our core values. They're seen in just about every facility. Now it's incumbent upon each leader to go and live those out. I felt there was some great disparity while I was there. I didn't rise through the promotion chain. I, in fact, complained about it in a constructive way, and I made some recommendations. We implemented, prior to my leaving, we implemented some of the recommendations, but I thought there was a little money left on the table. But this is something, and I'm using that story to say I have personal experience there, and it just made me work harder in this area. No time for complaining. It just made me work harder on a more constructive resolution for it. And I do give the department credit as a whole for making an attempt. I wasn't quite satisfied, but we are continually working in that area. But if we don't do it inside, you won't see it outside. And I believe we're the best at trying to humanize the badge and bring these practices from our department into our communities.
The situation in the jails has gotten considerable attention in recent time in San Diego. The state auditor came in issued a report. We had the auditor join our board meeting today. We had an extended discussion this morning on it. Which one specific recommendation from the state auditor report do you feel would have the biggest and quickest impact in the situation in the jails? I think, Mr. Barletta, you're up.
Definitely the recommendation to have mental health professionals involved in the initial screening. When I was first hired in 1985, we as deputies did the medical and mental health screening, and the question was, are you feeling suicidal? If the answer was no, they were allowed in. So we have progressed, and it's great that medical staff are asking, well, I'll take that back. It's not great that medical staff are asking pretty much the same questions that I asked in 1985 as a deputy. I think it takes someone qualified and trained in the mental health field to do a true, honest assessment, and I can't imagine that the cost would be that great. So I think that would have the greatest immediate impact.
Thank you. Mr. Brock?
Sure. This question, for me to address it in the jail effectively, I believe we need to push these principles out to patrol just as well. The deputies are typically called to perform so many collateral duties that are outside the scope of what a peace officer is called to do, and then we get blamed when we come up short for not being effective enough. So I think funding should be invested a little more to bring those screening professionals out into the field and populate those ranks that are engaging these people at the street level.
Which one of the recommendations from the auditor's report?
I apologize. I'm addressing mental health also.
Yeah, no, but I'm just looking for which one of the recommendations from the auditor's report you think should.
I believe the auditor talked about the mental health as far as population in the jail.
Okay.
And for me, the mental health aspect, some of those people may not need to be arrested. I believe when we do the proper screening, we can direct them to the right place. Sometimes they get services a little slower, or maybe the services are not as effective as they would be if they were in an institution that has that specialty, all the way up to including professionals with terminal education in that particular area. So I think if a deputy has to make an arrest, very much like a medical issue, it needs to be addressed first, and maybe we can go long form and address the criminal aspect later, which would mean you don't put the person in jail. Barring any heinous crime against a person, I think we should get them the proper mental treatment first, even if there's a delay into a well-earned incarceration.
I would agree with Mike Barletta. The number one, I think the most important or the most effective recommendation we do is to have mental health care providers, mental health care professionals doing the initial intake screening for the people. That way, when the inmates come in, or the prisoners come in, or the people that have been arrested come in, they can be evaluated to see if they should actually come into a detention facility or if they need to go somewhere else for the treatment they have. The board has graciously provided the funding for us to do that, and we're actively trying to hire those folks right now. I believe we're 51 people still short in the goal that we want. With the people we have right now, the additional positions in the new Rock Mountain Jail. But that one spot right there will prevent a number of the problems that would happen later on if the person were to come into custody.
Thank you. Supervisor Anderson or Desmond? You good? That's my colleagues, Supervisor Lestreamer or Supervisor Vargas? No? Okay.
My last one was, it is expected that a leader in a position of sheriff be a role model for employees of the department and those aspiring to join the department. An effective leader must have a history of upholding the rules of conduct of the department and the agency as a whole, including those rules prohibiting discrimination on the basis of a protected category such as race, national origin, gender, sexual orientation, age, or disability. 2 points to this. In your current or prior employment, was there ever a sustained finding that you violated your employer's anti-discrimination policies? And or in your current or prior employment, was there ever a sustained finding that you violated the employer's sexual harassment policies?
To both parts of your question, I've never been found guilty of violating a person's rights under those categories. No, ma'am. And I practiced those principles just about my entire life. As I got older and more educated, I understood them better, but I definitely have not had that ailment.
Thank you.
Ma'am, no charges, no allegations, no findings.
Thank you.
And no, I've never had a complaint made against me and never sustained.
Thank you.
Thank you. Final question. In your current or prior work as a peace officer, was there ever a sustained finding that you violated the law enforcement agency's non-bias-based policy by improperly arresting, detaining, or searching an individual solely on account of their race, ethnicity, religion, national origin, sexual orientation, gender, or lifestyle?
No.
Absolutely not.
No, sir.
I ask board members if they have any additional questions that they wish. No? Okay, well, thank you all for joining us. What we're going to do now, the clerk is going to hand out ballots to the supervisors. You can vote for up to 3. We have the opportunity to advance all 3. The ballots are public documents and will be available how each supervisor voted, so it will be a very transparent process in that regard. And so we'll have each supervisor fill it up. The clerk will tally and announce the results.
Question, process question, just clarifying how many votes someone needs to advance to the next round?
3 votes.
Just kidding.
Chair Fletcher will now announce the results of the votes. Michael Barletta received votes from Chair Fletcher, Vice Chair Vargas, Supervisor Lawson-Remer, and Supervisor Desmond. With 4 votes, we'll move on as a finalist. Edwin Brock received votes from Chair Fletcher, Vice Chair Vargas, Supervisor Lawson-Remer, Supervisor Desmond. With 4 votes, we'll move on to the finalist process. And Anthony Ray received votes from Chair Fletcher, Vice Chair Vargas, Supervisor Anderson, Supervisor Lawson-Remer, Supervisor Desmond. With 5 votes, we'll also move on to the finalist process.
All right, thank you all very much for joining us today and participating, and thank you to the members of the public. We will reconvene on this issue on the 22nd in a special meeting. At that point, we will repeat elements of the same process, and then the board will attempt to narrow down to 1 person to be appointed by the board as the interim sheriff. So thank you very much for participating today. We appreciate this.
Thank you. And if I could have all the finalists please meet with Ryan Sharp, our assistant clerk of the board. He's there to chat with you in the hallway about the next steps.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to agenda item number 20, notice public hearing issuance of multifamily housing revenue obligation bonds.
Move to approve.
All right. We have a statement we need to read into the record here.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. For item 20, the county has entered into a joint powers of authority agreement with both the California Enterprise Development Authority, with CEDA, and the California Municipal Finance Authority, or CMFA. Both CEDA and CMFA's mission is to support the economic and social development of qualified private organizations by assisting with the issuance of tax-exempt or taxable bonds on behalf of a borrower to finance certain public benefit projects. In order for CEDA and CMFA to issue tax-exempt bonds on behalf of the borrower, a local agency is required to hold a notice public hearing to satisfy the public approval requirements of Section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code. Today's action will provide CEDA and CMFA the necessary authorization to issue bonds on behalf of the borrower.
We have a motion and a second. Let's call forward the public speakers in this item.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 5 requests to speak on this item, 3 in person and 2 by phone. Any individuals that requested to speak by phone on item 20, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. I'd like to invite forward Audra, Jason Robo, and Mark Dorian. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I ask you to please come forward and state your name for the audio record.
Audra, multi-family housing, high-quality senior living. $50 million that you want to spend on that, and you only complete 1% a year of all of the things you want to build. So how long will it take to produce this housing? Will these people be dead by then? If it takes you 100 years to complete, like you do 1% a year of what you actually want to accomplish. So I'm just wondering, where's that 50 million really going to go? Like, are you going to go, oh, we couldn't complete the task like always, and then you need more money, and then these seniors don't even have any quality living facilities that you want to create? I mean, because you can never complete any of the tasks. It's actually a disgrace. And then you just keep throwing more and 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 more money into it. Whose money is that? It's not yours, because you wouldn't do that. I don't know, you did go buy a house, Nathan, up in Big Bear, right? How is that? Did the stocks do you good? Good to know. Anyway, I would like to take the rest of my time with a moment of silence for all those who died in prison the last 15 years. May they rest in peace.
Next speaker, please.
Hi. I know you guys usually don't reply, but if I could ask one question.
Could please state your name for the audio record.
Mark Dorian. Obviously you're gaining revenue from multiple family housing revenue. It might be property tax or something like that, I'm assuming. And you want to give up to $50 million to this housing partner. Is that for affordable housing, I'm thinking? Is that the idea of the agenda item? Yes, no, could I just get a yes or no on that? Is it for affordable housing? Is that what it's going toward? No one wants to say. Really, you can't say whether it's yes, just yes or no? Is it going for affordable housing?
The rules of procedure under the Brown Act and in public comment don't allow for a back and forth. I'm sorry. It's just an opportunity for the public to weigh in, and then individual board members can ask questions or comment when we're done, but it doesn't.
Okay, well,
so I apologize
then unfortunately,
I know it can be frustrating.
Sure. I tried to read, and I don't understand this well enough to make a statement then. I think affordable housing obviously could be a good thing if that's what it's about. But I know for a fact they built affordable housing in areas I've seen where there are houses for $300 less with yards that are completely better. So it's not so affordable, and it's smaller, and it's worse. And since that's an Agenda 21 goal, that doesn't sound productive. I don't like the idea of it if that's what it is. I wish I could find out more immediately. Thanks.
Next speaker, please.
Jason Robo. So yeah, this is interesting. I looked up a little research for the people this agenda item's about, and I found out that this guy, Colin Rice, who's one of the co-owners, I guess, of whatever BAHD or whatever it's called, RHD, got $15 million in tax-free loans from the city of San Diego, which the Ethics Commission concluded that that was no conflict of interest for Todd Gloria's chief of staff is actually who he is, and to vote on it, so that's pretty ridiculous. I guess it's some weird revolving door of political stuff with lobbying, or as I like to call it, a circle jerk. And yeah, not much of a conflict, more of a cohesion of interests. And before I've said that we have an issue with a staff infection, being government officials being the staff. And yeah, free speech is money, so corporations can just shovel money at you, and that's free speech, but then you censor us all the time, so it's pretty ridiculous. Great documentary on money, by the way, is called The Secret of Oz. It talks about monetary policy and actually how The Wizard of Oz was about monetary policy, and the yellow brick road was the gold standard, and the slippers were supposed to be made of silver, but they made ruby because it just ruined the symbol itself, but it made things look cool in the pictures. So anyways, check it out. I'm interested in if they're going to use sustainable materials to do this kind of thing, and I think it's ridiculous to not find a way to create a bunch of local business contractors to be supported by doing these kind of projects and support our local economy. And yeah, I'm not sure if these are multifamily or senior homes. I saw conflicting terminology in the information sheets, which are hard to read all of because you neuter the agenda that we're allowed to comment on, so I can't read everything if I don't even know I'm going to be able to comment on it. But yeah, so let's see. Yeah, I'm just kind of curious what they're going to do with this, because I met a guy doing rideshare, and he was just interested in taking care of people, so-called, but he just wanted to see how many people he could cram into a house to make money off of. That's why I see these contractors being interested.
Thank you. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll begin with our first caller.
Hi, Paul Henkin. $50 million for one low-income housing project is a hell of a lot. And more importantly, do we even know who the real borrower will be? Is it the Federal Plaza Housing Partners? Or Rice and Halesman Company, or just person. I mean, the board letter mentions all three. Are the finances of these, quote, related persons sound? I urge you not to issue taxpayer-funded bonds with unknown funding risk. I mean, suppose one of these related persons goes into default or out of business. Who will profit from an incomplete housing project? Anyway, that's pretty much it. Thanks.
Thank you. And Chair Fletcher, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Just to confirm with staff, it's my understanding this is an affordable housing project for low-income seniors. Is that correct? Item 20.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
I also just want to say that all we are doing here is we're the hearing.
Right.
We don't issue these bonds. It's just an opportunity for the public to come to speak to this for their own bond issuance.
Right. But it is affordable housing for low-income seniors.
That is correct.
All right. We have a motion by myself, second by Vice Chair Vargas. Please vote.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
Okay, we're going to go to agenda item 21, an additional notice public hearing on the issuance of revenue obligation bonds. I will make a motion to approve. Is there a second? Motion by myself, second by Vice Chair Vargas. I think we need to read a statement into the record.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. Just like with item 20, item 21 relates to the county entering into a joint powers of authority agreement with both the California Enterprise Development Authority, or CEDA, and the California Municipal Finance Authority, CMFA. Both CEDA and CMFA's mission is to support the economic and social development of qualified private organizations by assisting with the issuance of tax-exempt or taxable bonds on behalf of a borrower to finance certain public benefit projects. In order for CEDA and CMFA to issue tax-exempt bonds on behalf of the borrower, a local agency is required to hold a notice public hearing to satisfy the public approval requirement of Section 147F of the Internal Revenue Code. Today's action will provide CEDA and CMFA the necessary authorization to issue bonds on behalf of the borrower. With that, we have 4 requests to speak on this item, 3 in person, 1 by phone. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. I'd like to invite forward Audra, Jason Robo, and Mark Dorian. Again, you'll have 2 minutes to address the board. For the individual that requested to speak by phone on item 21, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you.
Hi, Mark. I like Rock Church. I'm Christian. It sounds like a good cause. However, 35 million is a lot of money. I don't see any explanation of what the money is going for. And without that, it just sounds pretty amazing that you're just like putting this up here and just saying, let's do it. And like, we don't know any, how well can we even comment on that? You should have a big, long list of what this is going for, what they're using it for, why. I mean, to just put this up there like that is ludicrous. What could I possibly say about it? I like Rock Church. Maybe it's all a scam. How could I know?
Next speaker, please.
Audra, yeah, again, $35 million. So who issues those bonds in Helen? Yes, you can. Nathan, that's BS. The Brown Act does not say that you can't comment. I mean, and you violate every other thing under the Brown Act, so I don't know why you want to follow that one. Let's make sure we follow that one so we can't comment to them. Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. So you want to, and like Mark's saying, the idea is nice. Like you guys want to finance, refinance, reimburse costs, construction improvements, furnishing and equipping of educational and community facilities. Like that seems nice. Like the things you guys bring up, it seems like that is cool. That would be neat if you actually did that, but you never complete projects. So you're actually like letting people down with every item that you bring forth because you don't ever complete it. So like if you were actually helping homelessness and you were helping the issues in the county, that would be great. And it could be like, oh yeah, you guys are good at what you do, but you're not. You just take the money and you're just like, let's just, take the people's money, not listen to them, but say like, we're gonna accept public comment and then we're gonna vote it through. I mean, people always ask, do you think that they'll vote that through? Why do you think they put it on the agenda? Because everything they do, they put pass, basically. It's not like they put it on there just not to pass it. But I mean, I don't know, I think you guys need to think about like, how about you complete some projects and then you can get praised for it. But until then, quit spending the people's money like you do. Anyway, we had a nice candlelight vigil this weekend for those who have died over the last 2 years, so I would like to take the last few seconds and honor them for those who have died from these mandates and everything else that you've done.
Final call for in-person speaker Jason Robo.
Yeah, so it just seems pretty vague, just like letting people create 35 million, whatever, tax-free money, I guess, would imagine. Can't answer my question, technically, you say. But yeah, I just did a quick little search and I saw San Diego Rock Church and scandal comes up. And yeah, there was a sexual battery lawsuit, 2014. So, I mean, who are you allowing? I mean, maybe they make a dungeon for their sexual victims so they're easier to hide. I don't know. 3 of 6 women claim to be victims of sexual battery and harassment during a so-called recovery program. Yeah. So you let them have $35 million nonprofit money. I wonder if the sexual assault is for profit. I'm not sure. Doesn't say they were sex slaves necessarily, but you know, I just looked it up randomly right before I came up here, so I can't really speak too much to it. But this is in Fox 5, and there's multiple other news outlets that covered it. Yeah, I mean, can you imagine what we could do with $35 million that could be better to help people? Like you say, you care about health, and then you leave all the fast food places open and destroy people's small businesses and make everybody stressed out and more unhealthy. It's really counterintuitive, but you don't really pay attention to those kind of things. You usually don't even look at us. Jim actually pays attention, which I appreciate. Joel a little bit more, but yeah, the Democrats, I guess, is foreheads are really heavy. I don't know, that frontal lobe, I don't know what's doing it. I like it when you actually look at us. It's really interesting to get engagement, which I think is part of why the online comment stuff really sucks, because I can't see how you respond. That's even if you're sitting in your chair like Tara. She's like not even there until you need her to vote. Pretty ridiculous. And I also find it interesting you conveniently lose my slips when I'm here for my comment, and online you cut me off in 90 seconds so you can't hear me. Pretty convenient.
Chair Fletcher, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
Yeah, real quick, and these things are kind of nebulous, I think, and so I would like to ask staff, next time at our next agenda, if that's soon enough, or too soon, but before we have the bond hearings, we have an explanation from staff on how these things work, and it's not really our county money, and I know they're each a little bit unique and a little bit different, but maybe we take these two as an example and explain to, the public, here's how they work, this is what it really is, this isn't, and why we're the body that has to hear these. And I think that would be beneficial, just a presentation at a future board meeting.
Thank you. Yeah, we can certainly do that. And I'll just share on the top of page 3 on the board letter, which is publicly available. CEDA is the California Enterprise Development Authority. They provide tax-exempt loans and leases for qualified projects throughout the state of California. The authority's mission is to support economic development, job creation, and social programs throughout the state of California. By assisting nonprofit corporations with various tax-exempt financing programs, the authority is able to support programs that improve the health and welfare of California residents. And on that same page 3 of the board letter, the county involvement, section 147F of the IRS code, requires an applicable elected body with respect to the project hold a public hearing and approve the issuance and delivery of the revenue obligations. The Board of Supervisors of the County of San Diego, as the applicable elected body, is required to hold a public hearing at which all interested parties interested in speaking with respect can be heard, and then approve the issuance of the revenue obligations. The borrower shall be responsible for the payment of all present and future costs in connection with the issuance of revenue obligations. So certainly in there, but certainly something we can definitely work to provide a little help on. So we are not the borrower. With that, we have a motion by myself, second by Vice Chair Vargas, to approve the recommendations in item 21. Please vote.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
We're going to go to agenda item 22, request for temporary suspension of state gas tax. This was an item brought forward by Supervisors Desmond and Anderson. I will offer each of them the opportunity to make any introductory comments if you want, and then we'll go to public speakers.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think this is with today, with lowering barriers and trying to make sure everybody gets the dollars they need. It's here with gas is so expensive, it's really kind of hurting here in San Diego County, and I think or throughout the whole state and the nation. But if I start looking at the realities, national gas average for gas is now $4.32 a gallon, but in California it's $5.72, and it really doesn't show any signs of slowing down. So our goal in this board letter is simply to ask the governor to give the money back to the taxpayers, their own tax dollars. Yesterday, there was actually a bill on this at the Assembly on this issue that failed, and it was mostly over procedural, how they were carrying out this bill or how it was being brought forward. And it was a shame it didn't pass, and it was basically a partisan issue, which was not, and quite frankly, this is not a partisan issue. This is happening and affecting Californians throughout the state, no matter what party you're in. But this, it's about alleviating some of the financial burden of the rising gas prices in California. So Supervisor Anderson and I are simply asking for a 1-year suspension of the state California gas tax. I think it's inexcusable to see the pictures of the gas signs at $6 and $7. And that's why I think it's critical that a temporary suspension of the 51-cent per gallon state gas tax be suspended. The gas tax hurts our seniors on fixed income, our low-income families, middle-class families, and anyone who has to drive to work. In my new district, there's over 2,000 square miles. It makes up over 51% of the entire county. So my constituents in District 5 are disproportionately affected by the rising prices, in the amount that they have to drive. And this is not about padding any oil company's profits. This is about controlling what we have and using a tool in our toolbox. Public dollars is for public use, and the state has at least $45 billion in surplus. And I think it may even be higher than that $45 billion. And the gas tax is being projected to bring in about $6 billion a year, which could be backfilled by this surplus and used to pay for the roads and infrastructure that's necessary. So why not take the $6 billion from that $45 billion surplus this year and ensure the maintenance of California roads and infrastructure, but give Californians a break during these financial stressful times. By using only 15% of the projected state budget, we can lower gas prices by 51 cents a gallon throughout California this year. And I admit this is a short-term solution. We need long-term solutions, I think, need to be investigated. But in the meantime, San Diegans need help. We all do. Paying $80 to fill up your car is outrageous or even higher. And I know the governor, he mentioned a rebate program, I think at his last address, but that may be available in May, and we don't have enough information on what that really is. But people don't have time to wait for 2 more months, and they're suffering right now, I think, with the gas prices, what they are. So let's put the money back in the pockets of the residents of California and San Diego County. And I'd like to ask my colleagues to take a position and send a San Diego County letter to the governor that we want to suspend the gas tax for 1 year. So I'll make a motion to approve the request for temporary suspension of the state gas tax. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. This rising fuel prices really crushing my district and a lot of my constituents. Many of the folks that live in my district work on construction sites. They couldn't possibly take public transportation no matter how they tried, because that's not how they get to their workplace. When you look at people that live in more rural communities, whether it's Ramona or Pine Valley, it's unfair to them to have these gas prices and expect to keep their home budgets together. Earlier today we talked about outreach for all the services that we offer for people who aren't making ends meet. This would keep many of the folks still in their homes. When you think in terms of we had all agreed on shallow subsidies for seniors. These are all the people that would benefit from this letter by not pricing them right out of their homes because they can't get to their doctor's appointments. So I think it's really reasonable. When I served in the legislature in 2009, our budget was $86 billion. Today it's over $280 billion. They have one of the largest surpluses in the history of the state. We can certainly, no one's going to suffer tax-wise by not collecting these gas taxes, but it will lift people in our community. My office and I received over 2,000 letters or calls from my constituents, and I don't know if the board got anything, but this is a really important issue. And I've heard some people say that the total tax is in excess of $1.26, and we're simply asking for 51 cents. And that is huge relief, though, especially for those who have to commute and don't have the privilege of swinging a hammer over video conference. So I ask that you all consider this and vote for it. It would be really helpful to the people that are the working poor of my district. Thank you.
Is that a second?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Thank you, Supervisor Anderson. I think the reality is not lost on anyone. You got folks who work paycheck to paycheck. They barely make it as it is, and then you go to fill up your vehicle and it costs you exponentially more, and that money's got to come from somewhere. And there's a lot of families that are making really awful situations around what else they have to cut because getting to work and back is not a luxury. It's not an item that they can do, or they're not going out to family events or other types of things because of the cost of gas. We also know that for working class folks and lower income folks, they tend to have the longest commutes because of the cost of housing. They tend to have some of the least efficient cars, fuel efficient cars. They're certainly not driving a $140,000 Tesla with the ability to plug it into their solar powered roof. And so this really is a very real issue, and I agree that something must be done. The concern I have and the suggestion I would like to make to consider adding to this for you two to consider is, one, we should also support the governor's rebate plan. It's going to come out, but giving people who drive a rebate is much the same. We can support both of those. Giving people a rebate direct back is good as well. Both are good. But the second is that we consider in a letter that there be some type of mechanism to ensure that the gas companies actually cut the price of gas. Because my concern in this is that the oil companies profit tremendously off of this, and you could come in and cut the gas tax and they could keep the price of gas the same or raise it even more. If there's no mechanism to say we're going to reduce 51 cents, what stops them from actually keeping the price of gas exactly where it is? And to demonstrate the point of oil prices and gas prices have certainly gone up because of global uncertainty and instability. But they've also gone up because they can charge more because they feel like they can. So when you have under the gas station the huge tank of gas, and on Monday it costs $4 a gallon, and then something happens internationally and the price of crude oil goes up, and then on Monday night they raise the price of gas. Well, that gas that's already been refined in the tank wasn't bought at the higher price of crude. It was bought months ago at the lower cost. The gas that was already in the tank shouldn't cost more because the president says we're not going to buy Russian oil. That should impact us down the road. When they go buy more crude oil, they transport it, they refine it, and they do it. But they don't. They instantly raise it. Why? Because they can. And because people have no other option. And they all magically increase it almost at exactly the same amount. And so I would just like to offer a friendly amendment that we keep everything that's in there, but we ensure that any type of gas tax relief would have some mechanism in place to make sure that the cost of gas actually comes down, and that we add a line in there that we also support the governor's rebate plan to help people address, and we can do an all of the above approach. So we can take what you brought forward, encourage them to find a mechanism to ensure that the cost savings from lowering the gas tax actually get passed on to consumers. And then the second piece would be to also support the rebate effort, which could move very quickly as well. The two pieces of legislation could move just as quickly. We both know that from our time there, and they could do it.
What I love about Jim's approach, and Jim led the charge on this, but what I loved about it was the fact that the people suffering the most who have gas guzzlers because they can't afford Teslas, they're getting a prorated amount back, where when the governor gives out a stipend, it might be the same amount to everybody, and yet that Tesla...
It might be, it might not be. We don't know. We haven't seen it.
Right. But we know for a fact that if the person's at the pump, they're getting the most relief for the people who most need it. Okay. So I'm going to defer to the original author, but I will follow his lead.
Well, I guess, yeah, I don't have any problem supporting a rebate. But I think tying it to a mechanism that we have absolutely no control over, and I think there's too many moving parts to know whether or not that's going to take place. And you're right, they could jack the prices up, and that's a risk that we have to take. But I think this is a tool in our toolbox of dropping the state gas tax and then supporting a rebate. But I don't want to tie it to a mechanism that we really have.
Maybe what we could do then is, if they are going to lower the gas tax, that they work to develop some mecanism to ensure the cost savings actually go to consumers.
We can include that in the letter, yeah, but I don't want to make it a condition of.
Okay, to encourage them to develop a mechanism to ensure the cost savings from the lowering of the tax actually go to consumers.
That would be great. Perfect. I'd be fine. Are you okay with that, Supervisor Anderson?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. And I was willing to do 3 separate letters just to really bring it home.
I don't think we need 3 separate letters. We can save the cost of a stamp and put it all in one. I'm sure they're sitting there waiting for our letters. So with that, let's call forward our public speakers.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 23 requests to speak on this item, 9 in person and 14 by phone. Also note for the record that we received 24 e-comments, 22 in favor and 2 in opposition. Any members of the public that requested to speak by phone on item 22, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We will begin with the in-person speakers, and we'll begin with those in favor of the item. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. I'll be calling you in groups of 5. Louis Uridel, Alan C., Luke Weingarten, Lana Cotton, Andrew Prakesh. I've called your name. Please come forward. Again, you'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and please state your name for the audio record.
There's no tape on it, don't worry. Apologies. Hi, Alan Curry. Ms. Nora Vargas, you're Ms. Nora Vargas, Vice Chair. I can't get her attention because they're all looking. Ms. Nora Vargas, Vice Chair, you're my representative, ma'am. We're blue collar down in Chula Vista. Please read that letter. I sent it to all the supervisors. You'll see that picture on the bottom of that chlorine. I can afford it. I can afford this gas tax increase. We had 137 carceral cars in Bonita last week, so we will not stop. But think about the dishwashers, the gardeners, all these people that are suffering. This vote here, I ran out of ink, sorry about that, I'll pick it up. It was it should have been nonpartisan, should have been 100% for the people. And yet you're talking about this rebate. How are you going to do that? I drive this many miles, this person drives that many miles, and we've seen the EDD abuse, what happened there. We need help now, not a rebate later on, but now. That restaurant, please look at my email. That restaurant, Jimmy's, has been there for decades, is gone. That tent, they set up a $10,000 tent to serve 50 customers, and then they opened up again. I told that manager, I could kiss you, but I can't reach across a plastic window, but I could kiss you. But now he's gone. The waitress has been there like 30 years, they're gone. And it's such a shame, should never have happened. Please, everybody on board here needs to sign this. It's not a commitment, it's just saying, and by the way, Jim Desmond, please, CC, not only this week, but every week, to every supervisor in the state of California. Get them all on board, tell them all, get the word out, and then copy paste your letter and put their names on it. But we need action on this for the people because this has gone crazy. It is no reason for this. And it's all because that sign that just dropped, the undergarment storage fees, all that has affected us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Luke Weingarten. I have a cargo van that I have to use for work, and it's got a 30-gallon gas tank. So it's $6 a gallon in Carlsbad right now, and it's $180 when I need to fill that thing up. How many gallons does your Suburban take, Nathan? You're the environmentalist here, you know, driving a gigantic SUV around. I would think that with your preference for gas guzzlers, you would feel the same, especially since it sits outside running and idling all day long. This is a no-brainer. You care nothing about your constituents if you don't vote for this. Does your Suburban contribute to your decarbonization agenda, Nathan? That's a real bad look. Just saying.
Next speaker, please. As the next speaker is coming forward, I'll call the remaining speakers in favor, Michael Stevens, and then the speakers in opposition, Audra, Jason Robo, and Mark Dorian.
Hi, Lana Cotton. I do support the request for temporary suspension of the state gas tax. San Diegans have been through 2 years of extreme stress with all the fear-mongering about COVID-19. Now, we have concerns about rising inflation, skyrocketing food prices, an invasion of our southern border, and murmurs of World War III, just to name a few. This tax suspension would somewhat ease the high cost of gas, which will inevitably continue to rise if the Biden administration continues to do nothing and blame rising costs on Putin. Thank you.
Audra. So in retrospect, like, I do want this to come into play, but I have concerns when you guys go and try and dip into $6.8 billion. I mean, like, the roads don't even get fixed right now. I mean, so like, you're just gonna, boom, just get $6.8 billion to then spend on whatever, and then it's not gonna go to what it should. And I mean, it's over $6. I just spent like $6.30 on gas. So I mean, you take 51 cents off, it's still overpriced. I mean, and I feel like there's more that you can do. But with this, I see you wanting to take 15% of the surplus of the state's money. And that's a concern. Because, like, you guys just take money. I feel like this is a way to transition into your whole electric vehicle stuff. Because, I mean, then when that comes around, how are people even going to afford these vehicles? And to be able to, like, you know, I mean, you don't even have any charging stations around or anything like that. But, I mean, I don't know. I just feel that this isn't going to do anything in the long run because the price is going to be like $10 before we know it. So 51 cents isn't a whole lot. And I feel like there's things that you guys can do that you're not doing, being a charter county, city, whatever, that you can actually like put things into place that you're like, we're not going to put up with this in this county. But instead, I mean, like, you want to drive your SUV. So, I mean, are you going to get an electric vehicle? And the tax that you want Newsom to give people, how is that going to happen? Do you have to fill out some application, or are they just going to know because you have a registered vehicle and send you, what, $500, or is it like $10? So it really doesn't do anything. You can't answer that because you can't answer anything.
Next speaker, please.
Mark, obviously I'm for reducing, or just getting rid of the gas tax, not just suspending it, but permanently. As you all know, having done this, when Sandag gives you guys a grant for, I don't know how much, say $100 million, you're required contractually to agree to their Agenda 21 initiatives, goals. One of them being that we're going to drive 20% less in the next 3 years by 2025. I'm sure you're all aware of this. The public isn't aware that you've already decided for them that they won't be able to buy, won't be able to drive the new vehicle that they just bought very much. And for people who work, 20% might be pretty much everything they do except going to and from work. So, yeah, I absolutely agree with a temporary suspension. In fact, it should never come back. And I also agree with Audra that you should do something to lower the gas permanently instead of going ahead with your Agenda 21 goal of getting people out of their cars and onto the trolley. And eventually, in the long run, AI and robots are going to take all the jobs. And Elon Musk and people are already talking about universal income, which is a joke, meaning that you'll keep all our tax dollars that you've spent investing in incredible corporations that will own all the tech that we all live off of, and they'll be flying around in incredible things while we're just taking the trolley with our universal income and becoming pretty harmless. Not good, not okay, you should stop it now. And you didn't tell anyone about this when you contractually agreed and accepted this grant for however many millions it was from Sandag. Not all right at all, and not a constitutional republic, and certainly not democracy.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jason Robo. Yeah, so the petrodollars help keep our value of our dollar, and that's under threat right now. They might trade in Chinese currency, and Saddam was going to do that before we invaded him, so what do you know? Anyways, and we only get about 1% of our oil from Russia, and there's some weird big planetary circle jerk where we should be just taking care of ourselves. But anyways, the oil thing is a huge, crazy thing. But yeah, after 9/11, they hiked the prices, and you guys promote this EBS, e-cars. Michael Moore had a film called Planet of the Humans. I'm not a big fan of all of his stuff, but it showed about how gasoline's still at the core of all these so-called alternatives, and it's pretty trippy. They're still run on it. and without it, they don't operate. And that's also what the batteries and stuff are made out of, all these precious things. It's crazy. And tailpipes, you freak out about those, but there's a few shipping containers around the world that put out more pollution than all the cars combined, and they don't fix those. So it's nonsense. Yeah, the pump, they're really screwing us with it. They might as well be inches, some kind of oil man's dildo, I don't know, taxing that ass. And yeah, this rebate thing, Nathan, you can do some research about it, but from what I just saw on a cursory search is it'll only save basically pennies, and we're talking about half a dollar, so should go through with it. Yeah, we got subsidies, corporate welfare, nitrogen fixing, putting all the nitrogen, pulling it out of the air and putting it in the soil, which is why we have all this toxic dead zones and stuff in the ocean. So those are things we should address, and then we'd have more oil if we could do sustainable farming, but then that would be bad for the so-called economy and the nonsense industry that is big ag. And yeah, Rudolph Diesel, by the way, he wanted to run his vehicles on peanut oil, and he was found floating face down in the English Channel. So it shows the value of using alternative fuels 100 years ago. Fletcher Prouty, who was the chief of special operations under JFK on his Joint Chiefs, he said that the term fossil fuels is also nonsense, and 9,800 trucks worth of...
Thank you. Final call for the in-person speakers, Louis Uredell, Andrew Prakash, and Michael Stevens. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll begin with our first caller.
Truth. It sounds like Nathan Fletcher is against his own party's lies about why gas prices have been hiked. Interesting. Temporary suspension of the 51-cent gas tax makes sense, especially since the state of California is claiming a budget surplus. In states such as Colorado, there's an abundance of surplus budget, tax money is refunded back to the taxpayers. It also makes sense to permanently rescind the gas tax in San Diego County because roads here are rarely fixed. Just look at City Heights or Mission Valley. Both in District 4 with Nathan as a supervisor. Flooded roads in Mission Valley year after year, and dangerous cracked roads and sidewalks in City Heights that continue to be left in eternal decay, putting residents at risk of injury. This Board of Supervisors decarbonization framework, as well as Sandag's regional plan, has already made it clear that no new roads of any kind will be built anywhere in San Diego County in the future. So a gas tax seems to be irrelevant anyway, and this board's backwards progressing, United Nations-derived sustainable development, carless dystopian vision of the present and future.
Now hear from the next caller.
Hello, my name is Rich Trushinsky. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, calling in to say basically I agree with what everybody's been saying so far. This is something that I approve of as far as suspending a gas tax. I think this should be long-term, should be forever, because this is ridiculous. You guys keep spending money like it's going out of style. And there's no accountability. There's no itemized listing of where the money's going. You have these, bills, or you have this information that's out there, but there's not enough information to tell us what's really going on. And we know what. You have to go behind the scenes, alternative, what you guys call disinformation. Then you get sued, and then you start letting people come back in because things are going to get pretty ugly for you guys. Basically, from your employer standpoint, talking to you guys are our employees. You guys are not doing a very good job. We're not happy, and this gas tax thing is kind of a Band-Aid on top of a freaking severed limb, severed body. You know what I mean? This is ridiculous. So you guys got to get your act together big time. I don't even know why we keep talking to you guys, because you never listen. Basically, I'm talking to all of you guys out there that are we the people. Let's get to the school boards, let's get our shit together, and let's take these dumbasses out.
Now hear from the next caller.
Hi, Paul Henkin again. I think the gas tax, the gas tax rollback is a great idea. And unlike the rebate, I suspect it would go directly to people who use gas. I suspect the rebate would probably go to everyone. And I also want to note that, I mean, the price of gas started rising dramatically before the whole Russia thing, during COVID. And, you know, it has a lot to do with, more to do with supply chain issues due to COVID than the 1% of gas we get from Russia. I mean, I think that's really a silly dystopian idea. You know, you've got to look at the whole history of the thing before you say what's causing the price of gas to go up. And yes, obviously, greed has a lot to do with it as well. Anyway, thanks for listening to my rant.
Thank you. And the next caller I see is Mary D., who is also here in the chamber. If you'd like to come to the podium, since you're here in person, we'll take your testimony at the podium instead of via the call-in.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I know this is a long day for you. I'll try to keep it short. Mary D. here. I'm asking you to temporarily suspend the gas tax. Just 2 weeks ago, I spoke to you about the folly of ditching investment in fossil fuels prematurely. We are now at $6 a gallon in a very uncertain future. In 2011, I was in San Diego during the Great Southwest power outage. From that day on, my personal motto became decrease dependency, increase redundancy. I now urge the county to adhere to the same two pragmatic, tenets. Did you hear the rest of it or most of it? I hope so. Anyway, from the two tenets of decreased dependency, increased redundancy, I now urge the county to adhere to them as well. I also urge you to demonstrate to your constituents today your deep commitment to equity and helping marginalized populations, which are hurting greatly with gas price hikes that carry across to all consumer purchase sectors. You frequently talk about equity. This agenda item allows you to truly demonstrate boldly and live out your commitment on that front. And with the concerns about would the gas stations do the right thing and reduce the price and pass it along to the consumer, I'm a free market person, and I would say the answer to that is Costco. They want to please their members and keep it low, and everybody will have to compete with that. Lastly, I would also like to publicly call on Sheriff Fletcher to revisit the issue of clapping. And if you will not, then I would like the county council to do that regarding the disparate treatment regarding the audience and how we are treated were the portions of the meeting not allowing it for some, but then allowing it for others during the proclamations. The First Amendment is not arbitrary or subjective. Neither should be the applied standards for its, quote, enforcement. I also believe that the 14th Amendment applies under this, both the privileges and immunities, as well as the equal protection clauses. All citizens and participants should be treated equally. Thank you.
We'll now hear from the final caller on this item.
Karen V., I'm calling in favor of item 22 to request the suspension or temporary suspension of the gas tax. Thank you, Supervisors Desmond and Anderson, for putting this forth, and also Supervisor Fletcher for your comments and concerns. I would also ask you guys to consider some type of wording to the governor to pursue and encourage fossil fuel independence. I heard under Trump, who I didn't vote for, that we were in a lot better position under his leadership for fossil fuel independence than we are now. And I think if if the United States would be more independent, we would have more control over our fuel prices. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Chair Fletcher, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Let's go to Vice Chair Vargas and then Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Thank you, Chair. You know, I appreciate your comments, and I really think that this request is really a temporary solution to an ongoing issue, and asking for suspension of the gas tax is not solving a larger problem of mobility challenges in our region. Our communities need options to get around, and our dependency on cars is not sustainable, and there needs to be investments in transit, bikeable, and walkable communities. We are seeing the impacts right now when it comes to high gas prices, and I believe that every member of this board needs to be strong advocates for clean mobility options if we send this letter to the state. I know that, as you mentioned, the governor has expressed support for a gas tax reimbursement plan. So I support that and I echo that plan. And I also think that as our state is developing a clean cars program, clean transit investment, and advancing infrastructure to support these goals, a portion of that gas tax should be invested in the state's greenhouse gas reduction plan. Our state is moving towards an EV and transit future, and we have to move away from our dependency on the gas tax, and we have to think about innovative ways to fund roads in California that are not focused on one-time funding coming from state budget surplus or the federal infrastructure bill. So, I'll support the letter because of the principle and what it means to our communities, but I think that we need to ensure that our oil companies demonstrate corporate responsibility by either capping gas prices or collaborating on mechanisms to secure lower prices. This is something we can work with the federal government to do, and oil companies need to continue to see they are continuing to see record profit as working families feel the impacts of inflation. So the largest oil and gas companies made a combined $174 billion in profits in the first 9 months of last year, and the gas prices have been increasing ever since. So when we're talking about suspending the gas tax, we cannot assure that the gas prices will go down, and there is no guarantee that oil companies will choose alleviating a financial burden on our working families over focusing on making a profit. So with that, I will support it based on the recommendations that were made.
Thank you. Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Yeah, thank you. And I think we all first have to acknowledge sort of the very difficult moment that we all face and the real struggle that working families have in trying to get to work, trying to get to the grocery store, trying to continue to put food on the table and keep a roof over families' heads in this environment, facing rising gas prices. And, with the Russian attack on Ukraine as a large contributor to this current gas crisis, I think it's incredibly important at this moment to state publicly that we absolutely must work towards energy independence. So I think this measure, while clearly very important for the crisis we face today, is really short-term. It's really temporary. It's not a solution because we need to be able to buffer and weather these storms in the future. And so I don't want us to take our eye off the ball, which is the work we have to do to invest in solar, to invest in climate solutions, to invest in ways that we can use the sun that's so abundant here in our region to provide lower and lower costs of energy, create more opportunities for electric vehicles, and really reduce our dependence on global fossil fuels. So with that being said, I will be supporting the amended motion and item, and thank my colleagues for your leadership.
Thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Desmond, seconded by Supervisor Anderson. Please vote.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
We will now go to agenda item number 23, fiscal year 21-22, second quarter operational plan status report. I will turn it over to staff for presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Fletcher, members of the board. I will briefly discuss with you this evening economic conditions, budget performance through December 31st, and provide a forward-looking outlook as we prepare for budget development. I'll start by talking about several economic conditions, or indicators rather. So as it currently stands, we still have a net loss of about 41,000 jobs since the start of the pandemic, and approximately 82% of the job losses come from tourism, retail, education, and healthcare combined. After trending down for the last half of 2021, the unemployment rate in San Diego ticked up just slightly here in January to 4.7%. We were at 4.1% in December. We highlighted inflation in the first quarter update, and of course it's still a topic of concern, especially with the war in Ukraine, which has made energy commodities even more volatile, as we were just discussing. Year over year, average prices for all goods have increased by 8%. This was the largest increase for our region since 1982, and earlier this month we saw oil prices, of course, sell for over $130 a barrel, and locally we have seen record-setting highs in terms of prices at the pump. While food and energy products are known to be volatile, economists are certainly worried about inflation being more broad and longer lasting, which could hurt, of course, the purchasing power of consumers. On a positive note today, oil prices actually yesterday began to decline. And estimates for a key inflation index today released by the Labor Department came out slightly lower than markets anticipated. So oil prices fell from $130 currently, they're at $100 today. So that's good news, and we'll obviously continue to monitor this, especially as we get ready for tomorrow's meeting with the Federal Reserve to discuss the first potentially several interest rate hikes this year to help combat inflation. It's expected that the action by the Fed will move rates by 0.25%, with the prediction by UCLA to increase rates by over 2% through 2024 to 2.5%. And of course, these actions will have a ripple effect on other investment markets like Treasury yields, corporate bond yields, and mortgage rates. So let's talk about and look at how this volatility specifically is impacting us here at the county. And we'll start with an update on the retirement fund investment returns. We can definitely see the market risk playing out here through volatility in SD Sarah's investment performance, with the bad 2020 and a great 2021, and so far a subpar 2022. It's likely that the retirement fund will not achieve the 7% rate of return like our projections previously have assumed it will. Fiscal year to date, SD Sarah's fund is just down under 1% through February. But we planned for this and anticipated some level of market volatility, and we're working with SD Sarah's actuary to analyze how different these scenarios and different market scenarios will impact the county as we move forward. We'll be looking at these initial results from their actuary later this month, and we'll keep your board updated as we monitor this particular risk. We're also expecting economic assumption changes from the Board of Retirement to be incorporated into SD Sarah's next valuation. As you know, this is the slide that we think could happen based on potential changes to economic assumptions that the Retirement Board will consider this spring. Fresno County, which uses the same actuary as SD Sarah's board, recently lowered their assumed rate of return and inflation assumptions to the highlighted scenario that you see here on the right, with the assumed rate of return at 6.5% and inflation at 2.5%. If the Retirement Board adopts these components as a part of their June 30, 2020 valuation, then the peak of our total cost of retirement is expected to be $794 million in fiscal year 23-24. And I just want to reiterate again that these assumptions are largely based on favorable market performance here in 2021, reflecting those 25% returns that we saw last year. And of course, this year, if SD Sarah's investments see less favorable returns, then this will impact projections going forward. Any losses or unfavorable returns that the fund experienced will be smoothed in over a 5-year period. So we'll have some time to plan for that. Moving on to property values, as we move into budget season, one indicator that we frequently monitor is assessed value, which directly impacts general purpose revenue, the resource that's under the complete discretion of your board. We're anticipating overall growth of 6% next fiscal year. This is up from our previous assumption in my last update to you of 5%. This growth rate is on par with the highest growth rates we've seen since post-recovery of the Great Recession. Residential and commercial real estate sales are driving about 60% of this growth anticipated for next year, with about 10% of it coming from new construction in both residential and commercial sectors, and the remaining 30% resulting from the regular 2% annual CPI inflation index that's allowed under Prop 13. So with that as backdrop, let's talk about our current year budget performance. Our second quarter all funds balance projection is $180 million. And again, this is all funds. All of these variances, again, are a small fraction of the county's total budget, just about 2%. We're projecting $91 million in the general fund and $89 million outside of the general fund. And we'll talk about the amounts outside of the general fund on the next slide, but first let's talk about the general fund. Focusing on this chart, the chart on the right shows the anticipated sources of fund balance in the general fund by business group. Starting out with general purpose revenue, which is anticipated to be $63 million higher than expected due to better expected assessed value growth in the prior year, as well as larger than expected sales tax revenue increases. These additional amounts are being incorporated into the budget as we plan for next year, so we've incorporated these resources into the base so that we can take advantage of this additional revenue. In addition, there are overall positive variances within the groups that total about $28 million. As you heard from Amy Thompson, the Executive Agency Finance Director, during our last board meeting, some FEMA revenue is being deferred because we do not anticipate being reimbursed by the end of this calendar year. The FEMA reimbursements, again, are happening across the country, and it's due to the unprecedented scope of the pandemic. These projections here today reflect the net amount of the FEMA revenues anticipated to be received, along with the expected impact of deferrals associated with our continued response activities. We're working with FEMA representatives and with our disaster recovery consultants to bring in revenue as quickly as possible, and we'll keep your board updated as we get additional information. Now, moving on from the general fund and focusing on those balances outside of the general fund, the balances outside of the general fund are anticipated to generate $89 million. And this is largely concentrated in the Proposition 172 sales tax special revenue fund, $52 million, but also reflects positive variances in the road fund, which is also a special revenue fund, as well as key internal service funds in DPW, special district funds, as well as the airport enterprise funds. There are no material variances to report in the capital program or the debt service program. I think it's important to note that we do look to leverage resources outside the general fund as we're planning for budget development, and we will continue to do so aggressively as we move forward. The recommendations in the action before your board today will authorize transfers within the general fund without an overall increase. And outside of the general fund, there will be increases of $57.3 million. Well, let's transition now to the long-term outlook and consider what this means as we begin to develop the budget. So as we look ahead, the economic risks are shifting from those that were rooted in the pandemic to those that are now based in geopolitical conflict, including inflation, which is stalling or placing pressure on recovery activities. Inflation is causing high energy and food prices for everyone, and it hurts all of us, but especially the most needy. It's unclear for how long we'll have elevated inflation, but UCLA forecasts California won't return to a normal 2% inflation until 2023, and that on average for 2022, it will be more than 5%. As a county, we knew that there were going to be unknowns for retirement, where the market return will land, and how the SDCR board will address economic assumptions, but we are prepared to manage through this volatility. In the short term, we'll continue to keep your board informed of risk and be prepared to mitigate them through maintaining a structurally balanced budget. And I'm confident that we can do that this year through the leadership of your board, support of our entire county team, and the community to make sure that this happens. And finally, in response to the framework for the future, your board adopted a new mission vision and a reimagined general management system and strategic plan to guide our operations, and we're all looking forward to implementing this and ensuring that it touches all that we do, especially in the upcoming recommended budget. So subject to your questions, this concludes my presentation, and thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you. Why don't we hear from our public speakers on this item?
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 8 requests to speak on this item, 4 by phone and 4 in person. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. For any members of the public that requested to speak by phone on item 23, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. As your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals until it is your turn to speak. We'll begin with the speaker in favor of this item, David Lagstein, followed by the speakers in opposition to this item, Audra, Jason Robo, and Alan C. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board. I'll ask you to please state your name for the audio record.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Fletcher and the board. My name is Dave Lagstein. Crystal Irving was unavailable for this item, so I'm here representing the membership of SEIU 221. This is the first time in a while that I've had a chance to spend a good part of my day with this board, and I have to reflect that what I've seen today is the best and worst parts of our democracy. We did want to highlight the importance of this report. There's a lot of bad news in our economy right now, but one thing that's happening with the housing crisis is that higher property values and therefore higher property tax revenues. You heard several comments today from SEIU members about the goals and needs of our county employees, and we appreciate you listening. Our membership knows that we can't fix a generation of neglect in one contract, but this report and the overall outlook bodes well for the fiscal health of our county, and we're optimistic that that will be passed along to support our workforce and the services they provide. Thank you for consideration and for your work today.
Next speaker.
Hi, Alan C. If Chair, if you indulge me, I just want to say thank you to the whole board for backing up the working class. I really appreciate that. And for the Zoom meetings, that was a highlight to see the 3 sheriff nominees, and thank you for letting the public see that too, sir. That's why things like that are so important, why we can't have Zoom to see this process in person. Thank you, Chair, for letting me say that. This kind of rounds up about when I first spoke at the beginning of the day about the library fund as one of the beware 3 new taxes. If you start moving funds around, which one of them looks like you're taking funds from the library tax, or not tax, but the current library funding, it kind of points out the fact, why should people vote for another library tax come November, which is supposedly one of the items on November. So keep that in mind, please. Keep the funding where they belong. That's what the voters were looked at, what the constituents looked at. If you start moving around, you're just jeopardizing all these new tax increases, which I really don't want any tax because we're all suffering right now. Thank you so much.
Next speaker, please.
Jason Robo, one thing I think is relevant, I was trying to squeeze in the end of my last comment, is Department of Transportation study about semi-trucks, and fully loaded, they do 9,800 cars worth of damage, and they don't pay their fair share of taxes. So something to keep in mind for infrastructure. And there's a great book called The Life and Death of Great American Cities by Jane Jacobs. This should be mandatory reading for public officials, but basically it talks about building living communities, places where it's not just like business, like all the weird zoning BS sets things up to be, and that people are like living there. It cuts down crime because people are paying attention to what's going on in the streets. It would be an interesting idea, so you should check it out for future budgetary craziness. And yeah, I wonder how much, is there any COVID-19 stuff in this kind of budget stuff? I'm just kind of curious how well you would have done without all the CARES Act money. I mean, you guys are like mimes with these acts and going through the motions, in my opinion. But yeah, it looks like there's like $30 million of stuff related to like ambulances in here, and I don't know, that just reinforces what I've said before about, you know, counterintuitive policies making health worse, but that heart disease kills 1 in 6 people. And that's totally ridiculous. So we should be improving health, and then that way you wouldn't be able to spend $30 million on emergency services for people who are healthy and they don't need to have heart attacks anymore. Who would have thought that we could do that? Yeah, socializing and diet also is a major factor in that, which, you know, you made lockdowns, so socializing, and then you kept unhealthy places open, as I mentioned before. But anyways, I would support libraries because, you know, with what we have now is digital book burning with the censorship online. online. So read a fucking book, like the sticker I like to put on my laptop and my water bottle, because you can get things without the narrative being distorted because they can't actively censor books yet. They'll work on that probably through Kindle soon. And yeah, the wastewater thing, I thought, check out gas stations, and then the $500,000 for the Injustice Facility Construction Fund for the sheriff is interesting. And check out Linux open source software for your computers.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Audra, yeah, so, I mean, they have to keep the medical units because they're injecting people with a bioweapon, but whatever. Yeah, so you are using COVID funds. You are having the assumption that it will continue to incur costs. So that means you're never going to go out of an emergency, right? Because then the money will stop coming in. And that's like half of the funds that you're going to get. What would you do with just $91.4 million? Who knows? But you need to get another 89.5 and plus, you know, because you need it from ARPA and FEMA, and you just need to make sure that that keeps coming in. So, well, I'm wondering, Terry, you were talking about $17 million in legal settlements. Is that going to be the people paying for what you guys have done? I guess, right? Because it's like, let the people pay for it. Why not? Yeah, and so obviously you wouldn't want property prices to go down because then you get more money for taxes, right? How much money do you get for tax on gas? Do you collect on that too? Like any kind of tax, like you guys, I don't know. I just think it's sad that you want to continue to take these funds when, I mean, I don't even know how you can do a budget like this because you're talking like half the things you do, that $91.4 million would be gone just like that in like 2 projects. So it's like, I mean, this is your projection of that, but really how much money is going to come in? Because didn't you almost get like $1 billion for COVID money? It's funny because it's so sad because you guys love to spend money because it's not your money. It's great. It's fantastic. Do you guys want me to give you $20 each? Or is that not enough for your gas, Nathan, to be, for your handler to be outside, sitting in the car?
We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'll remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll begin with our first caller.
Truth on Rec 12, taking $439,809 from the Sheriff's Department, salaries and benefits for a Sheriff Tech and Info Center project. I wonder if the police said they wanted a smaller salary at this time. That's a question. On Rec 20, $500,000 transferred to Land Use and Environment Executive Office Services and Supplies for the Broadband for All project planning, based on American Rescue Plan Act money. This is their so-called digital divide issue. The plan to have everyone connected to the Internet of Things so that they never have to leave their stack and pack, so-called affordable $600,000 plus modern-day projects that look like prison complexes. Broadband for All is part of this Board of Supervisors decarbonization framework and SANDAG's regional plan, all of which is derived from major portions of the United Nations Agenda 21 plan to control all land and all people. If there's any question about that, these are quotes from a SANDAG report entitled Bridging the Digital Divide in the San Diego Region from December 17, 2021. Quote, how we got here. December 2020, State Broadband Action Plan, CA Broadband for All. November 2020, SANDAG joins forces with SCAG and other regional leaders as part of SoCal Transformation. June 2021, SANDAG partners with Fiscal. November 2021, Federal Infrastructure Package, $65 billion for broadband. And other efforts, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. There's no question about where they're headed with all of this money, including the transfer to a Broadband for All project.
Thank you. We'll now hear from our next caller.
Catherine Rhodes, and I wanted to talk again about how President Biden has extended the FEMA 100% guaranteed reimbursable hotel rooms for homeless that are at risk getting COVID. Not only is it for people who are homeless, it's also people who have substance abuse or mental health issues. This is literally an opportunity, again, for you guys to take care of as many people as you want. And, you know, when people say this is money that you're taking in from the federal government, the state of California gives way more money than it gets back in the federal government. And so this is actually just getting money back into San Diego County that we already put out there, just bringing it back home. And so please have your people maybe come back to you and tell you how the deadline that used to be April 1st has now been extended 3 additional months until July 1st. So until July 1st, all these people that were in hotel rooms can actually stay there for an additional 3 months. You know, you've been having less and less people go there because you thought it was going to end. It probably is not going to end. There's even talk about this being something that we could have for homeless in general. So you not taking advantage of it is not good. Please maximize the amount of money coming into San Diego, and that would be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And Chair Fletcher, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Supervisor Lawson-Remer.
Thank you. So really appreciate that. It was so helpful and always just so clear and useful, but better understanding what's going on with our budget, which is just such a vital part of what we do. I did have a couple of questions. One of the last things you mentioned, you talked about, I think you said it was $57 million that would be spent. I think you said it was $83 million that was not going to be spent. Sorry, since I don't have it in front of me, this slide isn't in front of me, I might be getting the number wrong, but there was some number that is not going to be, that would not be spent. But then there was it was $53 million, $57 million in special purpose funds that would be spent this fiscal year. And I just wanted to better understand that piece of it. The rest was very clear. That was just very fast for me.
Thank you for those clarifying questions. I'll bring the slides back up and I'll touch on all pieces of it because I think there may be questions of multiple parts. So in terms of the general fund, we have general purpose revenue of $63 million that's anticipated to fall to fund balance this year. And those amounts are amounts that we're anticipating to program into next year's budget. Those are ongoing revenues that we can spend on ongoing programs and services, and we have incorporated those into our revenue outlook for the next fiscal year. So that's the $63 million, and that is here within the general fund. Outside of the general fund, we have amounts of $89 million. That's actually the next slide that we are anticipating will fall to fund balance. So this is our special revenue funds, for example, special districts, internal service funds. The majority of this amount is concentrated within special revenue funds, and the largest component of that is Proposition 172, which is $52 million of the 71 or $72 million here that you see in special revenue funds. The $57 million that I mentioned is the impact of the recommendations on total appropriations or the total budget impact. So the net impact of the action before the board today that you all are taking to approve either increases or decreases to the budget will result in a net increase of $57 million outside of the general fund. So within these respective funds, primarily within the public liability ISF, the recommendation that you mentioned previously, that's $17 million. And then we also have a series of technical adjustments associated with the formation of our new CSAs, which are recommendations 2 through 6, I believe.
But that 57 is not coming from our general purpose revenue. That's being funded by the non-general fund, the special purpose revenue, and so everything that, basically, just to clarify, everything that's going to general purpose revenue is being rolled till next year, but then the 57 out of the 71, 57 out of the 71.9 is being used for various expenditures this year.
It's not exactly coming out of the 71.9, for example. So the $57.3 million in new appropriations that are being established based on resources that are available in the Public Liability Internal Service Fund, as well as within our CSA, or Special District Funds that were just recently established, and we have some appropriation action associated with those. The $71.9 million is actually amounts of operating results that are expected to fall to fund balance in other funds, primarily in Proposition 172 in this current year, so separate actions.
So is that 71.9 that's not being appropriated?
That is not being appropriated at this time, but we do have plans to appropriate portions of it. For example, the Proposition 172 fund balance, we're planning to appropriate a portion for George Bailey, as well as for the SR 76 Sheriff substation parcel.
As part of the budget process.
That is correct.
Right, for next year.
To clarify that.
I was mostly just trying to separate basically just for clarity, all of that's happening as part of our budget process for next year. The only piece that we're focused on is that 57 million this year. What I was trying to better understand was the source of that fund that was not being appropriated next year, but that we're doing in our voting today.
Yeah, the funding sources of the $57 million, to be specific, and you can see this outlined in the fiscal impact statement as well, if it's helpful, includes $17 million, $17.3 million from the Public Liability Internal Service Fund, prior year county service area fund balance of $15.54 million, as well as operating transfers in. This is the corresponding expenditure activity of $15.5 million. So that itself is $13 million. There are program revenues outside of the general fund of $4.2 million. And then operating transfers in from the general fund. Again, no new net appropriations. This is existing money of $3.4 million. And additional amounts here, smaller amounts in the library fund, PLDO, ordinance fund.
Okay, thank you. That was so helpful. I know how hard it is to present this very complex information, and I just so appreciate it.
All right, thank you. I'll make a motion to approve the recommendations in item 23. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by myself, second by Supervisor Anderson. Please vote.
Chair Fletcher, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors being present and voting aye.
I ask my colleagues if you have any board committee updates or reports that you would like to make. Not seeing any, we have 3 adjournments in memory. We will begin with Vice Chair Vargas.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. Today, I want to adjourn in memory of Antonio Chavez Camarillo, a well-recognized member of one of our communities. Theo was regarded by locals as the unofficial groundskeeper and guardian of San Diego's Barrio Logan neighborhood. He migrated to the United States in 1956 and eventually took on his role that he kept for over 40 years. His friends say that without an official job or pay, it was his love for the rich history of the Barrio Logan Park and the need to preserve it that truly made him the park's guardian angel. He also knew the struggles that the community went through to make sure that this iconic park became a reality. His knowledge inspired him to take care of Chicano Park with passion so that other generations to come would have the opportunity to learn of the rich history and enjoy the beautiful spaces. Antonio, or Tío as they called him, represented the true meaning of love for your community. The community will remember his sombrero and billowy white mustache. He was once quoted as saying, "Aquí llegué y aquí me voy a morir," which translates into, "I arrived here and here I will die." We adjourn today's meeting in Antonio's honor and memory and offer our heartfelt condolences to his loving family and many friends who felt the impact of his loss, and the community of Barrio Logan, where he leaves a huge void. Esta tarde cerramos esta sesión en honor de Tío Antonio Camarillo y le damos nuestro más sentido pésame a sus amigos, familiares, de la comunidad de Barrio Logan, en donde deja un gran vacío. Que en paz descanse.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'd like to adjourn today's meeting in memory of Tracy Morris. CEO and founder of the Blue Heart Foundation. The Blue Heart Foundation is a nonprofit organization founded on the empowerment and education of underserved youth. Mr. Morris started the Blue Heart Foundation as a way to make sure black teenage boys in San Diego have a chance to expand their horizons. He felt like he didn't have the opportunities he wanted when he was growing up. Staying true to their belief that college changes community, the Blue Heart Foundation Mentor Program has a 100% college acceptance rate and over 100,000 hours of volunteer service. Mr. Morris's life was a true testament of love, compassion, and commitment to his community. Residents voiced sleeping well at night, knowing that their loved ones were safe in Tracy's care. He was an extraordinary leader, a loving mentor, and a truly wonderful human being. We send our deepest condolences to his wife, April Ray, and the entire Blue Heart Foundation family. We will forever remember Tracy Morris and his remarkable contribution to the San Diego community. Our final adjournment in memory will be myself and Supervisor Anderson together. And it's with a tremendously heavy heart, but a great sense of having known Joe Riley, that we adjourn today's Board of Supervisors meeting in memory of a true American hero, Joseph Joe Riley. He leaves us with unbelievable memories, tremendous commitment to our community, our country, an energetic spirit unlike hardly anyone else. The 100 years Joe Riley lived on this earth were incredibly well lived. Born on May 7th, 1921 in Janesville, Wisconsin, he became a proud member of the greatest generation. He joined the United States Army in the fight in World War II. He was assigned to 3rd Battalion, 501st Parachute Infantry Regiment with the 101st Airborne. Joe Riley's first combat jump was into Normandy. In addition to Normandy, he fought in the Battle of the Bulge, went to Hitler's Eagle Nest. He fought in the Siege of Bastogne. On leave during the war, while he was in England, he met and very quickly fell in love with a lovely English girl named Eileen Campbell. When he got leave again, he also spent it in England, and he married her on his second leave. And together, they had 3 daughters. When he left military service, he joined the Parker Pen Company, and he was a proud and active member of the International Association of Machinists. Sadly, Joe was widowed. He moved here to San Diego to the community of Santee in Supervisor Anderson's district to be closer to his daughter, and he was very active in the Santee community. Guardian Angels Catholic Church. He was a volunteer for the Santee Sheriff's Department, and he was an incredibly active union retiree. I would see Joe Riley at events, at rallies, at activities, and he would proudly proclaim that he was a union man and an Army veteran. He ended up remarrying, found love with Teresa Blanco, and enjoyed a wonderful and beautiful life. Joe Riley was famous for a lot of things: his commitment to his union, his commitment to being actively involved and politically involved. He was also known to routinely show up at veteran events in his uniform into his 90s with his jump boots on and proudly tell the story of the Battle of Normandy and the greatest generation, a generation that not only won a war and defeated Nazis, but came back and rebuilt America. And there is so much today that we can learn and carry on from Joe Riley's legacy, and I had the great fortune to know him, and my life is better for it. He's survived by his wife, Teresa, his 2 daughters, 5 grandchildren, and 8 great-grandchildren. And we extend our deepest condolences to the family and greatest appreciation for sharing Joe Riley with us. And I'll now go to Supervisor Anderson.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Fletcher. You covered it very well. There's very little left for me to say, except for Joe was an incredible person to our community. Not only was he busy at Guardian Angels Catholic Church in Santee, but he was a lifelong member of the Knights of Columbus and a very active member, giving back in the community. Joe spent a lot of his time retired golfing and gardening in Santee, and you had touched on the fact that he volunteered his time with the Santee Sheriff's Department. Joe was just an incredible person. We want to thank him for his bravery, for his service to our country and our community. And Joe, we salute you. May you rest in peace.
I think it'd be appropriate as we close our meeting on adjournments to hear from Joe Riley. I had the opportunity to award him recognition at a veterans event and accepting what was supposed to be a recognition for his service to his country at, I believe, 95 years old at this time. He decided to pass on a lesson to all of us. And so in the conclusion of the adjourned memory, let's hear from Joe Riley.
I'm disappointed in some of the people of our nation that treat people differently because of the color of their skin, their ethnicity, or their religion. We're a better country than that. Here. These dictatorships, they can pull that crap off. Not in our country. We're better than that. We're a good country. We embody all the people from different religions and different nationalities and different colors of their skin. Thank God for that. Here.
Thank you, Joe Riley. We will now resume non-agendized public communication. I will ask the clerk to call forward our remaining speakers.
Thank you, Chair Fletcher. We have 39 remaining requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 27 in person, 22 by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, and I'll be calling you forward in groups of 5. So as your name is called, please come forward and stand against the east wall under the murals. Avery Ware, Tamara Watson-Foster, Selena Macias, James Ramirez, Katney Griffin, Sarah Johnson, Michael Dobbins, Shannon Nelson, Tiffany Shea, Annabelle Lana, Joe Burkett, Audra, Luke Weingarten, Bob Prakesh, Karen Cowan, Mary D., Gretchen Gohl, Lana Cotton, Melissa Grace, Mark Dorian, Kathleen Melanakis. If I've called your name, please come forward. You'll have 2 minutes to address the board, and please state your name for the audio record.
Audra Morgan. So that was a really nice video. It was Joe, right? Was his name? Yeah? Yeah? I just think it's nice that he's saying that. I also feel like maybe he would feel the same about just any kind of discrimination going on, that we're not a country that, you know, was founded on that, and that we shouldn't be doing that. But I did want to say, Nathan, you do look very Republican. Are you going to go back to that party, or are you just dressing different? Who knows? I just wanted to say we're obviously not an emergency, and we don't need to continue to be in one. And like I said, I know why we are in one, because of the money. But if COVID is now seen less deadly than the flu, there's no reason for us to continue to be in a state of an emergency. And there's no reason to keep kids in mass. I mean, Nathan, you and your wife were at a Garth Brooks concert maskless when the mask mandates were still going on. And I mean, we have kids on these screens here, like doing the Pledge of Allegiance, and they're in masks. I don't understand how you can sit and watch that and feel okay. Like, it's very unsettling. I mean, they'll be outside wearing them. And I mean, doesn't that bother you? That you can sit here unmasked and that children have to go into school and wear one? I mean, you know they're not comfortable. You know they don't work. They actually make you sick. So the fact that we're allowing this to happen to children, that's child abuse. And it's disturbing that you don't even see that. Because, you know, powers, you know, like whatever for you, but not for me crap. I mean, it's just really sad that that can continue and you won't even do anything for the kids to help them. We know what side of history you're on.
Next speaker, please.
Hi there, Mary D. First of all, I want to thank those of you who stuck around. I really do appreciate your attention. And I do think that most of you do listen to us and pay attention. And it's greatly appreciated. It restores our faith. And so maybe you could pass along that to your colleagues who didn't stay. Anyway, I'm here in person today to ask you to please rescind the vaccine mandate for new hires. Organizations like Adidas, Starbucks, United Airlines, and the state of Oregon are rescinding vaccination mandates for their employees, and now I urge you to do the same. I also call on you to follow the recommendation of Congressman Ted Lieu and recognize natural immunity. For a board that touts equity as its driving imperative, the vaccine mandate disproportionately affects two particular minority groups, Black African American, as well as Native American Indian and Alaska Native, both which are far less vaccinated than the general population, thus making them most marginalized applicant pool of all. A recent article from the San Diego Union Tribune detailed the net staffing deficit for public safety employees. This growing net staffing deficit is harming your ability to uphold public safety, including inside the jails, as previously discussed today. It is time to recalculate the cost-benefit analysis to a vaccine mandate. COVID is markedly down, relegated to the rearview mirror. We must now shift to other public health threats. This includes the threat of crime and the right of your constituents to be safe in their own districts. Please prioritize emergency services staffing levels, adjust course in any way possible. This starts with lifting the vaccine mandate. There is no shame in a course correction, only in knowingly doubling down on a stalled strategy whose ROI is waning by the day while increased crime and risk from razor-thin staffing levels. Thank you so much, and thank you for listening.
Next speaker, please.
Lana Cotton. Here's a quote from Absolute Conviction, 1776. For 2 years, you kept us in masks, you kept us indoors. You masked our children and gave them PTSD that will take a lifetime to erase. You kept us separated, you forced an experimental drug on society. You forced that drug while taking people's livelihoods away because they chose not to take it. You fired doctors, nurses, firefighters, police, and EMTs because of their choice, less than a year after hailing them as heroes. You used this sham to steal an election. You stole that election in an attempt to usher in worldwide totalitarianism. You have been the direct cause of death, disease, famine, and families losing everything. You stood idly by while your BLM and Antifa lackeys ravaged American cities. You pushed for defunding police. You gaslit an entire nation and the world into division, hatred, and chaos. You've used your mockingbird media to brainwash the innocent. You fight for the right to murder babies. You fight for the right to force a child to have sexual reassignment surgery. You project, lie, manipulate, and twist every single soul on this planet. You push God out and welcome Satan. You cover for pedophiles. You call us racist. You call us domestic terrorists. You ran a false flag on January 6th, thus leading to horrible treatment of folks who simply walked around the Capitol. You've allowed Big Pharma to dictate how healthy someone can be. You canceled the Cleveland Indians, Washington Redskins, Uncle Ben, and Aunt Jemima. You tear down statues. You burn books. You censor free speech. Listen to me very carefully. Yes, you. We will not forget, we will not forgive, we will not unite with you, period. You will soon discover the sleeping giant you have awakened. We have truth, we have resolve, we have love, and we have God. That's why we will win.
Next speaker, please.
I know this one. No, I don't.
My name is Kathleen Melanakis. I'm an RN, and I also have a talk radio show. And yes, we're not going to forget the last 2 years and the policies that you implemented to shut down our businesses, to cause destruction. And it's been very educational today to listen to all the damage control that you're having to do now. And it was very, very educational to find out that you did all the shutdowns and you drove people out of their middle class and working class jobs and businesses through through shutdowns and mandates, vaccine mandates, and then you actually applauded to hear that more people are on public assistance now. 1 out of 3 people. You don't want independence. You want to get people on your payroll. And I also have a book of informed consent. These are all the laws that you've been breaking by imposing vaccine mandates on people, and why it's important to have informed consent, informed choice. So I'm giving you each a copy of these, and if you don't know about vaccines, this is the most important information to know, including that vaccine injuries are not 1 in a million, they're 1 in 39 people. That's according to a Harvard study that the CDC will not acknowledge. So I just want to finish up with the fact that Nathan Fletcher, our county supervisor, is a member of the World Economic Forum. Does everybody know that? You need to go home and research it, because they're the ones that want to take the property away from everybody. Their motto is, you will own nothing and be happy. So he's a member of it. We don't trust him. Why is he even our chairman?
Next speaker, please.
My name's Melissa Grace. I'm the founder of San Diego Rise Up. I'm a Democrat. I voted for you, Nathan. You are my representative of my district. And I don't feel represented. I've been here since 8:45 this morning to voice my opinion in person, as I haven't been able to do for the last several months because you guys decided to keep us out of here. Nathan, you're the only supervisor out of all 5 that has disabled your comments on Instagram. I'm curious why. Why is it that you run away from the people? I saw you in my neighborhood in Hillcrest. You were taking a photo op, which is convenient. And I started to cross the street to try to have a conversation with you, and you scurried away into the SUV and you took off. Now, there's got to be a better way to encourage civic participation. I love San Diego. That's why I'm here. No other reason. No motivation, not monetarily. I'm here because I love this county. And I would love to engage with you in an actual conversation because I do not feel represented. And what I want to know, Nathan, is there going to be any point in which you take accountability for the decisions that you've made over the last 2 years? Because the way that I see it, the pandemic is not the thing that ruined our economy. You are responsible, at least 1/5 responsible, for the division and destruction in our county. You're not just going to get away with it. I have a list here. It goes on and on and on. These are businesses that shut down in San Diego County. This is less than 10% of what actually happened. You, Nathan, are responsible for that. And the people are watching your phony photo ops on the backs of businesses that have been stressed out because of your policies are not fooling anybody. The people are watching. We are actively going to campaign against you, and I cannot wait to see you go down to Amy Reichert in November.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Next speaker, please. If I've called your name, please come forward. Still wish to address the board on matters not on the agenda? Again, if I've called your name and you still wish to address the board on matters not on the agenda, please come forward. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. You'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin. Please come forward. Please come forward.
Mark, in a YouTube video entitled Ivermectin in Africa and Brazil, this peer-reviewed and published study dated January 15, 22 shows even a small dose of ivermectin has a 44% reduction in infection rate and a 70% reduction in mortality. A Swedish peer-reviewed and published study dated February 25, 22 finds spike protein RNA from Pfizer vaccine converts to DNA in liver cells within 6 hours, increasing expression of the enzyme line 1. Liver cells express the spike protein on the surface of the cell, which could cause targeting of these cells to create autoimmune hepatitis. This can cause genomic toxicity in cell nucleus, which could become cancerous. It is also possible it could pass through the placenta of a pregnant woman. Pfizer cannot be sued, of course, and Congress and the federal court system and its staffers are exempt from the vaccine mandates. You could stop the homeless problem this week. The Est Island is surrounded by the bay and is gated at night and is not being used for anything. A company called Appy's Core can 3D print 5,000 lightweight 10 by 10 foot mobile structures that could snap together side by side or stack. They're about 1,000 each. But also 3D printed large multiple bathroom structures similar to the ones at Hermit Gulch Campground on Catalina Island. A couple of guards could make sure the homeless leave by the time the gates open in the morning. Existing programs could help them to get work and provide them with free trolley bus passes. This would give them a chance to save money before rejoining society within a year, at which time some structures could be moved or sold to other cities if no longer needed here. A fifth grader could have figured this out. Since Chairman Fletcher is a member of the World Economic Forum who said that we'll own nothing by 2030 and be happy, it seems unlikely that he will give up the huge profits from his failing programs to help the homeless, which haven't. We have 5,000.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, please. Final call for any of those that I called to speak. We'll now hear from those that requested to speak by phone. You'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking. We'll begin with our first caller.
Yes, this is Peggy Walker. I'm here tonight as an environment advocate to ask the board's right to ask state legislators to support the Environmentally Friendly Smoking Waste Prevention Act, or AB 1690. One of the co-authors of this bill is San Diego County's own Assemblyperson Tasha Borner-Horvath. I know a speaker mentioned AB 1690 this morning, but a few additional points. This bill addresses the most highly littered product in the world, cigarette filters or butts, which are causing massive microplastic pollution in the ocean. 99% of cigarette filters are made from cellulose acetate, a non-biodegradable plastic. They absorb tar, nicotine, toxic chemicals, and heavy metals that damage fragile ecosystems and account for 32% of total debris of California's coastal cleanup. This cleanup is costly, costing communities across the state $41 billion a year. AB 1690 also prohibits the sale of other non-biodegradable products that are producing hazardous waste. Single-use plastic cigar filters, single-use electronic cigarettes with non-rechargeable batteries, and single-use integrated cannabis vaporizers that are not refillable or rechargeable. AB 1690 is critical for schools and colleges grappling with the burden of disposing the hazardous waste from non-disposable e-cigs and vape products in school grounds and campuses. As policymakers supporting the environment, please ask California legislators to pass AB 1690. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the
Karen V. I'd like to talk about ending the state of emergency. It's just ridiculous that this continues when we're 2 years into the pandemic. Doctors know how to treat it. Out of 3.3 million population in San Diego, we've had 745,000 cases of COVID. And 2.7 million people have had at least one dose of the vaccine. We've had 160,000 cases for children aged 0 to 19 years old, and only 2 have died in the last 2 years from COVID. It's time to open up San Diego. I agree and commend Supervisor Desmond for asking repeatedly to stop the state of emergency, and also to ask for no vaccine mandate for new hires for county employees. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now hear from the next caller.
Bring that on to other generations. You did a phenomenal job, and we're glad to see the church starting on.
So today we are journeying in his memory, and it will be part of our record for the city in perpetuity. So thank you again, Larry Maryland. Welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting.
For this next caller, Ann Riddle.
Thank you to the other room, though. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, we'll now go into public comment. Members of the public.
We'll come back to that caller.
Hello, this is Kelly McCormick. I'm a public health educator. The Wall Street Journal published an article a few days ago called Talking to Teens About Cannabis Gummies as Youth Booms. The article correctly states that expanded legalization of recreational marijuana has led to wider availability of marijuana edibles. Products include gummies and other edibles like chocolate bars, hard candies, cookies, brownies, and more. They look like their non-marijuana counterparts, making them easy to conceal from parents and school staff. Educators are now faced with more students bringing edibles to school, sometimes culminating in a trip to the hospital emergency room. A single cookie or candy bar will often contain 10 or more doses of THC, the psychoactive ingredient in marijuana. And just one single marijuana gummy bear may contain multiple doses. Since it takes an hour or more to feel the effects of an edible, overconsumption is more likely. Even the way the edible THC is processed by the liver increases the psychoactive properties. The result can be extreme dizziness and lightheadedness, feelings of panic, increased heart rate, and vomiting. Aside from these short-term effects, marijuana use before age 25 is linked to greater rates of depression, anxiety, marijuana-induced psychosis, thoughts of suicide, and completed suicide. Use before age 18 doubles the odds of developing cannabis use disorder. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Truth. On February 8th, 2022, Tara LaSarimer was a complete embarrassment as she went full-blown Karen on the hardworking Black American DTA Managing Director, Kudo Akwete, who worked hard to get the statistics she wanted. She hated that the stats revealed the truth that the so-called Working Families Ordinance will cost $22.6 million to the county and thousands of job losses to working families. Tara, Nora, and Nathan voting in favor of the ordinance despite so much opposition and facts about how it will destroy the county proves just how serious they are on ruining the lives and economy of San Diego County. Tara needs to apologize to Kudo for her disgusting and unprofessional behavior and permanently step down. So here's some info about Tara. Did you know Hanoi Jane Fonda contributed to Tara's campaign fund? How about you Vietnam vets? Did you know that? That's her rich father's friend. Tara also received the Grahlmeyer Award and $100,000 for ideas that make, quote, contribution to world order to inform domestic policies, end quote. The book used the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights as its base. Authors Tara and Sakiko both worked for the UN and the World Bank. Co-author Susan also worked for the World Bank. You can see that the characters that come out of these types of world organizations do everything they can to disrupt the representative functions of city government, to align it instead with internationalist, socialist, and technocratic visions via unelected regional governmental associations. They're trying to lead us to a dystopian hell without freedom of travel, movement, space, land, animals, energy, or even air. Hence why they have a problem with carbon. All life exhales carbon, and trees need that to create oxygen.
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll now hear from the next caller.
My name is Amber Long. Sorry, let me get my stuff together. All right. It is now time to resume our lives without COVID dominating daily action. Who said those words? I tell you, it was Fletcher. Fletcher, those were your words. And if you were a man of your word, you'd end the state of emergency right now. However, we know you're not. You are fake. You promised to serve the people of San Diego County. You took an oath and insisted. And instead of protecting us, you sold us out for an extra buck. How dare you? You are a snake. While people were confused at the beginning of the pandemic, while they were scared and confused, you took advantage of them and then profited off of them. You profited off of their misfortunes through stock. You closed businesses down, ruined lives, uprooted good San Diegans just so you can make extra money. You, sir, are a traitor. You sold us out. You sold the people you were supposed to serve out so you can make bank. Good for you. Probably also sold your soul too. I, as a citizen of San Diego, demand from the board and from the public in which it serves that we finally kick Fletcher to the curb. Thank you.
Thank you. Now hear from the next caller.
Hi, Supervisors. Please select a different day for each honoree in your presentation of proclamations and awards so that the
It appears we've lost that caller. We'll go back to Ann Riddle.
And that means the responsibility falls to us. And I believe in the power of public health policy, particularly if they have at their center protecting youth. It's important for us to consider what we might do to help our young people. And I'd like to respectfully suggest adopting a flavored tobacco and marijuana ban here in the city, National City, would be a really useful thing to do at this particular time. I think that it also could be important to all of us that our youth do not seek smoking and vaping as a source for dealing with stress and anxiety. I was thinking today that what better statement of love and concern for young people would there be than just such a ban on flavored electronic marijuana and tobacco products, adopted here by National City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go back to the caller that lost connection earlier. Looks like they dropped off the conference line. Chair Fletcher, that concludes public comment.
All right. Thank you all for joining us. With that, we stand adjourned.
Also note that item 25, which are closed session matters, is being continued to the next meeting, April 5th, 2022.